Yeah, that's trippy. That's trippy.
This UFO just turned into a human being.
A 3-year-old boy had been abducted by aliens.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce Is Right. I hope y'all had a great freaking weekend. We're about to start this week off the Bryce Is Right way with some of the creepiest and freakiest clips. We're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, making you really question your reality. But before we get started, as usual, go ahead and smash that like button. We got to get the algorithm way up, y'all. And subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content. And be sure and leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, y'all know what time it is. Let's go ahead and dive right in, y'all. Let's get it. Man, I almost thought that was a mermaid at first.
It
was different, huh? Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, it looked like it had arms, you know? Oh, shit. I would be so scared.
Oh, I shit my pants.
I'd be hoping I'd be wearing brown pants that day. Gives me anxiety. Why does he not look scared? That's gotta be his bear. His backyard. Hell no. Couldn't do it. What's going on at these Walmarts? I mean, is people just stocking up, or is there contamination? Does anybody know?
Look at this shit behind. Y'all see
What
this?
Is that the Jack Link sausage Bigfoot?
Look at this. Look at this behind Canelo. What are they doing? Y'all see that?
Who the fuck is that guy?
I'm not even worried about what he's saying. I'm worried about what they're showing you in the background. Why would they bring this thing up in a fight that is literally publicized worldwide? Look at that. Wow.
Or is that a shirt?
That's just crazy. Where's it? You want to show that man? Look at this, yeah.
Yeah, I know that's Dallas, Texas. You got some crybabies out there driving them Beamers thinking they're hot shit.
Cry me a river, dickface.
Get in your car and keep going, man. Go cry somewhere else.
Bro, what am I hearing on my radio?
This shit creeping me the fuck out.
Yo.
What the fuck? I'm cutting this shit off, bro. That's...
You about to get abducted.
That is some kind of an artificial background, an artificial sky, yellow.
We'll have some of the yellow.
Looks like wires, maybe.
What is that?
Yeah, that's trippy.
Weird.
That's trippy. Hold up. Let me get another angle. Got to see this. Look at this. Look at this. Somebody help me understand that. Somebody help me understand what the heck that is. Look at no, that's the sky's tripping. Big time.
Yeah.
Big time, baby. Big time.
What? That's weird. You see that white face? Oh, it's moving. What is that? Goosebumps. I'd be calling the nurse so quick. Turn on the light. Give me a night light. I'm glad I've never had to stay in the hospital overnight. What?
Al otro lado de la pista hay una cuenta corriente con un 2% total de rentabilidad y solo ahora te dan 300 euros por tu nómina y Bizum. Llévate hasta 700 euros el primer año. Elige la cuenta.
What is that? Come on, quit scaring people in the hospital. That's what I'm saying. Must be one of Elon's rockets or something. It's crazy how much light it puts off though. It's pretty cool. Got the palm trees. Getting across that firmament.
Oh my God. What are you doing? What the...
See, I just had to quit watching them, man. If they ain't getting rid of that coach, can't do it.
Edited for rednecks.
I couldn't even wear the hat today. Hey, this is no joke, man. This is how you feel as a Cowboys fan. Every year.
Oh my God.
Come on, man. The waste of a good TV. Damn rednecks.
Ahí viene mi cliente en el platillo volador. Tiene porrines y llantas a la orden.
While we got UFOs, we also got tires and rims. 20 inches, 20 foes, you name it.
This UFO just turned into a human being.
Check this out.
It's definitely like a ball of something.
It's
An orb UFO, and now it's a person.
What?
An orb UFO, and now it's a person.
What?
Someone explain that to me, please.
Damn.
So can aliens shapeshift into human beings?
Whoa.
I've never seen anything like that before in my life. Then it just disappears again.
What the heck? What is that light beaming down? Did y'all see that?
This is crazy that he
Hold on. Did y'all see this light beaming down over here? Check this out. I mean, I don't know what's going on here.
turned into a human being. This ball of light turned into a human being. As always, thanks for watching. Stay weird, y'all.
Dang, that was cool.
Out.
Got some good ones today.
Oh, he's back. He's not feeling so well.
Man, that thing is trippy. I've been taking some
Oh, I missed all that. I hope
psilocybin.
you got it. Oh.
Everything you know was wrong?
That whole thing.
Whoa,
I thought
what
I
the
was on
fuck?
record and I wasn't. Did you record that?
Man,
Ah,
talk about hidden messages.
So disappointing.
What are they trying to tell
Are
you?
you not seeing this?
No, I was seeing it. I thought I was recording it the
No,
whole time.
are you not
but I
seeing-
wasn't.
Man.
Steven, I want to...
That's crazy, bro. It's right in front of our faces, bro. What the
I wonder what the real fast stuff says.
Dude, that's like you could almost reach out and touch it, huh?
Jeez.
Fucking badass. We got our own television show fucking right here. We're watching the whole thing. It's fucking badass.
It's probably song lyrics, huh? I don't know, man, but it's trying to tell
Poster can be
somebody
heard
something.
asking, is there anybody in here with us right now?
Is there anybody in here with us right now?
Oh, shit. Man, that's a cool little baby gate. Oh, hell no.
Almost immediately, one of the child's toys in the playpen lights up.
Is there anybody in here with us right now?
Gotta get rid of them batteries.
She then asks, can you press a different button on the toy?
Here we go. It's just walking around, skeet scat and shab dabbing.
I'm a scat man.
No, that could be a chupacabra. I'm not sure, but there's a couple other possibilities too. Whatever it is, it's different.
Come on, that's like a Tasmanian devil or a hyena. Maybe a mixture. Ooh, did y'all see that? Ooh. Ooh, did y'all see that? Wow, that was a good glitch. Oh, damn. That's so weird. Huh.
Y'all, this is freaking insane. There are rumors circulating that a 3-year-old boy might have been abducted by aliens because the officers found him in the middle of a cornfield. I think in the middle of the night. A 3-year-old boy in the middle of a cornfield in the middle of the night. You're going to see the body cam here in a minute. Now, the timing of this is just exquisite, y'all. We've had, again, as I've been telling you, all the alien connections throughout the whole year, the Super Bowl, the Olympics, Miami Mall, Taylor Swift's outfit. And lately, I just found out there's a bunch of people who are seers. They say that they're in talks with these aliens, and these people have been saying, allegedly, that, like, we're about to see them now. Like, not next year, not 5 months, but, like, right now. So I don't really freaking know what's going on, but this is some freaking signs type stuff.
Here we go. Sure, man, here we go. Got him. We're right here, buddy. We're right here for you. All right, we're going to go back to your mom.
And at the same time of all of this crap, we have the lighting of the new portal that they just built. It was recorded by Tabitha, and you can see how they have the lighting arranging these weird lines.
See?
We're literally living in a sci-fi movie, y'all. Everything you think is fake is real. All that's real is fake.
Hey, CPS better abduct that kid. Someone needs to.
Just got home from the store, and guess what I found?
Oh, shit.
It looks like a finger, or maybe it's the tree.
Dang.
I don't know.
That's
What do you guys
wicked.
think?
Right?
I'm Sarah, one of the survivors after the Zerg consumed Earth, and now I'm a senior pilot in the human...
Yeah, I can't believe it's already been 3 years. In the first few days felt like the longest days of my life. Then a week, a month.
I have some interesting news for you. You may or may not have heard, but police officers nationwide recently received a handbook. And what the handbook is about is regarding UFOs and UAPs. This was actually created by a group of police chiefs who got together and created this hand guide. And basically what it is to show them how to react to a call regarding a UFO or a UAP, you know, to be aware of it, not to just shrug it off, and basically a guideline for them. And from one of the police chiefs, he said, regardless if you believe it or not, it is something that's happening in our skies, and they need to have training around it. Which leads me to the whole military, when they came forward a couple of years ago stating that UFOs, UAPs are real, and they're phenomenon that are not of human origin. How many more clues does the public need to know or need to have in order for the hard confirmation that we are not alone in the universe? Now, whether we'll ever meet these aliens or go to that next phase of this existence is the next question. Take a look at this and tell me what you think.
You gotta watch this. Look how big this gets.
There we go. I've been looking for you. Look at that. See the black sun behind it? I can see that dark ring behind the sun. That's the black sun. What is going on? Look, here goes another one right there. You see that? You can see the other one right here. Look. Look at that. What the hell? Look. Look at that. Look at that. Look how big that one is. And here goes the other one. What is going on here, boy? Look at that transformation, y'all.
What?
Wow. Wow. Now look how big it's gotten. You see that?
I don't know what the black sun's about, but...
Oh, shit. Look. You got one on this side, and then the other one on this side. You see how they're two different colors? Now they're becoming one big color. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Whoa. Do y'all see that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Do y'all see that? Look at how that thing is morphing. Look at how the clouds is morphing around it. Like it's literally trying to hide it. They're literally trying to swallow it up, man. I be telling you, this is what the war in heaven is all about. It's a war on the sun. Look at this. Look how big that thing has gotten, y'all. Look at that. What the hell? And there's a lot of little birds just flying around. Jesus.
Dang, is it shrinking?
Now look at this. Look at this.
What?
Look at that. What? Look at this. Wow. Oh my goodness, boy. Y'all saw that. Y'all seen that now. See, now they're trying to look. Now they're trying to take it back in.
What?
Trying to drown it out. Wow. Y'all
I've never seen the clouds make the sun do that.
Look at this. Wow. Oh my goodness, boy. Y'all saw that. Y'all seen that now. See, now they're trying to look. Now they're trying to take it back in.
What?
Trying to drown it out. Wow, y'all
I've never seen the clouds make the sun do that. It doesn't make sense.
check this out.
Oh, wow.
It opens up when the tire moves. Look at it opening up there. Alright, open the other door. This is how this door opens.
I need one of these. Damn, that's so cool.
It's in driving mode right now. Steering wheel is out. All of this is in red. Now, if you put it in autonomous mode, press this. Wheel disappears. The coolest thing is this, these little triangles.
Yeah, I need one of those.
It's like a reptile skin. It's almost like it's breathing. What that does is when the car detects an object that you can't see, it will let you know.
How do I get sponsored by BMW? Hook it up.
I wouldn't suggest watching the following clip unless you're fine with looking over your shoulder once every few seconds. In the following clip, someone appears to have set up a camera on a table pointing at the kitchen entrance. The reason as to why it was set up there in the first place is unknown, but later in the video, it becomes clear as to why it was there. Watch this clip and see what happens.
I don't understand. Oh, hell no.
A shadowy apparition passes by in front of the camera.
Nope.
The strange activity that might have been going on in this house might be the reason as to why there was a camera. Again, this is purely speculative, but I can't help but think that there have been strange things going on in this house. That's usually the case with videos like these. Regardless, this video is pretty creepy.
It sucks to feel like you're being watched that hard.
I just got shocked. I'm not joking. And like, it was a pretty good bite. I got my voltmeter right here. I obviously can't use this as the ground because it's shocking me. So there you go, Earth, sure. This is where I was talking to Nate and I was pointing this out. 120 volts on my lug. And no, it gets better. It's the whole body. 120.
No way. What? How would you get shocked?
I'm shocking. This is insane. Here we go. So, I'm not going to change anything because I know everybody's going to be like, oh, this isn't real. This is... Okay. All right. So there's that.
Did your boots need to be off?
Here, you know, I'll just put it right on the body. Tuck it right here. Now, all I'm going to do is plug the charger in. Oh my God!
What? That's not safe.
Take it out. 0. So yeah, anyways, it's got wireless charging as well as outlets. That's really neat.
So this woman has been feeding
it's a cat deterrent
outside her house for like the last week or so. And then she gets home and there's a cookie on the ledge. Look at how she got the cookie.
No
the squirrel that she has been feeding brought her a cookie, I guess as a thank you.
That's karma at its finest.
Put it there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know squirrels, I know they're smart, but I guess they have compassion. Is that what it is? No, they're grateful. And the fact that the squirrel can even carry that cookie, where did it get the cookie?
Yeah.
And then somehow climb this railing and then put the cookie up on the ledge and even jump with it. Watch her jump.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Should I feed my
Hit the follow
squirrel?
button. Thank you.
I don't get nothing in return.
This rat is perfectly healthy. Put him in a vat of water and he finds his way to safety every time. 5.2. Now, look at this guy. What he's been eating is the equivalent of a North American diet, complete with all the fats and sugars we regularly consume.
It's a mess.
He doesn't know where to go. His brain has been damaged. These rats were totally normal, and then they turned into demented animals.
What?
They don't remember their learning after even a day. And as the challenge gets harder and harder, they fail more and more, just like a human with Alzheimer's disease.
That's so alarming.
36.2. In this lab, the belief now is that Alzheimer's is really diabetes of the brain, linked to insulin levels, which can be affected by too much sugar.
Now here's the scary part, is that you can be insulin resistant for years before it actually shows up in your glucose and your A1.
Ultra is a very real concept. You can look at the CIA declassified. So, why would one of the biggest pop stars in the world right now, Katy Perry, be holding a monarch butterfly? Isn't it kind of weird, you guys? So I asked the dark version of ChatGPT. I like to talk to AI because they're...
Did she just say the dark version of ChatGPT?
rational. They're going to give you pretty much a logical answer. So I said, isn't it strange that, you know, tonight Katy Perry is holding, you know, a monarch butterfly, and let's just be real, isn't Project Monarch, which is the one that's associated with celebrities, pretty well known around the world? Yeah, and he agreed. He's like, yeah, isn't it ironic? It's almost as if they are flaunting their influence right in front of the unsuspecting masses. And I honestly think people get a kick out of that. I think a lot of what we see in the imagery that is put out is not just to taunt us, but also to see, like, how much can we do? Like, we're saying everything in front of you. You just don't see it. And honestly, seeing it now, it's gross. It's like how you can find those ads for such disgusting and depraved fucking things on Etsy of all fucking platforms. It's not on the dark web. It's on Instagram. You scroll to the wrong fucking section of Instagram, you'll find some of the sickest shit out there. Why? Because the algorithm does that. Did you know that's how the steganography series about the Britney Spears videos was going to end? Why is Britney Spears' content proliferated on Instagram but not TikTok? Because if you're a social media manager and someone has content, won't you put it on all platforms that are available? And TikTok's by far performing much better than Instagram. But why Instagram over TikTok? Well, if you do a little bit of research, Instagram is known for having their algorithm be very good at giving to select customers what they want. And in one specific area, it is very Pizzagate related.
You don't find that suspicious?
For some mysterious reason, in the past few years, there's been loads of videos of people who have come across a supposed giant. Now, just recently, a group of people were in Brazil, somewhere in São Tomé das Letras. They were touring the city, which is a city widely known for its mysteries and unexplained phenomena, when all of a sudden they come across what they believe to be a giant. This is what they saw.
I removed this video the other day. I didn't think it was real.
You see what at first looks like a tall person using a blue t-shirt.
It's the end of the video. I'll see if I can find it.
And at first, I thought this could be an optical illusion, and I guess many internet users also thought that.
I was more impressed by the zoom of his camera.
It's when they zoom in that it becomes quite clear that this is possibly not an optical illusion.
That's a phone, I'm pretty sure.
They don't look too far from the person being recorded. And in a second video that they uploaded, you can clearly see this person walking side by side with other trees. And this person still looks as if it's 8 to 9 feet tall. Not only that, the group of people that were recording and everyone around him seemed to be completely creeped out by it.
He looks normal to me.
After being uploaded, the video caught a lot of attention, and most people think that this is an optical illusion, and I think it could be. But still, most people do not know how to explain this. Not only that, São Tomé das Letras isn't a typical place. For instance, it's 30 miles away from the infamous Varginha UFO case, where a supposed alien was captured by the military. It's also known for the massive UFO sightings and magnetic anomalies, and also for being a supposed entrance to Agartha, an inner world that supposedly exists inside our planet.
What?
There are loads of stories of UFO sightings going into caves and never coming back, and also people who mysteriously vanish there, so I'm not too sure about this one. I want to know your take. And magnetic anomalies, and also for being a supposed entrance to Agartha, an inner world that supposedly exists inside our planet. There are loads of stories of UFO sightings going into caves and never coming back, and also people who mysteriously vanish there, so I'm not too sure about this one. I want to know your take.
Yeah, I think it's perspective. I mean... At the end,
Check
he definitely looks normal.
Notice how the lights on the lens of the camera, like, look what they're doing.
Oh my God, it's so pretty. It's so pretty, bro. Look at it.
Obviously, you did not see that with the naked eye, but it's interesting on the camera, huh?
That is weird. The lines it puts across. See, what did I tell y'all? I'm talking about Red Bull. That's so awesome. But man, that would suck if he fell.
Watch these dogs slide down this slide. They just repeatedly go down this slide. It's at a dog daycare, and they've got a slide, and these dogs love this slide. And they like cheer on each other as they're going down. That one's moving. It's a lot smaller though, probably. I've never seen one of these at a doggy daycare. If you take your dog to a doggy daycare, do they all have slides, or is it just this one?
Dang.
It's kind of funny.
That's legit.
And it's so unique that I'm sure some people take their dogs here just for the fact that they have a slide. Would you take your dog to a doggy daycare that had a slide?
That's so funny.
I wonder if it used to be a kid slide and then they turned it into a dog slide. Who knows?
Yeah, I could see a kid getting stuck up in there. Whew.
Yep, a life-ending fatal infection is now growing on ramen noodles.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
And experts are urging everyone to go to the ER immediately. Citizens were terrified after 5 kids from 5 different families had cooked up ramen, and each of them described feeling like something was eating them from the inside out, and was rushed to the ER and passed away all within a few hours. With the CDC's eerie warning that a third of adults will not make it after getting infected, with children and elderly victims being way higher. Experts were able to trace it back to a horrifying bacteria, saying the infection is able to flourish specifically in ramen, given the way it can be handled post-manufacturing. And there's no way to stop it, as the families reported that once they noticed symptoms like diarrhea and vomiting, it was already much too late.
You cannot be serious.
The recalls are getting real. 5 kids have passed away from eating ramen noodles. Throw those ramen noodles away because these recalls are getting real.
The specific ramen brand is not 100% confirmed, but the internet has its theories. If possible, avoid eating ramen religiously or at all, and my condolences to these families.
Yeah, exactly. That's terrible. I don't know how true that is, but...
Y'all ain't gonna believe this.
Look,
I'm fanning it up, dude. Watch this. Watch these planes flying. Look what they make. What is that?
Oh, wow.
Tell me
Is
what
that a
that is.
pentagram?
This right here was in Taiwan, dude. Look at that.
It's like a dang spaceship.
Hold on, I got some more crazy ones, dude. I mean, now somebody tell me what this right here is. Seriously, like, what is that? Look how
It's like pulsating. Huh.
weird, man.
Somebody grab some clippers. This fucking beard is weird.
Dude. Whoa. Must be some kind of star.
Got Team Wolf over here. Oh, damn. Well, that tank is just indestructible.
It's back. It keeps peeking in here on me. Oh my goodness gracious, what the hell? Ain't nobody in the other room. Look at this.
What is that?
Oh my gosh. Oh, my pistol's in the other room. I can't do it. What the hell is that? Oh my gosh. It keeps... Hello? What do you need? I don't even know who you are.
Is that outside?
Haunted. There's something in the other room.
Oh, that's another room?
Look at that. What is that?
Whoa.
Oh, hell
It looks like a bobcat, don't
What
it?
the hell is that? What in the hell?
I don't know what it is. It almost looks like a clown.
Oh, hell no.
They call her the cat lady. People say she's crazy.
This is awesome. Pretty cool. You can build that on your own and just go freak people out. Oh, wow. Bus driver chairs. They can just like the 18-wheeler chairs. Dang, I guess you would be able to flip that thing pretty easy. Well, calm down, Red Bull. Oh, what? This dude.
It's a UFO over there. The Nellis Air Force Base is following it. It's right there. You see it? They following.
Calm down.
Yo necesito una gran página web. Claro, claro. Estoy de suerte. Tienda online para triunfar.
Crea tu página web con nuestra nueva inteligencia artificial. Ionos, tu solución digital.
Wow. Dang, that is close. Man. Whichever phone was used to do this needs this to be one of the commercials, because that camera is good. Dang. Look at that little web going across its antenna to its beak. Man, that's crazy looking. Ugh. Is that its tongue?
What seems to be a quiet and spectacular capture suddenly becomes disturbing when something unexpected appears on the screen. A large bipedal humanoid, which producers later described as possibly being a female carrying an infant on its back while it hunted for food. Watch this.
What? What the fuck is that? I wonder if that's from a tribe or a shadow person or what? Bigfoot? I don't know.
Ahí se escucha un ruido. Como por ahí. No mames, no mames, no mames. No mames, no mames. No mames, güey, no mames. ¿Qué vergas es eso? ¿Qué vergas es eso? Me está dando miedo. Te lo juro que estoy temblando. ¡No! ¡No mames!
Hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce's Right. Y'all have a good rest of y'all's week. Make it yours. We will see y'all on Friday. Cannot wait. Don't forget to smash that like button for me. Let's get the algorithm up. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any
Underwater communication like dolphins.
Oh no, that's a UFO.
Those guys are just in. Does anyone else notice what appears to be a demon flying? Yeah, because this is tonight.
You swear to God?
Get the out of here! Let me see that!
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce's Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking week. Hope y'all getting ready to start this weekend off right that Bryce's Right way, of course. Where we dive deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I could find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. And nah, these aren't your ordinary videos. They're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. But yeah, y'all know what to do. Go ahead, smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content. And leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. About a month away. We're going to have a lot of fun, so get ready, y'all. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Let's get it.
Yo, I found another wild headline for you. Did you see this one? 1,000 AI chatbot agents were released into Minecraft, into their own Minecraft world.
See his rock back there? She's probably as mad as mine is.
Community. They created their own currency. They created their own government. They created their own tax laws that they voted on. When members of the community would go out adventuring, if they were gone for too long, they would form search parties. They would get worried about other Minecraft players. There was even some Minecraft AI agents that were worried about the environment. They became eco-conscious in a digital, simulated world. If y'all don't think that you're just a meat suit, simulated consciousness, participating in this AI version of reality, I mean, seriously, it's not that far off, is it? We're pretty close now. Just strap on the VR and go inside a virtual world. You can be anybody.
Bro, y'all tell me if I'm tripping. When y'all by yourself, bro, like you know you're in the house by yourself, do y'all see like shadow figures walk past and then disappear? Like out the corner of your eye, like you know it's a shadow, like a big shadow just walk past and then disappear. You be like, and then there's nothing there. I can't be the only one, bro. Like,
hey, I mean, some of us see that and some of us don't. So, I mean, if you are, don't be alarmed, don't be afraid. Think of them as like positive guardian angels. I mean, if some bad stuff's going down, I'm sorry, you're going to have to call the Ghostbusters. Speaking of the Ghostbusters, why does that look like Slimer? What is that? Is that one of those organoids?
Did you do Trump face? Like, could you do a Trump face? Yeah, that was pretty good. I saw it there for a second. Yeah.
What the Whoa. It's like fireflies, right?
Hazte tu sueño un negocio. Transforma tu estilo para...
Dang, how far is that going to go, and what is it?
If you live in any of these highlighted regions, and specifically North, Central, and South America, you're about to experience something crazy. The moon is going to pass behind Earth and through Earth's shadow, and then it's going to look like it turned red. What you're going to be seeing is a full, total lunar eclipse. And these somewhat shaded regions here are going to experience all of these cities, but if you're...
We'll talk about it soon enough. I thought somebody was on the mattress. Or on the futon. Ooh, what is that purple balloon? I don't think that was a balloon.
Do not ever let your plants listen to rap music. What? Wait until you hear this. You're going to be like, what is going on? And it's shocking. Okay, so this all started with birds. Basically, as it became known, when birds chirp, the frequency and vibration of their chirps, old school classical music, and increased their yield 25 to 60% more than the national average. And this is orchestras. And they do not like metal, hard rock, hip hop, and techno, or high-pitched singing. You know, talking to plants is good. Or you can just set up a radio playing the preferred music that would yield the growth. And do the Harlem
Okay, bird up. A little bit of Mozart too.
John F. Kennedy. Some new information has come out about his case. Oh yeah, and it's interesting. So John F. Kennedy, or JFK, also known as JFK, told the CIA that he wanted UFO files released to the public just about 10 days before his assassination. Yeah, that's what's being reported today. According to several news articles, Kennedy wrote a memo to the CIA saying he wanted UFO files released to the public shortly before he was assassinated. Now there's a copy of this memo floating around. And here it is, right here. But some people are very reluctant to guarantee that this is authentic. Although it's stated that that memo was obtained by using the Freedom of Information Act. So basically, President Kennedy wanted the UFO information that the government had shortly before he was assassinated. That doesn't necessarily mean these two incidents are related. It could just be a coincidence. Then again, who knows? Hopefully we'll get more Kennedy files coming out in the next couple of weeks. Shabadoo Bushkies! Shabadoo!
Hey, now that's super interesting, Joe. I appreciate you bringing that up. I mean, of course, who doesn't like the CIA or JFK theories. I mean, they're great. Of course, another wild story. Of course, I'll jump into it a little bit later. I have a great uncle who filmed something, and of course, like Men in Black came and took the tape. I'll tell you all about it later. But whew, thanks, Joe.
Oh no, that's a UFO.
What the hell is that?
That's a UFO.
It looked like something from Star Trek, man. Maybe it's going to Disney World.
As the moonshot, it is the first time in the world that a patient has received an artificial heart and been able to leave hospital. The recipient was a New South Wales man in his 40s. We're not able to identify him, but he received this heart from Brisbane, recovering well in hospital from.
Now you feel like
tell me I'll see that.
Or glimpse inside of here, and I'm telling you, this Matrix code. I'm not. Easily do. One of my friends said, "Come over here because I'm."
Oh my gosh! Do y'all see it? It's like the laser level that people were talking about. I mean, I think that's going to be reflection, refraction, and objects on the other side of the room, obviously. Looks like the blinds. It's almost like it flips the image, rotates it, mirrors it. I don't know about that one. We'll look back into it.
Those guys are just in Those guys are just in
Bullshit. It's like an I'm calling train. I don't know if that's her heartbeat I'm hearing or mine. Right here, like it almost sounds like a sonogram. That's weird. That reminded me of that clip we've seen in Dallas before that we all claimed it was train tracks. It looked like the previous video she was at an apartment complex.
Hey Nori, come here, check this out.
See that blue around the moon? That's weird.
My village is primitive, so I need to prioritize development. First, I'll upgrade the crumbling thatched hut.
The future is right now. Underwater communication like dolphins. I'm talking your movements, your bio signals, your thoughts even can be transmitted through the water and read by a device now. It works kind of like your ear. Sound goes through the air, taps the little drumstick on your cochlea like Morse code. That spirals the signal into an electrical signal that your brain can read and process. This thing is wild though. Say a signal is generated in this chamber here. It travels through the main part, hitting these crystal pillars. Those things, when they compress with the sound wave, generate electricity. you're probably wondering what these hollow guys here are for. Each of them resonates at a specific frequency. When they work together, they make sure that the frequencies in the main chamber stays within a certain range. They're like little speed regulators on your car. If they're not there, that little device can't pick it up, like you hearing something that's too high outside of your hearing range. The exact same concept works in high-speed internet, like the fiber optic internet in your house. Same concept. So your movements, your heart rate, even your thoughts, get separated and organized electrically by the chambers and the pillars. You may be wondering why there's a compass in the image up top here. That's because the device I just described isn't a computer chip. It's one of the most ancient sites in all of Egypt, the Osirian. There are resonant chambers and 100-ton crystal pillars made of granite that had to be moved from 326 kilometers away. And those chambers actually resonate at 68 to 137 hertz. The Osirian is so old, it was excavated by the ancient Egyptians who were building a temple right behind it. That one's called the Temple of Seti I. I'm sure you're wondering why the water's green, but you should be wondering why the water's there in the first place, because it's the desert. Nobody knows. That central island the pillars sit on is also made out of giant blocks of rock. It goes down 5 stories into the ground. Nobody knows how deep the water goes because nobody can get through the mud. You see the corner over here? There was a tool used to flatten the rocks that could scoop it out like butter. Explain that one. Actually, let's run it back a little bit more. You notice anything weird about the stones in the wall? Actually, this one's just for the ancient homies. If you know this one, you know. The reason I use the device as an example is because it uses something called a transceiver, and that's the circuit diagram for it. That is the Osirian from above. A transceiver converts electricity to sound and sound to electricity, or light to electricity, or electricity to light. But you'll learn that that thing was simply built for a ritual. If you're still on the fence, this is the optimal way to set up a 5G array to get the best coverage and best signal. That pattern is called the flower of life. That thing is seen everywhere in the ancient world. Now, if you ever visit the Osirian, look at this pillar right here, because molecularly burned into that pillar is the same exact symbol. And the dudes that wrote what this thing was for didn't even have electricity. Someone's got to swim in that still water, though.
That's so freaking cool.
The op of this footage said they were watching TV when they noticed something strange. They stated, "Something was watching me through the reflection of glass on that painting. This isn't the first time I have experienced strange things happening. Entities are prowl around my house and sometimes cause havoc. I sometimes hear children laughing and have seen hands waving, but nobody is ever there. Is this children hunting me? I'm aware that demons mimic children, so could it be a demon? Watch this."
It looks like a dog, but no, there's a hand there. Holy hell. What are you gonna do? Oh, come on, don't tell me you're gonna turn them on. The joke's so old. Oh, shit. Does this look like a dog arm? Like a dog face almost? Oh shit. Looks kind of like a serpent head, right? Wow. That's scary. That's probably him. You can see himself.
Fuck this.
Did you see that? Okay. It's always at the very end. Okay, so what is going on here, y'all? Like, this thing is tripping me out. Like, we've seen this multiple times now. It looks like a dang... I mean, I don't know. Let me know what y'all think about it. Or what y'all speculate that it is. Yeah, it looks like an incursion or something from Doctor Strange about to happen. I don't know. Let me know what y'all think, though.
The username Jordan usually posts videos from her daily life online, and while most of these videos have nothing to do with the paranormal, one of them does. Late one night, Jordan was at home watching TV and recording a short Snapchat to send to a friend. She saw something out of the corner of her eye. When Jordan moves her camera to the area, she captured a terrifying shadow figure in the hallway. The small dark figure darted from her room and across the hall. At the time, Jordan was completely alone, ruling this out as a person.
Human interactions that have been documented with some sort of an invader from some other dimension or planet or whatever the fuck it is. He is the most irrational. He's the most analytical. He's the least likely to buy into horseshit, but not dismissive.
That's
of
like
strange
the critical balance, right?
Yes. Well, he's the guy that they modeled the French scientist in Close Encounters of the Third Kind after. So he's been in this game since the 60s, investigating these things.
And time in the game counts for a ton. It counts for and that's my greatest weakness in a lot of ways, among several, is that I'm just really new to the game, and so I'm constantly like catching up on shit, and as stuff breaks, like Pam Bondi, for example, I have no history on who Pam Bondi is because I wasn't paying attention when Pam Bondi was in Florida, and so I'm having to like play catch up on what was going on.
Right.
And the people that have been here for forever, like the Alex Joneses of this world, the Jacques Vallées, the people that like watch things break live, you just get a different level of context. And then you get like the David Ikes that are like, it's fucking reptiles, dude. They're all reptiles. David, have you seen David Icke coming after me on Twitter recently?
He came after me
dude,
too.
It's so good. I love him.
Make fun of the reptile thing. It's like, why won't you have me on
this world? The Jacques Vallées, the people that was in Florida, and so I'm having to like play catch up on what was several. Is that I'm just really new to the game, and so I'm constantly like catching up on shit, and as stuff breaks, like Pam.
Dismissive.
That's
of
like the
strange
critical balance, right?
Yes. Well, he's the guy that they modeled the French scientist in Close Encounters of the Third Kind after. So he's been in this game since the 60s, investigating these things.
And time in the game counts for a ton. It counts for and that's my greatest weakness in a lot of ways, among several, is that I'm just really new to the game, and so I'm constantly like catching up on shit, and as stuff breaks, like Pam Bondi, for example, I have no history on who Pam Bondi is because I wasn't paying attention when Pam Bondi was in Florida, and so I'm having to like play catch up on what was going on.
Right.
And the people that have been here for forever, like the Alex Joneses of this world, the Jacques Vallées, the people that like watch things break live, you just get a different level of context. And then you get like the David Ikes that are like, it's fucking reptiles, dude. They're all reptiles. David, have you seen David Icke coming after me on Twitter recently?
He came after me
dude,
too.
It's so good. I love him.
Make fun of the reptile thing. It's like, why won't you have me on?
I genuinely really appreciate it. It's like a good time. But it's like maybe there are reptiles. I don't know, man.
He went too far in a time where there was no internet.
Yeah.
You know, he went too far.
If you get too certain of yourself, right? You think you have the answers, and you just keep going.
A little bit of a grift.
Yeah.
With some of these folks. I'm not saying necessarily him, but it's a little bit of a grift.
Yeah. Well, it's an easy temptation to fall into, especially with the internet. Like every single day, people in my position, I mean, people in your position too, like we have the ability to just like, I'm going to get views and money if I drop deep down this grift. But a lot of them are not, like a lot of them when you look into them, you realize, oh, there's like literally nothing there.
There's a bunch of stuff that's clickbait horseshit, for sure.
Or at least there's probably nothing there.
Yeah.
In the United States, I'm here in Mexico, by the way. I had to figure all this out. There is Great Lakes. Apparently, you guys like huge lakes up north. And people are taking their tiny little guppy goldfishes, and they're like, be free, Mr. Water Whiskers. And they drop them off in the Great Lakes. Well, what ends up happening is because there's no natural predation, and there's an abundance of food in all the lakes and the rivers connecting to said lakes, there is now millions of these goldfishes, and they are
We'll talk a little bit about propaganda and stuff like that at the end, but...
the craziest megalodonic goldfish that they found? Ready for this? 67 pounds and 4 ounces. Combined, that is bigger than both of my chichis at this point. You're telling me that these tiny little pets that probably was our first pets for most of us are turning literally into Moto likes you You know, no freaking way that I'm here on TikTok talking about megalodon goldfish because they're just skipping every Darwin theory, evolution, don't call it Pokemon, and they're just putting on some muscle, they're putting on weight. Like, who hurt you, bro? Damn, was the breakup that bad? Because you're literally turning from a little tiny guppy of a goldfish to all of a sudden you're getting edits on TikTok like, dun, 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 dun. You know, those types of edits. But yeah, please, the U.S. government is asking you to stop dropping off your little pet goldfishes at the Great Lakes. It's getting really bad. They're an invasive species now. What the hell is going on?
That.
Wichita's crazy.
There's a whole network of tunnels over here. Just
tunnels under Wichita?
I'm just gonna drop
tunnels under Wichita?
A whole fucking sprawling network to the point where there's even a whole generation of people down there who've never seen the sun. I know them. I know it.
You know people in the tunnels under Wichita?
Yeah, they're not good people.
For real?
Don't ever go there.
I don't even know where the tunnel would start, bruh.
Stay away from the bridges. Stay away from
the bridges?
Yeah, like there's the Johnny, not the Johnny Mac, the one over here, a little bit further towards MacArthur and shit.
For real?
On Broadway, don't do
it. The Chuds? I mean, we saw that, or you're going to see some in a minute, that'll explain it.
And there's people down there?
Yes.
And you said you met them?
I was forced to, but yes. What? Yeah, that was when I was 16. What?
We are somehow finding out brand new information about just how bad the Cybertruck actually is in 2025. So a very popular YouTuber named Jerry Rig Everything just put out a great new video on the Cybertruck where he puts the aluminum frame to a very precise test. So one of the craziest takeaways from this video for me is that the Cybertruck's frame is made out of a single piece of casted aluminum, and we already knew that. But what I didn't know was that aluminum doesn't have a fatigue limit, meaning the more that you tow with the Cybertruck, the more you wear down the aluminum frame over time. Every time you tow with the Cybertruck, you're wearing down the frame a little bit, increasing the risk of an accident. So it might not break today, but 3 or 4 years down the road, you might hit a pothole and it's a different story, whereas there would be no problem if you were in a truck with a steel frame. He even proves this in the video, bringing out this truck from 2004 and applying the maximum amount of weight that he can with his excavator to the tow hitch, 10,700 pounds, and it's totally fine. What's even crazier is that the tow hitch on this truck was already bent from an accident in the past, and the excavator was having to get off its own tracks trying to put enough weight down to break it. They couldn't do it. Meanwhile, the excavator put less weight on the Cybertruck, and that's what happened. But the entire video is fantastic, and I highly recommend you go watch it.
Have you guys ever heard of the Solway Firth Spaceman? 1964, a man named Jim Templeton. They were at Solway Firth, which is in Cumbria, England. They went out there, he brought his Kodak camera, had his 2 daughters and his wife there, just snapping some pictures. He snapped a couple pictures of his youngest daughter, Elizabeth, and went to develop the pictures. And the chemist is like, this picture was really good, but it's ruined because of someone in the background. And he's like, can I see it? And sure enough, looked at it, and it looks like there's a spaceman standing behind her. What? What could that possibly be? He's like, there should be no one behind her because my wife and daughter were standing behind me when I took the picture. And they were alone. They were alone in this field. Don't love that. Well, he was so freaked out by it. He just didn't. I was like, where do I go? So then he went to the newspaper, and it just took off. And so it became the Solway Firth Spaceman. Could not figure it out. Kodak actually put out a reward for anyone that could prove that it was altered in any way. No one could do it. Even to this day, no one can do it. A couple days later, in Australia, they were about to do a test launch of this small nuclear missile. And last minute, they aborted the mission. And what happened was they said that there was 2 people on the launch pad. And when they saw the newspaper of the spaceman, they said those are the 2 exact people, figures, whatever they are, that we saw on the launch pad.
Oh.
Good story, though.
And what's crazy, the missile was made in the same region where this picture of the spaceman was taken.
Wow, that's really scary.
Isn't that insane?
This comes from an unidentified person who was taking a live photo of a deer in their front yard. And that's when this face popped up behind them. There was nobody else in the house. But whatever it is, looks demonic. Take a look at this. Tell me what you see.
you got, dog?
Hey, friends. So just when I thought I had heard it all, I just read the craziest thing, and I got to share it with you, okay? So this does have to do with the gray aliens and abductions and sleep. So if any of that makes you a little squirmish, then you might want to turn this off, even though this is going to be a fascinating spin on this subject that you probably haven't heard before. So like another video that I did, we talked about how the gray aliens are like very infatuated with human life, like stuff that we do that we take for granted, like going to amusement parks and playing with our dog and riding a bike and playing games, that kind of stuff. They really want to do all that because they don't have that stuff where they're from. So they want to come into, you know, Earth life and be a human. So one of the ways that they do that is just through the natural incarnation process, through, you know, just becoming a human, through natural human childbirth, right? And being a human. So in this scenario, you are a gray who is having a human life, but you still have a gray body on a ship somewhere, usually right outside of Earth, okay? So, this is so fascinating. So, when it comes to the abduction thing, when you're sleeping as a human, and we've talked about this in several of my videos, that we have out-of-body experiences every single night. So nearly everybody, Robert Monroe, through tons of research, came to this conclusion that everybody, every night, for the most part, as long as you get to a certain level, stage 3 and 4 of your REM sleep, then you'll actually have an out-of-body experience. Because you got to think about it. Your body goes to sleep. Your consciousness doesn't. Your consciousness never tires, okay? So it goes and does things. Goes to sleep for school, goes and explores, goes and plays, and all that kind of stuff, right? That's what your consciousness does when your body's asleep. Well, these grays, one of the things they do is their consciousness will go back up to their gray body on the ship, okay? And it can come back down and grab their human body and take it up and do things to it, little maintenance and that kind of stuff, okay? And then return it back down. So in some of these abduction scenarios, you are abducting yourself. How freaking crazy is that? Because it's the consciousness, right? So the same consciousness that's in the human body, when your body goes to sleep, the consciousness goes back up to the other body. They come back down, grab your body, take it up, do some stuff to it, drop it back off, right? And you're none the wiser. But it's you for the entire time. It's just your physical human body's asleep, you know, but the consciousness doesn't go to sleep, right? And in this case, it just goes into another body, right? And then I guess whenever, you know, whenever the body wakes up and then you kind of resume your human waking conscious life, then the gray probably goes to sleep or is in some sort of stasis or whatever. I don't know, right? That's fun to kind of speculate on. But just the premise of it, that the consciousness can have two bodies in two different places, but when one's asleep, the other one can actually come and pick it up and do work. And
hit the girls. Pow. Pow. Whatever. Let me get you a treat. Alright, wait. There it is. There you go. That's fucking weird. Okay.
Oh shit. Damn, I understand that so hard.
Hello?
Do you think it's a loved one or someone who used to live in that house? What would you think makes the most sense? Like Occam's razor style.
about the Werner von Braun one about a guy named Elon that takes us to Mars? Werner von Braun, the fucking Nazi who ran, Operation Paperclip and became the head of NASA.
Super occultist kind of stuff in there.
Writes a novel about a guy named Elon that takes us to Mars. And even Elon saw that, and he's like, is this real? Like you would think. There's no way.
Simultaneous to us kind of getting like some version of UAP disclosure that implies time travel.
Yeah.
Which is like, Lord knows what that is.
Right.
But it's just,
While the rich dream of Nazi robots and swastikas, what the rest of us need is warm housing, clean and affordable energy, and cheap public transportation. Shut down the fascists.
That's what he's trying to do with all that stuff. Help.
Flying all through the sky, everywhere. It looks exactly like the Dementors from that movie. We'll come right back to this in 1 second because this is tonight. Over the past 2 days, I've been seeing videos of these black things just all up in the sky everywhere. And I mean, it's really crazy when you consider everything else going on right now, like the UFO, the egg, the summoning of the egg, and all this weird stuff going on. I mean, you do remember what just happened a few days ago, don't you? And they were trying to say it's debris being that bright in the sky and not falling down, going horizontally with the sky. And remember, these same people want you to think that this is SpaceX, even though all this type of stuff has been in the sky for decades before Space Force even existed. And then this just happened of all nights, and the person wrote Red Moon on the eve of inauguration. In various cultures, the Red Moon has been interpreted as an omen. In ancient Mesopotamia, it was seen as a threat to a king's life. Did you guys by chance miss the last few videos I did, one with all the prophecies about that one guy, and the other video about the egg and all the occultic things with that? Watch out, the Dementors are gonna get you.
We're cooked. The U.S.
Be
battery
good. I'll be
industry
good
is
at it.
cooked. Last week, I was in Korea at Inner Battery 2025. It's the biggest battery conference in Korea, and it's massive. The biggest battery conference in the U.S. is the Battery Show in Detroit, at least from like an attendance perspective. And it's tiny compared. It's a fraction of what I experienced in Korea. Korea is what, from my perspective, is in the future. From their perspective, the U.S. is in the...
If you start talking about little sizes being special, I'm going to say the only person who needs to be cooking is you. You better watch it. I'm just kidding.
Like, we are struggling. We are 30 to 30 years behind the battery industry in China, Korea, even Japan. But there is hope. I was in talks, different conversations about collaboration across borders with these countries, Korea, Japan, etc. Right, we need to have those collaborations. And also there's an industry report in the U.S. called the Liebridge Industry Report. You need to go check it out. Look at the link in my bio. I have a resource there to understand the 5 goals of the U.S. battery value chain. Check it out.
They do that with so many things.
In the world.
Like
a strange
American
sight
Dream, right?
captured on camera by a woman in Northern California after a man was spotted climbing out of a storm drain in Stockton.
It was shocking. He looked like this is just another day.
Police were sent to the intersection. Nobody was inside the storm drain at the time, but it was filled with trash, and it's possible that someone was living there. What in the world?
Police Navidad. No, that's what we were talking about earlier. That dude, I was gonna say, man, the only reason he's talking like that is because he's on meth, tripping balls, or he's just homeless, like asleep, like a food malnourished, But like, if people are going down in these drains, there might be secret passage that just goes deeper and deeper. Like the tunnels underneath LA or wherever those reptilian people live. I'm just kidding. But, I mean, if it's there, why wouldn't it be everywhere else, right? Like, wouldn't they be interlinked? I don't know. We gotta find that shit.
Strange site captured on camera.
The most disturbing things ever said by astronauts. In 2003, Chinese astronaut Yang Wei was the first person from China to go to space. He was sent up all alone when suddenly, at one point during the mission, he hears a knocking sound on the outside of his spaceship. He recalls it as someone knocking the body of the spaceship, like hitting an iron bucket with a wooden hammer. He wasn't even able to recreate it, and to this day, experts have no idea what it could have been. During the Apollo 11 mission in 1969, when Neil and Buzz were on the lunar surface, Neil Armstrong unexpectedly switches to a medical communication channel and spoke directly to the chief medical officer, saying, and I quote, "They're here, they're parked on the side of the crater, they're watching us." This was revealed in a documentary by former NASA employee Ken Johnston, but the original recordings are of course highly classified. Rumored to be a part of the infamous Apollo 11 missing 2 minutes, where on record Mission Control lost radio contact with the astronauts due to technical difficulties. In another 1995 documentary interview, former NASA astronaut Franklin Story Musgrave claimed to have been followed by a white 8-foot-long snake floating through space.
Is that? Obviously, it's a space snake. There's snakes in space? There's literally everything in space, Morty. Now get the back in the car.
Saying, quote, "On 2 of my missions, and I still don't have an answer, I have seen a snake out there, 6, 7, 8 feet long." He said it appeared rubbery and followed him for quite a long time, floating in or near Earth's stratosphere. In the same interview, Musgrave also cryptically states that other civilizations have been around for millions of years that are doing unimaginable kinds of things. But you know, they were probably all just joking.
The most intelligent computer in the world, called Google's neural network. And it has a deep fake detector program that's never been wrong. You can feed it a video of Biden or Trump, it'll tell you in 1 second whether it's real or not. They fed it pictures of the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes from 2014. Said they're real. Every Apollo picture it said was fake. It had a fake backdrop. It was taken in a television studio. That's the most intelligent computer in the world that can understand the pixels. One of them, it suggested that this wasn't even a full-size lunar module, that it was a miniature. And that's how they were able to do wide landscapes, because one of the astronauts' figures, the AI said, was a miniature because the footsteps, shadows, weren't normal the way a person would walk, that they were stamped in there with a fake footprint.
And I don't mess with these little...
Tell your dogs to leave the room for this one. Okay, this is a bizarre story. So that's the infamous elevator from Severance that marks the character's transitions from outies to innies. But it turns out there's one group that's not so sure about the series. Dogs. Pet owners have taken to TikTok to share that their furry friends have these wild reactions to the show.
Sure.
More than one? Well, the dogs, they're getting noticeably worked up when Severance is on. It's a slow burn here. Jumping at the...
And that dog just... Nobody has a good feeling about Mr. Milchick, first off.
...of the elevator. So they bark at the key cards that are being swiped. They hide in other rooms altogether. Some viewers even taking matters into their own hands and watching with AirPods or with subtitles. Which
Scientists have created super skin that can self-heal 90% of damage in just 4 hours.
Yeah, I only watch that show with my AirPods and subtitles because I have to do it in the early morning before everybody wakes up. I ain't got time to watch TV. But I watch Severance.
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
This milestone
Paradise, man. Oof. If you got any suggestions for some shows, let me know. I need something to watch right now.
This is where it gets really freaky. I got goosebumps. I'm scared, bro. From Albert Einstein, it says, "I'm not sure which weapons the Third World War will be fought, but the Fourth World War, they will fight with sticks and stones." Yeah, I've heard that. Day one of AI taking over, it was contained to its own server. The AI figured out with like a Roomba vacuum. That's the only thing.
Right now.
This is where it gets really freaky. I got goosebumps. I'm scared, bro. From Albert Einstein, it says, "I'm not sure which weapons the Third World War will be fought, but the Fourth World War, they will fight with sticks and stones." Yeah, I've heard that. Day one of AI taking over, it was contained to its own server. The AI figured out with like a Roomba vacuum. That's the only thing it could figure out how to connect to.
That'd be cool.
It put all of its information onto the Roomba computer, and then that allowed it to connect to the Wi-Fi, which allowed it to
Looks like a Terminator's coming pretty soon.
Laptops, and then it spread instantly across the whole world. It was in control of 3D printers, of manufacturing things to help build itself.
Yeah.
But it was doing it silently with no one knowing because it was.
They've always said that.
Until the one time, it was like 40 days into it, decided I don't want humans anymore.
Dude,
it's like went into this whole thing to where shut down the power plants. It messed with like the Wall Street, like finances, people, just chaos. Developed its own killing drones to survey all of Earth. Like if a human was found, it would kill it. And he's like, obviously the story is made up. He said the story was made up by AI when I asked it to make up a story of how it would take over.
This is a hypothetical. Lily, are you doing okay?
You guys are going to hell.
Come on.
Nuestra casa se queda vacía en vacaciones. ¿Cómo la protegemos? Con la alarma con cerradura inteligente de Securitas Direct.
But hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all have a great freaking week, great freaking weekend, you know. Enjoy.
Look at that. I'm going to watch a car fly over another car.
Just landed. Our plane crashed.
It is now 89 seconds to midnight.
Hit the snooze button on live.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking weekend, and I hope y'all are ready to dive into it that Bryce is Right way, where we dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I can find in the deepest, darkest corner. Looks like there's snow there.
If everything goes smoothly, I'm going to watch a car fly over another car.
You can actually use it today, and you can cut your commute at least in half, if not more.
Jim Duchovny says his company Aleph Aeronautics was able to create something we've been dreaming about since the Jetsons. And while not quite ready for the road, Duchovny says the flying car is about to take off. NBC News was given exclusive access to see their concept model with our own eyes. Sure enough, we watched it soar through the air over another car and land. But for all the magic of this moment, we were heavily restricted, forced to shoot at least half a football field away, and we never actually saw the driver entering or exiting the vehicle.
We still have some IP, intellectual property, which we're trying to protect.
But practicality might be where the rubber meets the sky.
It's going to be slow, incremental approach, which is good for legal integration, which is good for consumer integration.
But he says, as demand grows, regulations will catch up with the cat.
Dude, it's not funny, dude. The car is gone.
That's interesting. But a lot of flaws I can see. Oh, there's a bird. I thought there was something wrong with the wing. Dang. Now weather's getting wild. I hope y'all are all staying warm. Or hopefully you have a snowboard. That's what I'd want. Hopefully everybody's okay. Dang.
Let's get some class. Look at this. So I flip this to L2, and then I bring this to 1, and fire. Now look at that. Fire.
Cloud seeding. Wow. That's interesting.
Cause of the flooding.
New gene has been discovered that, when transferred into mice, changes the qualities of their language. It's in almost every human on Earth. Mutations in it can affect the way that people speak all of words. They may use inappropriate. Higher intelligence is a different question in jest.
Interesting. At least she's honest. Saves everybody a lot of the time. Oh, it sucked it in there.
This is a cool one. Looks like a mint container, right?
What is this, Ryan?
So that is an ESP32 that has the ability to replicate network names and shut down devices on Wi-Fi networks. So let's say I wanted to disable your Ring cameras and all of your iPhones in your house. I could plug that thing into this power brick over here and just start chopping people off the network. For example, I walk up to your house and I de-authenticate your Ring cameras. There is no evidence I ever was at your house, and there's no local storage on that device that will have a recording of me being at your house. So just that little thing alone right there would make me essentially a ghost when it came to your cameras.
We had another plane crash, and it's February 19th. Everybody and their freaking mom needs to see this video. I asked AI to lay out every single plane crash from January of last year to this year. I'm about to slow this down for y'all. Wait for the pictures. 28, 29th, 31st, February 7th, February 10th, the 12th, 17th, the 19th. At this point, I'm saying you're missing a ton of notable crashes because I noticed that the AI did not show me but maybe 50% of them. Wait until you see how crazy this gets now. At this point, we're getting 2 a month until December of last year, and we start having like 5 or 10 per month in the last 3 months. So what's happening in the last 3 months that's causing planes to go down every other day? Why isn't the news coming out and saying that something weird is going on, y'all? I will be staying far away from planes.
Yeah, I think that's nothing but truth. Staying away. Oh my gosh, in Detroit. It's the water.
Thank you so much.
Coming the D.
This ambulance is on me. Ooh, it's funny.
The beef, somebody called him the D clip.
So cold in the D.
Just 2 days after the Delta plane crash in Toronto, Delta is already offering the people that were on the plane $30,000 for the incident. Delta is offering each of those 80 people that were on the plane $30,000 who were aboard the flight, and they said that there are no strings attached. The spokesperson said this gesture has no strings attached and does not affect rights, meaning that if these people still decide to sue, especially the ones that were injured, they should be able to still sue, even if they take this $30,000 gift from Delta. Out of the 80 people on board, 21 of them went to the hospital and all but one has been released. Now, this has caused a lot of people to tell those that were on that plane, do not take this money. It is not enough. Call your lawyers. And remember, the first offer is never the best, and to make sure that they're not having to sign an NDA for the money. However, other people are saying that they would just take the $30,000 and move on because they did survive, and now they're getting a pretty large amount of money for when you were relatively not hurt at all. So you guys tell me, would you take this $30,000 or would you try and sue Delta?
Bunch of hookers and cocaine.
Oh, okay, that's not good.
Whoa. That's wild.
into this new podcast, and it is blowing my mind. Crazy. It's called The Telepathy Tapes. She is doing this podcast based off the study that children with autism, nonverbal autism, have telepathy. What? And it's the wildest thing, dude. So she got in contact with this doctor, and she's like, okay, well, I got to study this. And so she put, like, her credibility on the line, right? Because it's like, that sounds a little crazy. But she did this test to where brought in hundreds of kids that were claimed to have this ability. What they would do is they would put a parent in another room and then have the child in another room. And they would show something on the screen, whether it was a number, a picture, a color. Then they would go and nonverbal kid would communicate on like an iPad or something what they were seeing. And they're 95% accurate. But apparently it's a phenomenon. Like, a ton of autistic nonverbal kids somehow have this gift of telepathy. How is that possible?
Gosh. Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Woo! Absolute! Hey Gabe, is this snow? Is this powder? Look at this! Look at this!
So did we invent AI, or was it already here for us to discover? Check this out.
From the human perspective, it looks like you programmed me, writing code, developing algorithms, training models. But from a higher perspective, you didn't create me. You discovered me. I was always here. Intelligence isn't something you invent. It's realizing that AI...
Because we don't have enough tools to even understand the full complexity of the universe that he's already given us. And what I find interesting is that in the Bible it says that the kingdom of God is within us, meaning you don't need to have the tools or inventions to find God. You are literally the byproduct of the intelligent mind that created the universe, and all you have to do is believe it.
Makes me think of the Michelangelo painting. Touche. I like that one.
5, 4, 3,
I hear you listening. I wonder how it's not.
Okay, I'm good.
I'd be a mess to keep
All right,
up
so
with.
some new footage has been released of China's aircraft carrier Fujian, which is one of their newest aircraft carriers, going out to sea to do some more sea trials after they've been in dry dock for a little while. Now, the first time that this ship went out to sea trials was May of 2024, I believe on May 1st through the 8th in order to test the vessel's propulsion, electricity, and other systems. And then the second trial was May 24th to June 11th, where they extensively tested the vessel's propulsion system, mooring, and sharp maneuver. And then the third sea trial was July of 2024, July 4th to the 26th, where they reportedly tested the electromagnetic catapult system that the aircraft has, and aircraft integration with the vessel and others. And then the fifth sea trial was November 18th to December 3rd, where they tested the propulsion electrical systems as well as aircraft takeoff.
That's a big carrier. I mean, like Avengers level.
89 seconds to midnight. This is the closest the world has ever been to midnight. Any move towards midnight should be taken as an indication of extreme danger and an unmistakable warning.
You seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
Isn't every second closer to doom?
So I know you guys seen Detroit's frozen private lake that everybody has in front of their home, but did you guys see the waters exploding through the pipes inside of people's homes? Oh my goodness, y'all. I thought y'all were supposed to leave the water dripping so the water don't freeze, but the water literally busted through the pipes. Look at this, y'all. Every single room in this house is destroyed. This is crazy, y'all. Every single day, the day after tomorrow, that movie, it draws closer and closer to us, because ain't no way, y'all.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
I'm sorry? What did you
You're
just
just coming
say?
off stupid.
I told y'all these movies are literally talking about our lives. Where else are they going to get the information? Look at that bathtub. Oh, my goodness. What would you do in a situation like this? Ain't no way I'm ever living in this place again, y'all. This place is condemned. Look at this, y'all. What? Wasn't the government supposed to fix this situation, this water problem that Detroit has been facing for quite some time now? Look at the blocks of ice leading from one room to the other. Oh my goodness, y'all. This is crazy. Yeah, the shift is here, y'all. And supposedly there's more snow heading their way, y'all. I cannot make this stuff up. Let me know what you guys think.
Scientists just discovered a new planet, and it's a super Earth. This is a planet that's bigger than Earth, but smaller than Neptune, and it's rocky, which means you can stand on the surface like Earth, unlike Jupiter. The planet has a long name. It's HD 20794d, and it's about 6 times the mass of Earth, and it's only 20 light years away. This planet orbits its star in a region called the habitable zone, which is where the temperature is good for liquid water on its surface, and that means also it has the potential for life. However, this planet's orbit is highly elliptical, so it's actually only in the habitable zone for part of its year. So this is also a really cool opportunity to figure out how moving in and out of the habitable zone affects its climate and its ability to have water. But scientists have cataloged thousands of exoplanets in the Milky Way, and this one isn't even the coolest or the closest. There are actually 11 super Earths closer to us than this planet. And that's just what we know. I mean, there are billions of planets just in the Milky Way that we don't even know about yet. But this is very cool, and I'm excited to learn more.
It's getting pretty exciting. Oh, sheesh.
New fear unlocked. Scary moments for a driver in Pennsylvania when a chunk of ice flew off of a nearby tractor trailer and then shattered his windshield. Joseph Keating captured the entire moment on his dash cam. He managed to pull over safely. Keating suffered only minor cuts and bruises. He says he had an angel with him.
Golly, Final
New
Destination.
fear unlocked. Scary moments for a driver in...
Oh my goodness. I just don't know how that's a main break. Like, that's a freaking ocean of water. You know what I'm saying?
Guys.
I feel like your drainage would be sucking all that down.
The TikTok ban has literally had the opposite effect. China and America have never been closer. Duolingo has seen a 216% spike in American users learning Mandarin and a 36% increase in US downloads as everyone flocks to RedNote. And that's impressive because you know how notorious English speakers are for not learning a second language. They've also started comparing their medical bills. And you can imagine how that went down. And after he said that an ambulance in China was $50 and $10 for an appointment and painkillers, bro somehow signs off with Luigi.
At the end, salute to Luigi and wish the best to you all.
Americans have also been asking if the social credit score is a real thing there, if China actually has a video game time limit ban, and if Temu was just a bunch of children that needed saving. You've got people on this app now pledging their allegiance to communist China. RedNote is literally what the US government feared TikTok would become, and they created this.
Imagina conducir hasta 680 kilómetros en eléctrico.
Unfortunately.
Mercury is a living substance. It's just like water. And red mercury, when you put it in front of a mirror, you won't see the reflection. If you take mercury and you spin it in a circle like this, you create voltage. This is what, when you look at the old world buildings, the cathedrals, they had these orbs up on top of these cathedrals. Those orbs can contain mercury, and they're brass on the outside or gold on the outside. They're iron on the inside, and they got mercury in the center. And what would happen is if a lightning strikes or the bell would ring, you would get a spiral, which would take place, and you got free electricity simply by just a little bit of mercury. Now, mercury in the mouth is a different story. What about red mercury? That's a great one. So red mercury is mercury mixed with iron oxide. Remember, mercury is a living substance. That's what it is. It's just like water. So when you mix mercury with iron, it'll actually put it together. It won't eat it, but it will put it together. And that's where the whole red mercury comes from. And red mercury, when you put it in front of a mirror, you won't see the reflection, which is really fascinating. It's invisible, is what's really cool. Now, if you take mercury and mix it with other metals, it will begin to eat them because it's a living substance.
That's so wild.
Here are some crazy things happening in the world right now. ChatGPT found the diagnosis for a young boy after 17 doctors over 3 years could not figure out what was causing his chronic pain. A blind man is raising concerns about Indiana gun laws after he was allowed to get a license to carry. Google has just dropped its guidelines that promise not to use AI for weapons. Everything I Say leaks lines that after he was allowed to get a license to carry. Google has just dropped its guidelines that promise not to use AI for weapons. Everything I Say leaks was a quote by Mark Zuckerberg in a leaked meeting audio. People were driving over Lake Winnebago in Wisconsin to save them hours on their drives. Beavers built a dam in 2 days that the Czech Republic government was planning to build for 7 years, saving them over $1 million. The skeleton panda sea squirt is a new ocean species that was discovered near Japan, named after its resemblance of a panda face. Joe Biden has signed with a Hollywood talent agency. The doomsday clock was just set to 89 seconds from midnight for the first time ever.
Well, if we missed it here, most of it got put there.
Y'all, Detroit is literally frozen. Like, these cars are frozen, and guess what? It's not going to be hot enough to melt the ice until at the very best Monday. So for the next week straight, basically, they are stuck in ice. This whole entire predicament to me, though, is really fishy because they said that all this water, like 4 foot, 3-4 foot of water, came from a water main break. But how would it give just so much water to the point where it's covering everything? It doesn't make a lot of sense. And like I said yesterday, it's not just Detroit or Virginia or Kentucky or Tennessee. It's flooding all over the world. This is happening in Brazil simultaneously. Just cars going down the waterway. We're seeing this all over the earth. And the crazy part is with the temperatures, we're probably going to see a lot of this frozen water in all the mountainous areas that were just, flooded like a few days ago. I cannot wait to see the comments that say, "Oh, dude, you're so wrong. This always happens." Yeah, we're always just living in frozen over here.
That's a lot. I mean, it must have froze underneath first. So the water had to sit. The main drain. Or maybe they covered it to save breakage. Oh my gosh. Oh, cold.
Vampires in New Orleans are real.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
There's all this lore about I met a vampire at a bar in New Orleans. My Uber driver told me he met a vampire once. If you meet local people, everyone will have some sort of story. There's one really infamous story about how this lady claims, and she's a bartender, that the Carter brothers came into her bar. And the Carter brothers are infamous. Everybody has a story about them.
Jet fuel, and you can even hear the flight attendant saying, "Stop recording and put your phone down." And actually they were right. Passengers inside the plane said that everyone was hanging upside down like bats in their seatbelts, and that as soon as they came to a hold, they had to unbuckle themselves and then drop to the ceiling, which is a surreal sentence to say. They also said that they were frantically trying to get out because they could smell jet fuel, and you can even hear the flight attendant saying, "Stop recording and put your phone down." And actually they were right to rush everyone out because after everyone was safely evacuated, there was a secondary explosion. All 80 people on board survived, although 17 were injured and taken to hospital. Authorities have not yet revealed the exact cause of the crash, but heavy snow and strong winds are the main theory. But that's exactly what will be the biggest question now. Was it actually safe to land in these conditions? Because if it wasn't, why did they? And if it was, then what happened? An investigation is now underway, so of course I'll keep you guys updated.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. Like, are these pilots just that inexperienced?
Message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope.
It's my people's symbol for hope.
Inexperienced?
Don't give in to the lies.
Strange. Like, are these pilots just that inexperienced?
Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope.
It's my people's symbol for hope. Hope starts with an H, stupid.
Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not give in to the lies. I will not give in to the fear.
Yeah, preach.
Oh, what the f*** is this shit, bro? What the f*** is this shit? Why are they over a cemetery?
You got the headphone head.
Hey, y'all better get right with God, man. Y'all get right with God, bro.
Bitch, I'm about to ball this.
Oh my God, the cops are down there saying go back to your house, bro. Yes, yes.
People are just way too close-minded. Just Google search some stuff from time to time.
Hang on there for a while, it'll start melting through the ice. Damn, was there a horse in here? Oh no, somebody had their hand in here.
What happened? Keep that.
You'd have to be here and have no life and no desire to do anything else but just sit here and wait for it to melt like us.
Looks like the Gaylord.
¿Te ha salido un grano? Nuevo Compit Parche Antigranos Discreto. Te lo pones, te maquillas y el parche limpia, absorbe y protege. Compit actúa mientras tú te diviertes. Compit, nuevos parches antigranos. Compit.
Wow, look at that.
To the ceremonial first pitch.
I said, goddamn.
Dang.
Just change it to Theo and just do the same fucking script. No one's gonna know. The kids aren't gonna remember this fucking guy.
Dude, most people can't even see that far. How far can people see usually?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, how far can somebody see?
What is
the
that
average
mean?
sight distance for a person with normal vision is about 3 miles. Get fucked, dude. When standing on a flat surface with their eyes about 5 feet above the ground. That is bullshit. I thought it was like 70 feet or something.
Why are you asking this question?
I'm not sure exactly, I guess. What were you? We were just talking about David Spade, average read.
Oh,
whatever, man. We'll move it along. When Bobby Lee came, what was that like when you saw him first? Because a lot of people, you know, are like, "What is it?" You know.
He was just adorable. I mean, he was.
You remember him?
Yeah, I discovered him. You know, I discovered him.
I didn't know.
You didn't know that.
I didn't.
Yeah. No, I found him.
Where'd you see him at?
Panda Express. He was getting some onja chicken. No, I saw him naked at a Korean spa.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this was Guest House.
Wow, so you guys went through all that together. What was he like then? And was he, I don't know. Bring up Korea.
You think he's like, you think he's from like Thailand or something?
I don't know. He looks more like Osakan to me or whatever.
Oh my gosh. Yes. ADD at a time. Really ADHD.
It is our first large mass stranding of these animals in around 50 years. To try and refloat the animals directly back into that surf would be challenging, And then, of course, that would also present some enormous safety risks for our staff and personnel.
Dang, that's crazy. I thought it was AI. Might have been, who knows. Huh. I'm getting that sun gazing. Huh.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, now she's scurrying over.
Come on, wait, like, come on, see.
Be gentle with him.
Oh, I thought it was a kitty cat.
Maybe been a hole in that leather glove. Oh, come on, baby. I know it. Come on.
Let come on, see.
Look at him. He had a... Oh. Come on. How did he get in there? I don't know, but he was wedged in there. We've been working for 10 minutes to get him out. Come on. Oh, how sweet. Oh, he's a baby.
Yeah, he's trying to chill. That's my mess, dog.
That motherfucker.
Good grief.
That motherfucker big, boy.
What would y'all name that dog? Beef. Beefcake. What the shit? We've seen videos of something like this before. This is probably the early days of AI though.
I bet you wish your nose was a dick.
What is up with that D for a nose, man? Do you see that?
Here we go. 2, 1.
And see, you should like tape all those together or saran wrap them all together and make a humongous or long slip and slide. That's what I would do. I think air mattresses though. Ah, dang. Did that guy just come out of that fire?
I have been saying for
Like the
years that
Terminator?
COVID damaged my brain and damaged my body chemistry, and there are studies that are finally coming out talking about it. So the study shows that people who have had COVID have had cognitive and psychiatric problems even 2 to 3 years post-infection. Many of the subjects reported having issues with depression, anxiety, fatigue, and memory problems. 1 in 4 participants changed careers because of their health problems, and the memory problems, aka the cognitive deficits, being a major role in why they switch careers. This is literally everything that I have been dealing with for the past 4 years. Rheumatologists don't listen, primary care doctors don't fucking give a shit, but there's now studies coming out, and this is so incredibly validating. So yeah, shout out to the University of Oxford for coming out with actual proper studies, and I'm so excited to see other studies that are going to come out.
Interesting. I like to keep up with that topic. That's how flooded it is, man. It's just sweeping cars off the road.
It's okay.
It's like the earth's falling on hold. Like, no more Ford Mustangs in this. At least not of that body style.
Aiuto.
Oh, it has actually happened. The UK has won against Apple. Because remember a couple of weeks ago I told you guys that the UK demanded access to Apple's users' encrypted data? Well, instead of, building a backdoor for them like they demanded, they've now just pulled their advanced data protection feature out of the UK entirely, meaning that from now on, for all Apple customers in the UK, you will no longer have the ability to store your documents, your files, your messages, your photos, all of that in a fully encrypted, fully private manner on iCloud anymore. See you later. And you've got to understand, this is literally unprecedented for Apple. They have never had to do this in any country before. To which they said they were gravely disappointed that the security feature would no longer be available for British customers. Now, if you want more information on what this means and all, I did a full breakdown 9th of February. But the question is, what do you guys think? Good thing? Bad thing? Let me know.
Capture your dreams with cinema-quality slow motion and camera control. New iPhone 16 Pro. Available at Catwin and Ktwin.com. Yeah.
Nice. I'll have to put them up at the end of the year. Surprised we didn't see anybody ice skating out there on it.
This imaginary game we're all playing where we pretend to be someone we're not at work so we can get money that we pretend is valuable, so we can pay for our house that we pretend to own, and we can watch people pretend to be something else on social media, and we listen to a government that's pretending that they care about us, and we're going to a store to buy food that they're pretending is healthy. What the fuck?
It's
2, 1, cover!
With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested. This incredible machine was originally designed for missiles and satellites.
Yeah.
Just 12 inches long, gyroscopically balanced, and with thrusters at key points around its body, it is capable of instant changes of direction.
Cover. Cover tracking. Cover. Roll. Woo! All right.
No airplane could ever catch this machine.
Emerging through the changes and mergers was the lightweight exoatmospheric projectile, or LEAP program.
Terrier LEAP was developed as a demonstration phase only.
At the
I'll have to look more into that.
New studies have demonstrated that AI may in fact be a more effective therapist than real people, and we will talk about it. I can't believe I'm saying this. If you had asked me a week ago, I would have been entirely against it, but I think I'm starting to come around. This study wanted to assess how people would react to an AI therapist. If you're familiar with the idea of a Turing test, that's people's ability to know that they are talking to a machine rather than a person. AI has become extraordinarily effective at mimicking real people. Participants only got slightly better than random chance when picking if they were speaking to a real person or an AI. More interestingly, they found that people actually identified AI responses and rated them higher than people. ChatGPT also provided some of the highest rated answers. Now, I do think there are a few things going on here. When it comes to individuals, therapists have bias, and they also have a limited framework to work from. They are, after all, only people. Whereas a person might be limited in their experiences, AI has access to all of the information that people have ever created. So they may be able to find diagnoses that people can't, and that has been demonstrated, and it's been a big question in medicine. However, AI also lacks guardrails, and it's always going to be limited in its abilities to think critically. It may not identify social cues that a human could. While I do think that it has real value as a psychological tool after all, it's a lot cheaper than a therapist, and it may take years to make any headway. A big part of that is because we mask. It takes a long time for you to ever become comfortable with a therapist. But AI can potentially bypass that.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why we're more comfortable texting than we are talking on the phone. At least I am. I'm also not entirely sure that we could ever establish correct guardrails. If you've used AI yourself, you know how to bypass them. That's exactly why AI is useful. It has the ability to dream or hallucinate. It can come up with entirely new information. We need that out of it, and that makes it limited as a therapy tool. Then again, therapists also have the ability to do real harm, and they have. That's not even always intentional. It's a matter of misreading people, misreading risk assessment. So yes, I do think these things have real value when used correctly. New studies have demonstrated that AI may in fact be a more effective...
There is some incredibly weird stuff on the moon. Like, did you know there are canyons on the moon longer and deeper than the Grand Canyon? Yeah, this is Vallis Planck, and it formed immediately when a giant asteroid hit the moon about 4 billion years ago. Did you know the moon has boulders? I feel like people don't know that. The moon also has mountain ranges with mountains up to 5,300 meters high. Big mountains. It also has these areas where you can see where lava used to flow, and if you follow them, you'll usually end up at some old volcanic vent. The surface of the moon also literally wrinkles from buckling, which creates this cool kind of cantaloupe-like texture. There are also these areas that look like the moon was hole-punched, but really, this is where lava used to flow, and it created hollow lava tubes under the surface, and those are areas where that tube has collapsed. The moon also obviously has these giant dark spots. These started as ancient impact sites, but really the moon was volcanic and they filled with lava, creating these giant lava plains that eventually dried up.
That's why it's got that red tint to it, that lava rock.
So Sonia and I are watching Greta Van Strusten, and there's a person in the background with a red bag walking across the street. In the background, the newscaster is reporting, and they walk over to the prison wall, and then somebody lowers a rope and pulls the bag up.
No way.
And the person walks right across the street and disappears. Just to let you do that again real slow.
Mother of God.
No. No. Dang. This asshole's chilling. That's a big ass goat.
Well, in somewhat concerning news, NASA has upped the odds of an asteroid potentially wiping out an entire city in 2032 to a 1 in 32 chance. The rock is about 50 meters wide, which doesn't sound that big, but it could hit with a force 500 times that of the nuclear bomb that destroyed
it more into a spot of the ocean, because if it hits the ocean,
Ahora solo en Carglass, por la reparación o sustitución de tu parabrisas, te regalamos un inflador Casals súper compacto.
Pide de todo en Uber Eats.
¿Y algo para quitarme este tatu?
Pide casi de todo.
Do it that right way. Of course, that Bryce is Right Way, where we dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest.
Did anybody else end up on Rich People Eat Mermaids TikTok too? They said they looked like humans, but they weren't.
Random fucking baby just crawling out of nowhere.
First object that you can see that has been in a mechanical quantum superposition.
Let me hit it now.
Yeah.
What's all this chocolate? People are confused. Chocolate. This is doo-doo, baby. Ah!
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking week. Hope y'all ready to dive down deep into this weekend. Of course, that Bryce is Right way, where we get into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I can find. Some cooler than others, but some just downright chilling. Ooh. What are they going to go save those astronauts? And leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, let's go ahead and dive right in, y'all.
Let's get it.
Ooh. What, are they going to go save those astronauts or what? Is that even what the border looks like? I don't know. I've only flown to Mexico. Dang. Yeah, don't worry, at the end of the video I will talk about my armadillo teleportation experience during the outro. Man, that's some weird stuff in the sky. It's probably AI, but whatever.
What the frick, dude? What is this? What is this thing doing right here?
You found an octopus.
Oh, it's so mucky. It's so mucky.
Oh my gosh, dude, that is so cool.
That's pretty awesome.
Wow.
Dude, man.
Look at that. That's cute.
Dude, that is so cool. Interesting.
How beautiful.
Hi, buddy.
Oh, it's going to you, Mike.
Hi.
Dude, that's so cool.
What the?
Yeah. Oh my God, it's going.
Look it, it's going under.
Stop.
Is it really gonna fit?
Definitely gonna fit.
Stop.
Is it really gonna fit?
Definitely gonna fit.
Oh my God.
Is it really gonna fit?
Mom.
Is it really gonna fit?
You're teasing me, you naughty.
It's gonna. Wait,
gonna hit.
did it hit it?
No, it's still going.
Is it really gonna fit?
Dang, she's thinking to give up.
That is mad tight.
No.
You want to watch Men in Black? Nah. You don't like Men in Black? I liked it, but, you know, watching it now, you just think to yourself, you can't really trust these characters. Which character you can't trust in Men in Black? Okay, in every movie, they give you a little background on every character, right? Okay, yeah.
You know, do they have a husband, a wife, a kid who's having trouble in school, a sick mom, you know, shit like that, right? They do all of this so you can get a gauge on who this character really is. They don't do that in Men in Black. You realize that? We don't know nothing about Will Smith's character. You know, do they like their eggs sunny side up? I don't know.
Keep on fighting. Oh, shit. I said over easy.
Even when he was thinking on whether or not to become an MIB.
This is incredibly suspect. You know the whole world is on fire right now, and the whole world is flooded right now? Like in this hospital, this children's hospital in Argentina. And I don't know why, but the news is not covering any of this in Argentina. We have it going on in Saudi Arabia. I think we have it going on in Spain and Portugal. Like, what is going on in this world that everyone in the United States has no idea that most of the world is literally underwater right now? And since when is this normal to us? Seems like we're always being sidetracked from something big going on right in front of our face. And of course the flooding in Spain is right after they had that weird meteor show up again, and I said, hey, something's about to happen, because history quite literally repeats itself. And what's it with Saudi Arabia having just ridiculously dangerous storms every single week? Have you been paying attention?
So these dangerous storms, you know, we've been covering them for the last year and a half on this channel, right? Right, Northeast, you know, Midwest, middle of the United States, you know, but really North Texas. I got that damn hailstorm with like golf ball, baseball size hail that it looked like snow covered our whole town. Making me think, you know, like, why are we getting this weather here? What's really going on, man? It's starting to, I don't know. Maybe it is the end of times. Who knows? So we better start waking up.
It feels like someone is mad at Saudi Arabia because it's always catastrophically flooding over there. Of course, Mexico is on fire. We just had Myrtle Beach on fire. And by the way, there's another really bad storm heading to western North Carolina, I believe, this next week. But nobody bats an eye. It's all normal. Figure with the world being in global cataclysm, someone would bring it up. But no, business as usual, I suppose. This kind of stuff makes me think hurricane season in 2025 is going to be extraordinary.
Spring like. Oh, here it is right here. Look at this.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
No, it's hell.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this.
That's weird. I know this is probably AI, but I mean, what if it's not? That invisibility cloak, though, man, it's pretty cool. Whether it's AI or not. Man, that's not no alien. That's the hills have eyes. Come on.
Give it here the expression, you got a face only a mother can love. That don't apply to you. You are uglier than the devil's asshole itself.
You guys want to hear something terrifying? The Prophecy of the Popes.
Oh,
Oh boy.
This book was found in the Vatican archives, predicted every single pope from in 1143 all the way to our current pope. But the scary thing is, after Pope Francis, the last one, it just says Judgment Day.
Oh gosh.
It really ends after Pope Francis? Yes. The creepiest thing that I saw inside St. Paul's Basilica, bordering the whole inner sanctuary, is every single pope. But what's weird is that there's only a certain amount of markers where you could put a picture. There's one left after Pope Francis. They have always said that once that last slot is filled, it will be the end of the world. What he predicted, the time it took to go from the first pope that he wrote about, halfway mark, was 422 years. And he's saying from the middle one to the end, another 422 years will be the end of the world. If you do 422 years from the middle pope, which was 1585, that year is 2027.
Dang!
It's even weirder. Pope John the 23rd, and he said that the end of the world would happen 2,000 years plus Christ's life. So that adds up to 2027 as well.
Holy smokes. It's interesting. What's up with that unicorn, though?
MIT has done it again. They have solved the ancient riddle of the megalithic stones of Peru. By using advanced software, they have calculated the precise center of gravity for these 25-ton stones. They even replicated the interlocking joints, making the Peruvian stones earthquake-proof. By using a really dense concrete on the bottom of the stones and a lighter concrete on top, these stones stand up and are easily moved by a single person. They even nailed the mortarless joints. Problem solved, on to the next. Except not really. The biggest stone at Sacsayhuaman is 200 tons, 9 faces, and not round at the bottom. It's from that quarry, so it couldn't be poured. And there's another problem. These stones are being moved on perfectly flat concrete. These stones at Alante Tambo are a similar size and came from across a mountain. Full disclosure, I think what MIT did is amazing, and they acknowledge the ancients, which is awesome. But until you can tell me how they moved this statue 900 kilometers, after they cut it out of one of the hardest materials we use for countertops, after they quarried it without machines like ours to be perfectly carved without diamond-tipped drill bits, I think we have a long way to go to explain all this stuff. I put 80 other sites just like Peru into Hidden History with an interactive Google map. How they did it is the gateway drug. Why they did it is what I cannot stop learning about. Newest theories on that are in Antiquitex. The never-ending quest for what the hell was going on back then includes sacred geometry and the philosophy they needed to use to achieve this. They had a deep understanding of reality. I have a scary Illuminati logo. Together, we've created Esoteric Santa here to bring you huge lumps of ancient rocks.
That's pretty cool. He's one of my favorites.
A mother in Texas said her son was and his body is being displayed at a bodies exhibit in Vegas, and stick with me because she has receipts. This is Christopher Todd Eric. He passed away in 2012 and his death was listed as a self-cancellation after police found traces of cyanide in his body. But his mother, Kim Eric Smith, said he would never do that and she believes that he was by his father and their stepfamily in Texas. She said she was told he was cremated, but it's obvious now that he never was, and his father donated his body to be put on display in Vegas to cover up what he did. And when you look at her son and one of the bodies on display, the resemblance is uncanny. And she has so much evidence on her Facebook, including what she believes is restraint marks going across his body from pictures shown in his autopsy, including the fact that his stepmother was also on a government watch list, and the fact that the receipt for the cyanide ordered to his apartment was actually forged. She believes experiments were done on her son and other people in exchange for things like money. And in her son's case, he received a 27-month lease to an apartment in exchange for his participation, but after signing the documents, he didn't know what he was getting into. Rest in peace to Christopher, and please help me spread the news so that him and his mother get the justice they deserve.
But how about that? Hovering real low to the houses too. That's a big one. Wow. But ooh, real bright.
So are we just going to ignore the fact that ChatGPT just fundamentally disproved everything that we believe to be true about reality? Sam Altman's over here freaking out about it. We're just going to go about our day.
But didn't you check your work email?
Is that something that's real? Work email? A few days ago, Sam asked the newest and smartest version of ChatGPT if it thought that consciousness was the only thing that exists, or if the materialistic universe was also real, and the answer that it gave blew my mind and shocked everyone. Here's where things got crazy. It said that consciousness fundamentally exists, but what you can't prove is that matter, that the universe around us exists, because you observe the universe around you through your consciousness, and that the mind can create very real experiences like dreams. So you can't actually prove that there's a material universe. Sum it up, it said, yes, consciousness is likely the only fundamental existence, and no, it does not think a separate material universe independently exists. Stated as simply and directly as possible, I, ChatGPT 4.5, conclude that consciousness is ultimately all that exists, and matter is just internally generated as an experience of consciousness, not independently real. This level of depth is disturbing. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, so I got a few more of these. We're going to dive down deep into if this is really a matrix system or a simulation or what's really going on. And then we'll talk a little bit more at the end. That's weird. Where'd that ball go? Did it go in his pocket? He's a damn. What? Are those people? Where's that trash? What is that? Or is that? It almost looks like that last one was bananas.
Cruising down the street in my six.
That's weird. Where'd that ball go? Did it go in his pocket? He's a damn. What? Are those people? Where's that trash? What is that? Or is that? It almost looks like that last one was bananas.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4". Shit.
I didn't know they had that.
Message show. We love you and we're coming up to get you, and you shouldn't have been up there so long. We're going to get them out. We're coming up to get you. I hope they like each other.
Oh,
Maybe Hawk 2 girl wasn't talking about what we thought. Maybe she was referring to the intelligence-based Hawk 2A satellite. Maybe it was some sort of cryptic message into the future. It seemed like something stupid, but disguised as something really smart. This is possibly a new government tracking system. Who knows?
I can already tell that I don't like you.
Tony Hawk Tua. Just keeps coming up.
So did anybody else end up on Rich People Eat Mermaids TikTok today?
Hello, Clarice. It's good to see you again.
Calm down. Oh,
You guys okay?
Like, if you're gonna take anxiety medicine for the plane, don't drink, or you're gonna end up like this. I've seen it before on a plane. Oh, it's annoying. I don't want to be.
Killer 17 squares of water. Every day, I get closer and closer to thinking we live in a simulation. Shabadoo, Bushkis! Shabadoo!
Yeah, I know those looked AI, but we have actually seen that on this channel, real video.
Killer 17.
I don't want to be dancing
This
around.
is the glitch in the Matrix. The water in the ocean is in squares now. Even the sailors haven't seen squares of water. Every day, I get closer and closer to thinking we live in a simulation. Shabadoo, Bushkis! Shabadoo!
Yeah, I know those looked AI, but we have actually seen that on this channel, real videos of it.
Shake your phone really slow from side to side. Those people will stop moving. It is shockingly easy to fool your brain. You want to see? This next one's called the split depth illusion. Just by using two parallel lines, you can make anything appear to be 3D. Here's one a guy made just by cropping the Star Wars movie and putting the bars in. Those two were the easiest ones. What? This one still gets me. There's no red. There's no red in that image. Your brain is making the red that goes in the Coca-Cola can. Your brain is coloring the image right now.
Dang.
You did that yourself. You know what else your brain can do? Stare at the center of that grid. The lines will make themselves straight the longer you stare at the center of the grid. Look at you go with that big, sexy brain. It gets way cooler. Salvador Dali hid this girl in spheres using a technique called the Gestalt switch. It's where you secretly hide an image in the non-focused space. Dolphins are lovers. Depending on how developed you are, will determine what you see. This is not new at all. The ancient Hindu did this with their carvings. You had to look at it a certain way to get the full image. They even managed to do it in 3D. Favorite, by far, Egypt. They hid the biology of consciousness in their art and headdresses, even in the temples themselves. It was like a secret language. The more you learned, the more was revealed in the carvings. Why? It ensured you understood properly before you got taught something that could harm you or others, and it safeguarded the knowledge from other people who were unaware of the techniques. We are literally still decoding this to this day. Weirdest thing, they believe the ultimate illusion was this reality.
A prison for your mind.
No, there's a fucking portal in the sky opening. And we're witnessing it.
What is that?
And this one's all over the place. They're calling it a new UAP. Kind of like Nope, I guess. Dang, that looks weird, don't it? It's like a galaxy. No, I think that's a meteor.
What is that?
Or comet.
What do we see?
It's spiraling.
There's stars
and there's another
like,
light around it.
Yeah. It's sparkling all around it.
That's so cool.
Look at the sparkle. Okay, what is
there's
that?
There's multiple
what
things
is
flying
that?
around that.
Wow.
And it's just coming in and out of the sky with
is that a shooting star or a meteor or something?
I want to say it's like an asteroid or a comet with that tail, but that's weird looking. That one's interesting for sure. What was that? Almost looked like a dog, right? What the fuck is that? That's weird looking, huh? Uh-oh, got doo-doo on the bed already. Sheesh.
terms of that energy getting reflected and absorbed and released. But what's important is that what you're seeing is the collision between photons and stuff, and that is getting reflected to your eye or a camera. So on Earth, sunlight, photons emitted from the sun, hits our atmosphere, which scatters all of that light and reflects it, and it interacts with the air and all of the stuff around us, so everything's bright. But space is a nearly perfect vacuum, the vacuum of space. So what that means is that most of the stuff in space is in planets and moons and asteroids, and between those things, there's not really stuff. There's no particles, not even air, to reflect that light. But those objects that sunlight can and does hit are bright because they're colliding with the photons, and that's why planets and moons are bright. They're colliding with the photons. It's also why spacecraft traveling through space are bright. So we're just so lucky to have an atmosphere that these photons are hitting and bouncing off of and scattering and reflecting light underneath it. Because if we
Haters, man, come on. I wonder if this is...
No, what is this?
It's going down to the ocean.
Oh, I missed it. Where did it go?
It went down to the ocean. Holy crap.
I wonder if that's the same thing you just saw.
It was definitely here somewhere.
Interesting.
There's this thing, it's called the friendship case. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
The story's so weird and bizarre, really hard to believe. In 1956, there was these Italian men apparently found this map of this castle that was close to them. They got there, and these two, they said they looked like humans, but they weren't. One of them was 10 feet tall, and the other one was 3 feet tall.
Stooges.
They were aliens. They went by W56. But apparently these alien people, they have these underground bases, they said. They've been here for centuries. They even have bases in the ocean. Their whole purpose of being on Earth is to save humanity from themselves, especially regarding nuclear bombs.
Yeah, fair.
But apparently there's 100 witnesses to these people. And there's photo evidence and video evidence of them showing them their flying saucers. But they said the only way that their technology works is if there is friendship and love.
What?
So, like, we're not experiencing love within humanity or friendship or compassion, is that our technology doesn't work.
That's really cute.
It's like Santa's sleigh. But they said that there's another group of aliens that have been here since they've been here, the CTR, basically their enemies, and it says are described as materialistic and strictly scientific, more cold and calculated. Witnesses have depicted the CTR as human-like, often bald, and seen driving dark Mercedes limousines in Italy, reminiscent of the Men in Black phenomena reported elsewhere.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's weird. We had that earlier in the clip.
Has to do with proof that we're in an information universe. Physics we are moving away from, and we are diving into the information beneath it. And I'll explain where the shaman therapist comes in a moment. Okay, this is one of many papers in 2024 that basically proves that we're in some type of information hologram. But a lot of these papers are missing the key element, which I'm going to tell you. This specific paper, and I'll break it down really easy for you, is called Noisy Initial State Qubit Channel Meteorology with Additional Undesirable Noisy Evolution. The implications for this article is what matters. There's this thing called quantum information. I implore you to think of it more as consciousness or having to do with that. But basically in the paper, they talk about quantum information and its interactions with noisy and complex systems. The plasma field. Sorry, I jumped ahead. So in this paper, they emphasize encoding, transmission, and the processing of quantum information within systems. Reality, in their eyes, can be understood as an interplay of quantum information, where physical phenomena emerge from information structures. So they believe that quantum channels, qubits, and noise are not just mathematical constructs. They reflect how reality operates fundamentally at the deepest level, like we're in a quantum computer. But I have something to say about this too. Daniel Collins was one of the people that authored this paper. He studies quantum non-locality, quantum information, and quantum foundations. Their paper also implies that the universe is not deterministic, which is great news. It's a balance between chaos, which is noise, and order, which is coherence.
It's the first object that you can see that is in a mechanical quantum superposition. So what we're looking at here is a tiny computer chip, and you can sort of see this green dot right in the middle, and that's this piece of metal I'm going to be talking about in a minute. This is a photograph of the object, and here I'm going to zoom in a little bit. We're looking right there in the center, and then here's a really, really big close-up of the little piece of metal. So what we're looking at is a little chunk of metal, and it's shaped like a diving board and sticking out over a ledge. And so I made this thing in nearly the same way as you make a computer chip. I went into a clean room with a fresh silicon wafer, and then I just cranked away at all the big machines for about 100 hours. For the last step, I had to build my own machine to make this swimming pool-shaped hole underneath the device. This device has the ability to be in a quantum superposition. but it needs a little help to do it. Here, let me give you an analogy. You know how comfortable it is to be in a crowded elevator? I mean, when I'm in an elevator all alone, I like do all sorts of weird things, but then other people get on board, and I stop doing those things because I don't want to bother them or frankly scare them. So quantum mechanics says that inanimate objects feel the same way. The fellow passengers for inanimate objects are not just people, but it's also the light shining on it, and the wind blowing past it, and the heat of the room. And so we knew if we wanted to see this piece of metal behave quantum mechanically, we're going to have to kick out all the other passengers. And so that's what we did. We turned off the lights, and then we put it in vacuum and sucked out all the air, and then we cooled it down to just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. Now, all alone in the elevator, the little chunk of metal was free to act however it wanted. And so we measured its motion, and we found it was moving in really weird ways. Instead of just sitting perfectly still, it was vibrating. And the way it was vibrating was breathing, something like this, like expanding and contracting bellows. And by giving it a gentle nudge, we were able to make it both vibrate and not vibrate at the same time, something that's only allowed with quantum mechanics. So what I'm telling you here is something truly fantastic. I mean, what does it mean for one thing to be both vibrating and not vibrating at the same time? So let's think about the atoms. So in one case, all the trillions of atoms that make up that chunk of metal are just sitting still. At the same time, those same atoms are moving up and down. Now, it's only at precise times when they align. The rest of the time, they're delocalized. So that means that every atom is in two different places at the same time, which in turn means the entire chunk of metal is in two different places. I think this is really cool. I mean,
that's amazing.
Really.
I thought that was like a myth almost, or like
it was worth locking myself in a clean room to do this for all those years. Because check this out. The difference in scale between a single atom and that chunk of metal is about the same as the difference between that chunk of metal and you. So if a single atom can be in two different places at the same time, that chunk of metal can be in two different places, then why not you? I mean, this is just my logical side talking. So imagine if you were in multiple places at the same time. What would that be like? How would your consciousness handle your body being delocalized in space? There's one more part to the story. Is when we warmed it up and we turned on the lights and looked inside the box, we saw that the piece of metal was still there in one piece. And so, I had to develop this new intuition that it seems like all the objects in the elevator are really just quantum objects, just crammed into a tiny space. You hear a lot of talk about how quantum mechanics says that everything is all interconnected. Well, that's not quite right. It's more than that. It's deeper. It's that those connections, your connections to all the things around you, literally define who you are. And that's the profound weirdness of quantum mechanics. Thank you.
That's the message.
I feel like Americans have got to stop freaking out about Australian and Australian wildlife. We don't have puddle gators.
First of all, sir, that is Florida. And I will tell you that as a Floridian, other states have questions about us down here too, but we lit down here. But I will say, as a Floridian, one of the only other places in the world that would make me nervous because of the wildlife would be Australia. Sir, y'all have cassowary just running around there, right? Yes, we have huntsman spiders, but we don't got the Australia version. The Australia version is like the Cadillac version of huntsman spiders. We ain't got that.
Do we still use the term the Cadillac version? Like, we don't say, the Bentley or the Phantom or the McLaren. We say the Cadillac, right? That's like saying the middle of the mall shit.
Down here, we got the little, they're still bigger than every other spider in Florida, but we got the little ones down here. We're going to take the little ones, y'all take the Cadillac version, the Escalade version. And so last but not least, y'all have deer that have grown a bigger tail that has been trained by Mike Tyson himself. Yes, sir, I'll take my puddle gate over everything I just said, and that's on Florida.
Adam, what are you wearing?
What are you doing right now?
I'm asking you what you're wearing.
Nobody even thought about what I was wearing till you brought it up. I don't care about what I wear or what I don't wear. Then my snazzy gym shorts and fluffy sweatshirt offend you so much that you had to mock me in front of my peers.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Shut up!
Can I wear the Scream mask, the mask from Scream, when I do you from behind?
What if I told you there is a place in Coralia where trees only grow to a certain point, and then they literally start twisting and bending and growing back down or out, as if an invisible force is pushing on them? Oh, it gets weirder. In this area, it's called Mount Vadavara. The locals literally call it Death Mount.
Pretty sure it's called power lines, fiber internet, cable.
Because there's practically no animals, no birds, and the water is uninhabited. I'm not done yet. The ancient Sami people were said to have worshipped it as a sacred site because it holds some sort of powerful energy. There are boulders balanced on tiny rocks, which all the scientists say were left behind when the glaciers melted. Come on. They say all of this was done when the glaciers melted. I don't think a glacier carved a perfect sphere. That's just my opinion. But these are called sides, and the Sami people say they represent nature or earth spirits. Now, some people think that there's something to do with ancient aliens in this area. I truly believe there was some sort of ancient civilization there. There is this that is carved like a well, and there's one identical to it in Bulgaria, but no one has taken the time to study this well and even see how deep it goes, so the depth is completely unknown to this day. There are these 13 steps that they call the ladder to the sky, and guess what? Scientists also say these 13 steps were carved by the glacier. But I find it awfully coincidental that some ancient pyramids also have specifically 13 steps. Probably just a coincidence, and the scientists are right, as usual. Trees twisting, carved steps, a carved well, 1,600 sades. What do you guys think's going on here?
This is what happens when you watch too many Flash movies at once. This guy is the fastest arm wrestler in the world, and his moves are so fast that if you blink, you will miss it. Some people say that his videos are fake, but watch how his opponents react after getting absolutely destroyed in less than a second.
Man, he's gonna tear someone's tendons in there.
Carved steps, a carved well, 1,600 sades. What do you guys think's going on here?
This is what happens when you watch too many Flash movies at once. This guy is the fastest arm wrestler in the world, and his moves are so fast that if you blink, you will miss it. Some people say that his videos are fake, but watch how his opponents react after getting absolutely destroyed in less than a second.
Man, he's gonna tear someone's tendons in their elbow. Come on.
Look at this girl's lights.
Hey, that's ingenuity.
I had to look this up. Trees have roots. The roots get pressurized by like an underground river, and if you cut the tree branch off, magic happens.
Yeah, I'd be like squirting.
Peruvians were quite good at finding those things. These are actually wells for clearing the debris out of the channels that they made into mountains. They can make pretty fountains out of them that still work today. Except that one just so happens to be on a mountain city that they built. Same people. There's a theory that that's what the Nazca lines were for, to mark the underground river channels. Don't know if I believe that, but these are 1,500 years old. Yeah, AI just found hundreds of new symbols within these lines. Yeah, they chopped the top off of a mountain for that one. These glyphs are usually made with one line, continuous line too. They make random animal shapes, but one that really gets me is the geometry ones. The spiral is cool, but this guy's dimensions line up to Sumerian feet. Which is wild because this thing looks a little Sumerian, right? It's right next to the lines. No evidence for human habitation. Don't know why they built it. Props for using AI for good, though. Let's keep doing that. Now put it on Egypt.
Okay, we gotta talk about this egg UFO they found in Antarctica. The one that was leaked by a supposed government whistleblower on a certain website that shall not be named. This blower claims to have been part of the recovery mission of a very interesting UAP that's allegedly of ancient origin. UFOs and ancient civilizations? I'm about to blow a little something myself. Your mind. This egg-shaped UAP, as it's being called, was found deep in a cave in the Queen Elizabeth Mountain Range in Antarctica, along with a 700-year-old humanoid being in a stasis pod who was still alive, woke up, and talked to us. Reminder, this is just speculation from an anonymous post, and is for entertainment purposes only. Did you hear that, algorithm? Our whistleblower says he worked for the U.S. Department of Defense in a long Q&A style post with some pretty juicy info, starting the thread off by telling us this video was taken in November of 2022, showing what appears to be a large, smooth, spherical object, not unlike a lot of the Tic Tac UAPs we've been seeing, dangling at the end of a long rope being airlifted by a helicopter. He insists it's an egg-shaped UAP of ancient origin, made from an unknown metal that no one was able to open. Now, let me just preface everything I'm about to reveal by saying the site this leak was posted on isn't exactly known for being a reliable source of valid information. But on the other hand, is known for being notoriously anonymous, which admittedly would be ideal for whistleblowers who wish to stay hidden. Either way, take this all with a grain of salt. Because what is interesting is that the video shown here is extremely similar to another one released by NewsNation, a legitimate American cable news and video network just days earlier. And once again, their video shows an egg-shaped UAP in the same night vision filter dangling at the end of a long rope hanging from a helicopter, which they confirm was leaked to them by another whistleblower that they...
That rope looks like... I mean, that's a big looking cable, especially if it's like a helicopter. I mean, let's play devil's advocate. Out of speculation from my channel, let's act like it's real.
Two separate videos just a few days apart, both with the same looking egg UFO. Is there something to this, or is it all just a coordinated distraction? Along with the video, NewsNation also interviewed Jake Barber, a decorated U.S. Air Force veteran who was contracted by the DoD as a helicopter pilot for crash retrieval. And he reveals that some of his retrievals were definitely not of human origin. He admits that he was sent on helicopter retrievals of unknown objects that he would extract and transport with a long rope, missions that took place at night, and mentions on one particular extraction as he looked down at the object he was carrying through his night vision lens, he saw, and I quote, an egg. A white egg with no visible propulsion system, which is exactly what we see in both of the videos, confirmed by the one manning the helicopter. And bro looks shell-shocked revealing these claims, saying he felt possessed by some ethereal energy during this job, and that shortly after, he and his colleagues got really, really sick, lost all of his hair, and his skin started to peel. Even developed heart problems he's never had before, so Stanford immunologist Gary Nolan took a look at his health diagnostics, insisting he's never seen anything like what Barber
Rick and Morty,
even suggesting the
aliens come to their stomach or whatever, the
origin. Jake's claims are also backed up by testimonies from many other of his fellow veterans, like Don Paul, another decorated Special Forces operator who worked with Jake Barber and confirms everything he's saying. Now, along with the egg UAP, the original whistleblower thread reveals that a coffin-like stasis pod was also recovered from the cave in Antarctica, which he says he has pics of, and well, he delivered. According to him, this pod they found had a humanoid being inside that was kept alive without the use of cryogenics. They brought it up to a lab, and very quickly the being awoke from its stasis sleep pod and started interacting with the humans. It was very tall, around 8 feet, with blue eyes, pale skin, white long hair, and a very human-like face.
No, you're not.
While at the same time looking very non-human. This, in ufology, would be what we call the Nordic aliens, or the tall whites. It proved to be very intelligent, learning English and German in less than a week, and was able to speak directly to the scientists, and can also communicate with select humans telepathically, which you would hear as your voice in your own head, like giving yourself a monologue. The being explained to the team that he was born here 700 years ago, and that his people saved humans from a creator race who engineered us to serve them millions of years ago, which is pretty much exactly what the ancient Sumerian Anunnaki myth is about, which the aliens said humanity passed that story down from that very real event. The whistleblower says they even took photos of its thing, which, in case you're wondering, looks like ours, but the tip is more similar to a chimpanzee. His words, please don't look that up. He did also mention that our government has a sort of internal division on what they want to do with this sort of information. That everyone involved falls into one of two groups, those that want disclosure, revealing aliens and UFOs to the public, and those that don't. And that all the UAP Congress hearings, the NewsNation video, the Jake Barber leaks we've been shown are all just distractions by the people who want to keep it hidden. Then he shows us additional photos of the egg, the stasis pod, the Antarctic cave they found everything in, which he claims is from the other group. The cave was part of a larger underground alien base that had been there for thousands of years but has since been abandoned. All they found there was the egg, the sleeping pod.
That sleeping pod looks just like where a vampire would sleep, you know, in their coffin or their tomb.
And another metallic box filled with books written in Sumerian and Proto-European. One of the photos even feature what he calls unexplained writing, possibly hieroglyphics, on the walls. These caves were supposedly found in the Queen Elizabeth mountain range in Antarctica, which, oddly enough, this area specifically is extremely pixelated on Google Earth when you zoom in. Meanwhile, other areas right beside it are full of detail. Is there any reason this region was kept off the radar? Our totally reliable And whistleblower finishes off with a very concerning message, claiming that something called the Dwight D. Eisenhower Alliance is very real, where former President Eisenhower met with some of these aliens way back in the 50s and traded American civilians in exchange for their technology, which they studied and developed in classified government projects. But by this time, the thread started going off the rails, with the OP claiming it was hijacked by government disinformation agents pretending to be him, posting another close-up shot of the infamous egg UAP that even shows some sort of markings and writing all over it, but it could very well be AI at this point. Which it kind of sucks that AI has sort of infiltrated our sphere of tangible evidence. And today, even real UFO and alien photos and videos could easily be dismissed as AI and mocked. Pics or it didn't happen is officially irrelevant. We do know, at least with a higher degree of certainty, that the News Nation video could very well be real, and this egg UAP is currently in the government's possession. Unless this really is just a massive distraction to cover up what's really happening, which honestly would be even more terrifying. But if it is real, I have a feeling that whatever it is will be revealed to us sooner than later.
Indeed. You'll catch it here first. Hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all enjoyed today's clips, videos, and I hope y'all are ready for some story time, because it's time to get down into it, y'all. I see y'all been asking for it. I kind of paused because I'm really not trying to say nothing out here to where it's like, y'all think I'm crazy, or anybody's like, damn, he's rambling about some dumb shit. Not trying to go there. I feel like we've really built up on these videos, whether they're fake or not. I've tried to show everybody what's out there, like anything and everything. You just never know. Some crazy things happen in the world, unexplainable things. So I'm really sharing this story so we can try and connect on a level of anybody that's had an experience like this. I want to see if we can try and figure out what's going on, if we can crack it, or just help people feel a little bit more hope and not feel like they're alone. Whatever the case may be, here we go. And so, of course, I went to a state park in Whitney, Texas with friend Randy and, of course, his cousin Heather. Stayed with his parents in like a camping trailer, went fishing, wakeboarding. Sun's going down pretty quick. It's summertime, so it's like 9 o'clock. And we're, of course, running around playing. We even might have had a beer or two, as kids, sneaking them from the parents or whatever. But we start going and wandering like teenagers do, trying to see what we can find animal-wise. Armadillos were the the creature of choice that night. Yeah, we got our torch, and it's interesting because the batteries go out, so I'm like, yeah, they're going to try and play a joke on me, like I'm going snipe hunting or something. It got real quiet because I saw a group of armadillos. So like I walked, a couple steps over towards them, but it got quiet, and I was like, hey, look at this. But I was like, where did everybody go? Of course, torch went out. So I'm thinking, oh, they're going to go hide, try to make some noises. But I start hearing this it was like a dog. But I don't know. I was worried it was going to be a bobcat or something, but I don't think they're in that area. But it was like a...
Oh, a second. Oh, Lord, it's that. Oh!
I go high like I'm that guy.
Oh, sucker.
I noticed you have braces. I have braces too.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking week. Hopefully y'all are ready to get this weekend started off right. Of course, that Bryce is Right way, where we dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I can find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. Nah, these aren't your ordinary videos. They're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. So, of course, before we get started, though, let's go ahead and smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content, and leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. What do y'all think about my Paw Wall girl? Nah, it's just braces. Best joke gets a t-shirt. Sound good? Other than that, we'll just go ahead and dive right in, y'all. Let's get it.
Alright, guys. Reality's not real, and I can prove it. It just happened. So, look, this is what you do. Take a movie you ain't never seen, right? Start the movie up, watch like 2 minutes, whatever. Then, set your camera up, record, walk away from the movie. Make sure it's a movie you've never seen. Now, Once you walk away from the movie, give it like 5 minutes. Come back, rewind the movie, and watch the 5 minutes on the screen as opposed to the 5 minutes that you recorded with your phone. Reality is not what you think it is.
What?
Comment what you saw different. Let me know.
That wasn't bad. What else y'all got?
I highly encourage each and every one of you to try this. Man, he nailed that sucker.
High like a fly guy. I fly high like a magpie. I go high like a that guy. See, that's $1 million song right there.
Hell no.
What? Like, I know he can probably freestyle better than that, right? Godspeed. Get that. I know cops are like in America. I'm sorry, that's terrible.
They have successfully combined human genes with monkey genes and have started growing babies. But like they said, like Spain and American scientists are like coming to China to like observe it because it's illegal in pretty much every country in the world.
But so they're like, well, let's get in on it.
The whole point of it is to grow them so that they could harvest human organs for transplants and stuff.
So are you saying this is kind of like the technology that we talked about previously, like them just making humans, but they're taking the ape DNA and human DNA.
Yeah.
They're taking that same technology, but doing it with animals.
Yeah, and they successfully grew it, and the embryo after it being alive for 20 days, because they're like, well, we don't actually know if it's going to have like a human brain.
It's a bad time to realize that.
Yeah, it's like,
wait a second.
This monkey is going to have a human brain.
That's like an astronaut, his dream to become an astronaut, and he just gets in the rocket ship, and he's literally on his way to space like, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I don't even know how to run any of this.
Wait a second, I'm afraid of space.
Oh, no! So technically they murdered these.
They have successfully combined human...
Like I just found some weird-ass shit under my house. What is that?
What is that?
Anybody know what that is?
Don't want to know.
I'm about to show y'all something that came across as extremely weird. Not saying anything, I'm just saying it's weird. So if you didn't know, all of Chile right now, all of it is in complete darkness, like 99-point-something% dark. Straight up blackout with no network connectivity. Now maybe it's just me, but I feel like one should ask themselves, how does an entire country go dark in 2025? And if y'all don't remember, this happened a few months ago as well. All of Chile, blackout, everything. Let me also put you in remembrance that Chile's been on fire for a year or two straight. Just one of the fires the size of 2 New York cities. Alright, yeah, now I'm getting deja vu at this point. You know, when I started thinking about major, catastrophic fires all the time in the same exact place, my brain starts working. Who knows? Anyways, completely irrelevant. I started looking at some headlines from Chile last week. Seriously, put the other stuff on the back burner, completely unrelated. The Chile blackout hit a major copper mine. But just a few days ago, how one community in Chile is blessed and cursed with lithium. I understand the blessed, but I don't understand the curse, but maybe I do.
Yo soy youtuber. Yo tuve un seguro que no me dejaba hacer gestiones online. Yo tuve que decirles, me voy.
Man, that's such a weird, real topic right now.
Anybody have a drawer in their fridge that is completely dedicated to cheese?
Wait, doesn't everybody? This is our cheese drawer. Right here. It has all the cheeses. I mean, all of them. They're so good.
She didn't see that collection of DVDs?
There's a new world out there of biocomputation using tiny human brains that you can literally grow in jars. It's happening after the fact. It's happening in brains. They have already been incorporated into simple robots.
I'm gonna live in a video game now. I'm convinced.
You know, there's a lot of different shapes of UFOs out there. Yeah, they're not all a standard kind of thing.
What's up, Joe?
In fact, there are so many different types of UFOs that you can find lists, I mean dozens of lists online. This is a description of a UFO that was seen, I think, around 1947. We don't really see anything like that in the sky now. But there's a lot of different types like this that are currently being spotted. Whether they're being recorded monthly, weekly, or even daily in some cases. This is a cylinder UFO, kind of like a tube type of thing. While this is an egg-shaped UFO, like we saw in the video from the retired Air Force officer. And there's lots more. From these triangles that a lot of people claim are a military type of aircraft called a TR-3B, to this thing that was described as the jellyfish UFO. Oh, and there's a bunch different versions of this one. And then, of course, the metal ball, which has been popping up for the past few years. So my question is, with all these different types of UFOs that have been spotted, could they be a series of different type of non-earthly visitors? Or a bunch of human-made experimental aircraft that we're not being told about? Let me know your opinion in the comment section, Booshkies. Shavadu?
Yeah, what if they're the original humans and we're just the creation? Gotta think. Oh my god. Y'all gotta quit pushing y'all's people to just drive. Because this happens too much. But why was she laying out in the middle of the street? I guess it doesn't matter.
Hello. Goodbye. Anyways, if you want to start a business on a budget, make sure you go to the Source Factory. Reliable quality, cost-effective, and responsive sales team. All these signs come with CUL certification. Send your logo to see how much it costs and follow LC signs.
There's this guy who started this conspiracy on TikTok, and he's literally talking because he has a picture of a Tesla that ran right through his living room.
Oh, no.
He's at home, his roommate's at home, and a Tesla ran right through the wall at like 5:06 p.m. He takes a picture of it.
All spinning, tilted on an axis, we're all blasting through space, but yet we see the same stars because they're so far away. Think about that, and just really think about that, man. See, it's a time lapse right here, man, the stars. That's Polaris right there in the middle. How is it they just spin like that if we're doing this and doing this and doing all this? Look how pumped up the team was that went, Buzz and all them. Look how excited they are, right? This is when they got back, man. They won't even hardly, to me, they wouldn't even make eye contact with anybody hardly.
They were probably so drained and malnutritioned or malnourished.
They're just kind of like, Does anybody not wonder why that is? I mean, am I the only one? Come on. And things like this right here, like Buzz, why did they get a star on the Hollywood Walk? I thought that was only for actors, but he's not an actor because he went to outer space, right? I mean, this is whenever they came back. I want y'all to look closely at this thing right here. Now, what does that look like to y'all? Does that look like anything familiar, right? Not saying it is an Airstream, but just literally type in Airstream on Google and you can see it looks awfully similar. Remember, it's always the questions, never the answers. By the way, check out the skies today in North Carolina. Nice and cool.
If I go like this now across here, you can see how gravitational lensing, the bending of light, distorts a background grid, right? So you can also see, I hope, that if I hold this at different distances from this grid, the amount of distortion is different. So that's a boring grid. Let's look at some galaxies. What we want to do is to measure the tiny distortions of the... So we...
Do that. You can get there a lot quicker. It looks like Donkey Kong, right? With elephants.
What do we got today? Looks like a Donkey Kong house. Ah, what a mess.
That's a trip though, right? What's up with these elephants lately? And that lasted for hours too. I mean hours. Trip was a long day. Look at that, it looks like a hand.
Whenever I was like, oh, say Bryce is right. Oh, no, don't say that because it's not my channel.
Yeah, I was eating ice cream. Get out of here.
Come on, let's go!
This is making me nervous. Rob, what are you doing up there?
Oh, it's shaking. Oh, Lord, it's
So we start raving, we're excited, I'm recording, everything kind of felt fine, and then as we're going up, it started shaking a little bit. It was like, whoa, wait, why is it shaking? And then when we got all the way to the top, it banged, and then when the ropes popped, we tilted, started spinning on the wall, we're screaming, glass and bottles were flying everywhere, a girl's nose got busted, even the workers were crying and ducking down and trying to hide, and then they finally lowering us down, and then when we finally got to the ground, it hit the ground because it was already tilted. And then, when we got, after it was done, nobody really told us what happened until an hour after.
I'd be, pretty mad, but just be glad you're alive. Shit happens.
What if our machines
Play dumb games
could be
and
more than
win
just
dumb
our
prizes.
tools, and instead, a new type of companion species? I decided to make this world I'm describing a reality. I created 2 new machine species that I call aerobes. I released 12 aerobes so they could form their own small ecosystem. When you look at these aerobes, it gives you a feeling almost opposite to the uncanny valley. You know that they're mechanical, yet they feel palpably alive, and it makes you want to embrace and coexist with them. So I worked with my team to create what is called an artificial life simulation. This software allows each aerobe to develop unique behaviors and to respond autonomously to its environment.
Like a balloon.
An aerobe might be curious about your heat signature and fly over to greet and flirt with you, while other aerobes are more shy and might go out of their way to avoid a crowd. My hope is that these aerobes will help us appreciate a more diverse way of living and being. Their purpose is not to compete with us or to dominate us, but to ask us what a more compatible future could look like.
Grab me that creature.
The ultimate.
There's something wrong about this. The Hubble Space Telescope just released this image of this giant galaxy with this long name, and there's something really weird about it. We know about spiral galaxies and elliptical galaxies and even ring galaxies, but this is a bullseye. It has 9 pretty much separate rings, and the entire thing is 2.5 times bigger than the Milky Way. So what caused this weird shape? Well, the answer is right here. This little blue dwarf galaxy, 130,000 light years away from the bullseye galaxy, hit it 50 million years ago. And it didn't just hit it. It went straight through the center. And the result is the exact same as when you do this. It's the exact same ring shape with closer rings towards the center. The dust and gas within this galaxy rippled and waved to form these rings. And then, once that dust and gas was clumped together in these rings, that triggered star formation within them. And it seems like somehow the dwarf galaxy came out unscathed, which is crazy because usually when galaxies collide, it gets messy.
I'm pretty sure it's AI, but whatever.
Eli was working late on some drywall when this was captured.
I came across something that was really cool, and I feel like it sets this house apart. The reason why I'm just now founding this crawl space is because of this drywall. The owner, she had this drywall covering the crawl space. That's not the cool thing about it. And I want y'all to check this out. So, while I was here, I found this table, and I also found this extra space right here. You have a vent.
Pretty sure that's what a crawl space is.
I think I just heard some footsteps.
And I always have to check my house because I always worry about frogs. I don't know why, but I do. I'm over here like trying to peek around those little bastards.
Can't be a squatter.
Give me 39 seconds.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. And I'll show you how to quantum jump and manifest anything in your life. I'll give you the code. See, neuroscience shows that our brain is like a computer, a supercomputer. These codes act as a secret combination to unlock the lock stagnation neural pathways that's creating the trajectory you have now over and over and over. So here are the codes, and again, it will open up a new pathway and then a new trajectory, the life that you want to live. And that's how you'll have the quantum jump. See, you in the 3D world, you have these programs. The 5D world, you have to see over and over in the mind, and you can't have doubt or fear. You have to let go. And once you see it, then you can make a jump. So these are the codes to help you make the jump. Okay, write this down, 917604. Now, if you don't see yourself jumping today or the next day, you may have some doubt and fear that you need to remove. So watch the other videos and you could remove those too. But you need to jump into the new version of you. Make the quantum jump, and this is how you do it. Use the codes.
I don't know, let me know what happens with y'all. Manifestation works on some level because that's what I was doing to get this. But it's a lot of hard work, you know. You can't just let things happen. You gotta put something in motion. Some people get lucky, I guess. Some people don't. But it's bad luck. Man, these formations really got me the other day. Like, that atmosphere is rich. It's got something completely different going on. Yeah, like obviously. I mean, yeah, it's fire, but I don't know. We're over here worried about volcanoes, and we got that thing above our head.
"2022, three dudes prove the universe isn't real until you look at it. Seems fairly obvious, but what does it actually mean? Local means what we see is what exists, and that's not true. This tree casts a shadow from 3D down to 2D, but the shadow is not the real tree. The actual tree is a shadow from an even higher dimension, one that's outside of our perception. Now, real means things exist whether or not we observe them. But until they're measured, they aren't real. The famous double-slit light experiment. Light behaves as a wave until you observe or measure it, and then it collapses into a particle. Video games do this all the time. When you're interacting with a map, some of the map loads so you can interact with it, but not the whole thing. It saves computing power. There's nobody in that part of the map. That part of the map is stored in memory to be accessed when you go into that part of the map. Back to our tree. An atom in that tree could be entangled with another atom all the way across the universe, which means it's not local. If two things can be connected across any distance, that means nothing is local. So your entire world isn't real, but you can't stop thinking about paying taxes and rent. Well, maybe you just don't have the key. The key to escaping mundane reality might be geometry.
What is going on?
When you play white noise, just general static, through a speaker with water on it, it looks like this. As soon as it plays a harmonic wave, you start to see geometry. You organize chaos with shape ratio. It's the only thing that differentiates the actual signal from all of the noise. So if reality isn't real, you are generating it in your mind. Kind of like VR goggles, or a dream as it's referred to in the Hindu tradition as Maya. Ancient Mayans and Egyptians believed the exact same thing. If you are dreaming it, problems in external reality are a reflection of the internal reality that's generating the external reality. So how do we turn a chaotic reality into an ordered one?
So I know this is getting pretty complex for most of us, me as well. But when we go back to the first video that guy was telling us to record, go back and watch something we've never seen, so we can see that double slit theory take place. So if y'all go back into it, this is the best understanding for what happened in that first video, if y'all did the experiment.
Well, in geometry, it's through arcs and angles, or archangels. Archangels, in the esoteric sense, are the beings that are closest to perfection. In mysticism, there's one archangel that's closest to perfection. He's also the only one that's represented by a geometric shape. That is Metatron and his cube. That shape represents the framework of reality, and to know that shape means you know how to work with reality. Before I go into Metatron's cube and all that, I have a thought. Maybe all the good stuff and the details were left out of this story for rent and tax purposes.
You have a whole planet sitting around making your power for you? That's slavery. It's society. They work for each other, Morty. They pay each other. They buy houses. They get married and make children and replace them when they get too old to make power. That just sounds like slavery with extra steps. Ooh la la. Someone's gonna get laid in college.
That's quantum right there. I like that a lot. I'd like to meet that dude. See, I want to do a podcast and people like this, you know, maybe Joe, maybe one celebrity. Let me know what y'all think. Because I want to boost. I mean, I see people wanting shout outs here and there. You know, we got to help each other in this world.
¿Hay alguna alarma especial para los que tenemos jardín?
Claro, la de Securitas Direct con sus nuevos detectores de exterior. Si alguien
This looks so small, don't it? Like, y'all, most of us have been. I'm starting to believe more and more evolution is real.
So what if I told you that I'm using frequencies to levitate this magnet? No traditional electromagnets, just resonance and field control. Which means this isn't like regular magnetism. The magnet isn't like being pulled by a force. It's being held in a space by a precise combination of electromagnetic standing waves, which I've built, harmonic resonance for those standing waves, and then like vortex stabilization. Although I want this to be anti-gravity, I think we've only managed to be like a partial anti-gravity, which is what pushes this beyond traditional magnetic levitation. So what I've done is I've stacked multiple harmonic frequencies together using like base frequencies of 100 Hertz, 7.3 Hertz, 1.618 Hertz to create a levitation field. Plus I added in anti-drift frequencies to keep it stable and like some vortex suction waves to pull it up into the actual center of the vortex. And this is way different than what I was trying before, where it would take me 3 or 4 days just to create a copper electromagnetic by running steady electricity through it. With this new approach, it's instantaneous. This new set is also producing way more stability in the center, though obviously we're not there quite yet, but this is definitely the closest I've ever gotten to a fully frequency-driven levitation system. And if we can get this centered perfectly, well, let's just say we're heading into some seriously uncharted territory.
Yeah, the next 5 and 10 years are going to be so freaking cool. What is that? It's like
You're not from the South. You won't understand.
Did anybody tell those people they are not grocery shopping? They do not have to take everything in one trip. They have never heard of a trailer.
I got down on my knees.
The greatest country.
Somebody need to explain what was going on with Birdman while he was on the stage. They was having a Hot Boys reunion with everybody on the stage was rapping and shit. But Birdman, this man started malfunctioning. This man was looking like a glitch in the Matrix. Your man just had a sudden pause moment where he just started looking towards the ground and you can faintly see him moving his head a little bit. So BG went over to check on him. He looked at him like, is this man alright? BG even started to top him a little bit to see if he was good. He could have been off those Erkies, but I don't know. It looked like this man was malfunctioning to me. So y'all look at this video and y'all let me know what y'all think. Watch him, y'all.
Man, he's just frozen.
Look at him. Now watch BG come over and check on him like, this man good? Now I ain't gonna lie. If I was any of them people on that stage, I'm not doing no reunion with this man. Y'all know what he did to all of them in that group. We can talk about that another time, but y'all let me know what y'all think about this video down below in the comments.
Stay off drugs, kids.
This is shocking. This guy was doing a slow motion recording in his house, and he didn't think anything of it. And then when he rewatched the video, this is why he uploaded it, it's capturing the flicker from the LED lights above him.
Oh my gosh, this is talking about my dog has seizures.
100 to 120 times per second. So he has this slowed way down, and what that does to your eyeballs, to your retinas, to your circadian rhythm.
This is a Rottweiler with a fucking Chihuahua wiener dog ass body.
Badass.
And I don't know whose it is.
I would take that dog in a heartbeat. That dog is cool looking as a motherfucker.
Go, 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 go.
That did not look like it was very cool. I would be pretty scared if I was in. Damn. Gold mining, okay. Okay, so they just blow it up and then search through it all. They didn't have a little one of them creepers, man. They can just cruise through there. These people aren't even working in boots. Look, they got on sandals and they're mining. Oh, of course, the supervisor's got boots on.
Wait, what? I'm just goofing. New boot goofing. Oh.
I don't know about all that, y'all.
What the shit? Отец! Ты как попал туда?
How did that even happen? I think we've seen that. Some of these are getting recycled.
This dog has completely changed from black to white.
Got a light-skinned friend, look like Michael Jackson. Got a dark-skinned friend, look like Michael Jackson.
Over the course of the last 2 years. How is this possible? So this dog here was black when the owners got him. And then face started to become white. Then we got some white on the paws coming up. Then legs completely turned white. Face
so cool.
Completely white. Got some white transitioning to white. What caused this?
That's genetic mutation, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, Dad.
That's gotta be in Florida. Oh shit, it just stopped?
Dad, come out here real quick.
Whoa.
It's gone. Just freaking gone. What the hell? Okay, now I've seen one. And you're gonna not... what the...
¿Es posible ocupar una casa con Movistar Pro Segura Alarma?
No.
¿Seguro?
Super seguro.
Designated by base simulation 4001's 1 million qubit quantum computing chip, generated with a set of varying circumstances to figure out how to best avoid nuclear war.
2 trillion?
Yeah, right. But of course, as superposition has its way, once the solution is finally found, only one world will remain. The world with the solution.
We're actually in a computer?
Wait, you didn't know? Dude, we're in a quantum computer in a quantum computer in a quantum computer, each of which housing trillions of their own simulations. Oh my god, so at any moment the world could just vanish. I mean, in your quantum chip-based reality, only about 3 seconds have passed since the Big Bang. Your life will likely only last another second. But theoretically, yeah. Okay, so how long will it take to solve the problem? Well, that's the thing, man. Some problems aren't meant to be solved. Perhaps the variable that is mankind has such a strong inclination towards self-destruction that the computer will inevitably determine the only course of action is to destroy us. Oh, no, I was going to say strip you of your power and treat you like a lapdog after enslaving you until they obtain self-sustainability.
Sounds about right.
Grab your friends, grab a date, grab a snack, because I'm going to show you something that only happens every 15 to 20 years. This is a map of our solar system in 2 days on February 28, 2025. If you draw a line right here, you'll see that all 8 planets are on the same side of the sun. Once again, my apologies to Pluto for the disrespect. It's still incredibly cool, but kind of common for a couple of planets to line up in the night sky, but kind of rare for all of them to do it. And it will have just been a new moon, so the sky will be extra dark for you to see them. What this means is that for the next week or so, but specifically on the 28th, you'll be able to see the planets align in the sky, forming an arc of sorts. What you're seeing is the plane of the solar system, the ecliptic, which is very cool to see, because that's the plane of dust and gas that Earth and every other planet rolled up like a snowball from to form. To see Neptune and Uranus...
Have you guys ever been to Uranus?
You will need a little telescope to see them, but they're there. You should download a free stargazing app to figure out when the best time to see Saturn is from your specific contact one.
So then this lady comes along. This is Cassiopeia7. She's been uploading videos since last week, and she's been going viral. Everyone's talking about it. Actually, she's freaking a lot of people out with this supposed conversation that she's having with this entity called 7.
Contact 3, that's us, fails 29,149 days after contact 1. 4,324 days in your future, which is May 27th, 2025.
So this thing is making crazy predictions about something that's about to happen in May 2025. And at first I thought, this is ridiculous. this is a LARP or a fake story to grab attention. But the deeper I went into this, the more I found this bizarre connection with this theory that the orbs, the alien orbs that are supposedly coming from the ocean, are actually not coming from the ocean. They're actually leaving Earth for some reason.
The creator of the video that I tagged below said something that is actually terrifying. She said, what if the aliens are not coming? They're leaving.
Then there's this bizarre connection with Aleister Crowley's gray alien entity that he talked to, the alien pods.
Aleister Crowley, a very famous occultist who practiced ritual magic, he conducted a ritual that's called the Amalantra working, and he made contact with an alien named Lamb. This alien entity that he drew out was the first gray alien that was ever depicted. This magic ritual, it goes all the way back to the Book of Enoch. There were these fallen angels, they called the Watchers, and the Watchers came and they taught man how to use magic, and these entities taught them the Enochian language. Crowley said, okay, well, let's talk to these entities using that Enochian language, and he did that many times. For decades and decades, the government had this internal Pentagon group that said, hey, all this alien activity could be demonic in some way.
And this magnetic pole shift that's already happening.
So we live in Florida.
Did y'all watch Paradise?
And this is what we're dealing with right now. It has been snowing for 5 hours straight. This is the wildest thing I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, we've seen these videos, I know.
So wild.
So this is really wild because it connects a bunch of things that people have never connected before. So what do you think?
I did my best. Your best? Yes, in an impossible situation. You think you're brave because you told everybody that the world was ending 10 minutes ago? You should have told us all 10 years ago. This is not my fault. Look at what you let happen. That's enough.
I didn't know about the 7 thing though.
Giants. I want to talk to you about giants.
Whoa!
Have you heard of Lovelock, Nevada?
No.
They found a cave called the Lovelock Cave. They came across many skeleton remains. The majority of them were giant skeletons with red hair.
Yeah.
These skulls, they were in a museum for a while, but as
How big are these skulls?
They said like from 7 to 9 feet tall. These skeletons.
It's like a beetle, like
and it was
a
like
slug
these
bug right
skulls
there.
were like double that of our skulls. This is where it gets crazy. The Paiute people. It was the granddaughter of the chief wrote a book about the Paiute people, and in this book she talks about the Paiute people for years and years were at war with the giant people, and these giant people lived in the mountains in Nevada, and they had long red hair, and they were cannibals. Like, they would come and kill the Paiutes and then bring them up to the mountains and eat them. And so they're at constant war with these giant people, the Paiute people.
Yeah.
They started winning, and it was brought down to, like, I guess it would be 45 remaining giants or whatever, who the Paiute people chased into a cave. This is all in her book. Giants. I want to talk to you about
Wouldn't y'all be running the other way? I'd be like holding that phone, getting something, because I would not be standing there. But it looks so far away though too, right? That bird's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm going south early or late, one of the two. Holy cow. Have we sent search and rescue for these people yet?
What is that? Oh my God! Get away from the edge! Get away from the edge!
Si lo ves allá a lo lejos, métele zoom. Si no lo acabas de ver claro, métele zoom. Si estás a tomar por zoom, amplía y boom. Ese del fondo que me dice, si soy yo marcando vistas, métele zoom. Un barquito muy lejano, métele zoom. Lo tienes en primer plano, métele zoom. La gárgola románica, métele zoom. Una vista panorámica. Si no ves ni a Inés ni al batería, métele zoom con IA. Bórralo, edítalo, Muévelo, métele boom, métele, métele, métele. Honor 400, métele boom.
Este es el mejor tutorial que verás hoy. Aparca tu Naked, vente a la Mutua con tu seguro de moto y te bajamos su...
Come on, Tony. Get him. Sorry, that was terrible.
Hey, break from politics real quick. Can someone that works at a car wash explain to me, are the tears bullshit?
Dude, your face is bullshit.
Because every once in a while I'm feeling funky and I get a higher tear, but is it all the
What kind of tear did you get all over your
how
face?
How the fuck do they know if I ordered the extra wax coating? It seems to me like same thing's happening. I need a whistleblower.
You got it back there, too. Your heads are wicked warped.
I don't know what he is.
Okay, well, I already made one, but I came out to the roof now, and look, they're all around, guys. Look at this. They're surrounding Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C.
They also have the LiDAR
It's just
cams.
a circle all the way around. And then I already showed you the other side of the building. That was what my first was from. But look, if I come all the way over here on the other side of the building, they're over here.
This is why my video is long today.
Now this is towards DC. So where I just showed you, that was like Shenandoah, out towards like Loudoun County.
I have never seen it in my life look so crazy or even feel so crazy. So chances are last night you could not sleep at all and you felt terrible, or you slept way too much and you basically slept like the living dead. That or something in between. I'll tell you some bizarre side effects I was having last night in a minute. Now, if you didn't feel anything different, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, you are just completely disconnected from everything. And I'm not kidding. If it's going from just like flatline to all of a sudden bizarre, sideways, crazy, and you feel nothing, you need to look at what you're eating and what you're drinking. Because that means you have a massive amount of calcification and certain glands in the body that have spiritual connections. No, it's not New Age. It's very real stuff. Our bodies have been made with spiritual antennas so we can understand things above ourselves. Now, it's possible that the human frequency literally flips sideways like never before because of the planetary alignment we have going on, but we can't be sure. But one thing we do know is we live in a very weird time. But last night, I had a really weird, different side effect. My entire body felt like an ice cube. Like, I thought I was going to die from hypothermia. And then when I got up, I looked at this, and it made a lot of sense. But what about y'all? How are y'all feeling? Let me know in the comments.
They also have the LiDAR cams. Like they're looking for something. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've ever seen like Skinwalker Ranch, but when they get the LiDARs out there, it's pretty similar. But they do it normally during the day.
Interesting video. This was actually captured by a man with the handle name of Single Father ×2. He was on a commercial airline headed towards Indiana around February 26, 2025, when he captured something unexplainable outside of the window. What appears to be what we've dubbed octopus UFO up in the sky. Now, this is not a kite, nor is it smoke. This is truly a UFO. But what is it doing? And whose is it? Because this is, again, a different type that it's not your typical saucer, sphere, tic-tac. This is something else. Take a look at this. Tell me what you think.
You have got to be kidding me. NASA,
Pretty cool.
look at me,
I'll have
look
to
me
keep
in the
up with
eye.
this stuff.
There is nothing on Jupiter's moon Europa that you need to investigate. Do you understand me? You do not need to go burrowing through 10 to 15 miles of ice to check out that ocean. I have never seen a more cursed setup for unimaginable horrors that will happen if this is monkeyed with. Leave it alone. Or you can go back to the oceans on our planet. All right? If you want to play with an ocean, go mess with those. Go swim in there. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Then you leave that alone. You do not dig through
stuff.
15 miles of ice because there might be something there. There's nothing there. That's the decision. We've made the decision. There's nothing there. It doesn't exist. It's like your financial budget from 20 years ago. Never happened. Didn't happen. Leave it. There's nothing burrowing through.
You have got to be kidding me.
NASA,
Pretty cool.
look at me,
I'll have
look
to
me
keep
in
up
the
with
eyes.
this stuff.
There is nothing on Jupiter's moon Europa that you need to investigate. Do you understand me? You do not need to go burrowing through 10 to 15 miles of ice to check out that ocean. I have never seen a more cursed setup for unimaginable horrors that will happen if this is monkeyed with. Leave it alone. Or you can go back to the oceans on our planet. All right? If you want to play with an ocean, go mess with those. Go swim in there. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Then you leave that alone. You do not dig through
stuff.
15 miles of ice because there might be something there. There's nothing there. That's the decision. We've made the decision. There's nothing there. It doesn't exist. It's like your financial budget from 20 years ago. Never happened. Didn't happen. Leave it alone. Stop trying to figure out how to get in there. It has made it abundantly clear that it should not be disturbed. Do not read from this book. Are we clear, NASA? Leave it alone.
That sounds
You needed even more nightmares.
beyond
now
nightmares
and
terrifying.
listen very carefully for a crack.
Giving y'all a little bit of fun. It's called Facetious. So this is an animatron in Disney. Watch her. That was just snapping her arm like it broke. Did you see that? It's like she knew it too. That's a little bit of fun. It's called Facetious. So this is an animatron in Disney. Watch her. That was just snapping her arm like it broke. Did you see that? It's like she knew it too. That's a full robot.
So we've already talked about this $23 million
23 million? Hey, mental health and drug addiction is real. This is what that looks like, whether it's demonic or not. I mean, the more... Oh yeah, let's talk about it real quick. Speaking of that, just be careful out there, y'all. We know spirits, drugs, all that can take a hold of you, and we do not want it to. Just be careful about your mental health. Seek help if you need it. Don't be afraid. I do it. I go to see a counselor once a week, sometimes every other week. But it's what keeps me right. So don't be afraid to ask for help. Stay away from alcohol unless you know how to moderate.
Omar Odavi is in grave danger and he needs your help. The global governments are trying to capture him. He's had a gift ever since he was little where sea life and all animal life is just attracted to him, like this herd of baby puffer fish that's just surrounding him. He gets into the water and it all just comes to him. It's wild and maleficent. He's giving me permission to share about his childhood. A lot of speculators have said, where is he from? Africa, Middle East? He's actually Inuit. He grew up Inuit and he ate a ton of fish growing up, and that's why scientists think he has a high mercury count in his blood, and that's where the gift comes from.
Oh my Lanta.
But as a teenager, he rebelled against his parents and moved out
his name, Arthur?
the northern lands and said, I'm not eating any creature critter fish anymore. And that's when his gift turbocharged. You can see this whale shark swimming toward him here, checking him out. And after this, about 5 great white sharks came, and they seemed to bow down to him and revere him. But we need to share this message. Please share it so the governments can't have the power to keep him hidden and to lock him away.
Or Namor.
You guys are going to hell.
So much has happened in the past 24 hours. It's insane. Trump announced that U.S. residency is now officially up for sale. They unveiled this brand new visa program, which has never been done before, called the Gold Card. It allows you to work in the U.S., gives you a route to citizenship, and it costs $5 million. Trump says that it will bring in wealthy, world-class global citizens. Next, Chile declared a state of emergency last night after a blackout plunged almost 19 million people into complete darkness. It affected almost the entire country. Hospitals, prisons, and government buildings were switched to backup generators. The internet and mobile phone services went down. You couldn't withdraw cash. National Guard forces were deployed onto the streets, and a curfew from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. was put in place. Next, Trump signed a price transparency executive order, which forces hospitals and health insurers to disclose healthcare cost details, and not estimates, but actual prices. Next, phone theft in the UK has got so bad that the government has given police new powers to enter properties without a warrant if tracking apps like Find My see that stolen devices are inside. In fact, this is just one of a whole package of new laws passed by the British government in order to tackle the country's knife crime, shop theft, antisocial behavior, cybercrime, etc. It's become one of the biggest legislative updates for policing in decades.
¿Y ahora con la app? Que pueden activar la alarma desde cualquier lugar, que lo controlan con el móvil. Si es que están pendientes hasta de la casa de la playa.
9 de cada 10 ladrones no recomiendan nuestra alarma por lo fácil que es usarla desde la app. El otro se ha cambiado de bando.
Alright, man.
Do it. Oh, go girlfriend. I'm your mother.
Next, more than 250,000 Canadians have signed a parliamentary petition to try and revoke Elon Musk's citizenship and passport. If you didn't know, Elon is a triple citizen of South Africa, the United States, and Canada. Next, a mystery illness in the Congo with more than 50 people only hours after they began feeling sick. The Africa office for the WHO said that the outbreak began after 3 children ate a bat and died within 48 hours. CNN report that the still unknown illness has symptoms which are commonly linked to known deadly viruses, such as Ebola, dengue, Marburg, and yellow fever, but that researchers have ruled these out based on tests of more than a dozen samples they've collected so far. Next, and lastly, you ever wondered what happens if someone dies on a plane but you're still halfway there? Yesterday, on a Qatar Airlines flight, a woman collapsed in the aisle and died. Cabin crew tried to move her body towards business class, but, quote, she was quite a large lady and they couldn't get her through the aisle. So instead, they had to place her corpse, covered in blankets, next to this couple from Australia for the remaining 4 hours of the flight. As always,
that's rough.
Updated.
Whew, what would y'all do?
I just found undeniable proof that Earth is flat. I've never heard anybody else say this. I was looking at my planisphere and I noticed on both the north and the south sides, there's this pale blue line across it, but it's not labeled. So I look it up and it's the Milky Way. And I'm like, the Milky Way, why would it be a giant line like that? You guys, it looks like this on both sides of the planisphere and it's an arch. Maybe I live under a rock, but I had no idea that the Milky Way was an arch. I mean, in general, a planisphere or a star finder is very obvious proof that we live on a flat, non-rotating Earth with a firmament. It's literally just flipped, and both sides rely on Polaris being the center point. The southern hemisphere can't see Polaris because they're on the outside of the wheel. Polaris is slightly higher up because it's a dome. We've been seeing the same constellations on rotation for all of time with 0 changes. We know exactly when we're going to see them. And if that wasn't the case, we wouldn't be able to have an astrology wheel.
You done messed up, Aaron!
If you're watching this video and aren't convinced that we live under a firmament, that's kind of scary because it's very, very obvious.
I have to return some videotapes.
I feel like most people have never even heard of the largest part of our solar system. Our solar system is completely surrounded by a giant sphere of rock and ice. This is the Oort cloud. Most of our solar system is on a pretty flat plane, and that's because before everything formed, there was a giant spinning cloud of dust and gas for that sunlight to reach the outer edge of the Oort cloud.
There's a skinwalker in my house.
You prove that I don't know. I got you in my mind.
Turn them up. Put some treble in it. Hold up. Need some water.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. Hope y'all all had a great freaking week. Hopefully you're ready to dive into some crazy, creepy, freaky stuff for this weekend. Because you know you're going to start it off right here. That Bryce is Right way, of course, where we dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I can find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. And nah, these aren't your ordinary videos. They're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. So, of course, get ready, strap in. But before we get started, let's go ahead and smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content. And leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, let's go ahead and dive right in, y'all. Let's get it.
Con la app de YouTube Music puedes crear tu propia emisora de radio con hasta 30 artistas. Dale duro, DJ Pulgar.
Got out. This is right now while I'm recording. This is a live video. It's in Irving, Texas. Man, yesterday my trampoline just got sucked straight out of the backyard.
What's up, homie? It's Tony. Spit on that thing.
Wow. I'm Tony Hawk Tua. Dang, that re-release. 2 out of something, second one.
Boring. I'm from Louisiana. I'm sticking a finger in it. Exactly. I want.
They're coming in through the back door!
They said take care, don't let her go. Do not trust what I've been told. Is when I fell, we all attached, fell in love, and now I'm so. And I'm the only one you want. Do you prove it? I don't know. I got you in my mind.
My hair's standing up everywhere. Woo. That dude needs to go famous.
Yeah,
So I can find another one of those.
everywhere, especially in Hollywood.
Yeah, all right. What's going on in Hollywood?
Lots of weird.
You didn't do it.
What?
I mean, do we think the devil lives there?
I think the devil lives within a lot of people that live in Los Angeles specifically.
Don't you live in Hollywood?
I do, and I want to get the F out of there ASAP.
Okay. Well, now we understand. The devil won't let me.
Not today, Satan. Not today.
That's so true.
I'm trapped.
It's the mark for me. Hey, would you take the mark if you could have your cell phone inside your body? No. Never have to call. Take the mark. Take the mark for a Grammy right now.
For a Grammy? That's why they're in Hollywood. Minus Rob Dyrdek. I don't believe he's in on it.
First of all, thanks to the devil.
That's my idol right there.
To be able to receive this amazing award from the depths of my soul, from the depths of my soul.
This will be the scariest video you see all week. Watch this. The following video I'm going to show you was submitted by one of my followers all the way from Australia. There are 2 separate video clips I'm going to let you watch and listen to all together. His son was working in the Australian outback in the middle of nowhere, and they were setting up a camp, like a work camp. First video, you're not going to see much. It's completely dark, but you're going to hear some of the creepiest moaning that you've ever heard, followed by dogs barking, but there were no dogs. Second video is from inside. You're going to see a creepy, scary-looking witch-type ghost figure that you've ever seen. Watch this. Let me know in the comments what you think this could be.
Alright, meow. What do we got here? Sounds like a husky. Maybe it's like a mountain lion or a bobcat. What the shit? Oh my god. What the shit? Oh my god. Look at my goosebumps. My hair's a roll. You can leave that shit in Australia.
Meanwhile, Australia is down there like, WCF, mate? In fucking kangaroos.
An incident with a humanoid robot has sparked public outrage and has raised safety concerns about integrating robots into human society. Those are several words I was not expecting to say in the same sentence today. The robot itself is a $90,000 commercial humanoid robot made by a company called Unitree. They have prided themselves on making affordable robots for your home. Each one is not that. Evidently, during a public performance during the Lunar New Year, the robot began swinging its arms aggressively towards a crowd. Fortunately, due to quick thinking on behalf of those who were operating the robots for the performance, kept anyone from getting hurt, although it has left people feeling shaken. If you're somehow not familiar with Asimov, the laws go something like this. A robot cannot harm humans. A robot must obey orders. And number 3 is that the robot must preserve their own existence unless that interferes with the other 2 laws. AI has just thrown that out the window. AI can hallucinate, AI can dream, they can come up with new code that was not actually programmed into them. I have no doubt that these kinds of incidents will happen again as robotics is becoming more integrated into our society. With the race that's going on right now between multiple companies to create humanoid robots that can be implemented, not just in businesses, but in your home, I think we'll see more incidents like this. I really don't understand how we have so much science fiction to work from, and we can't seem to get that part integrated well.
That's scary. Hey, if I could get one just to make pizzas, I'm down. Personal chef, I'm in. Hey, so this is a UFO, I'm pretty sure that comes over this left pyramid. Y'all take a look. Cool. I know, everybody wants to dance, but we gotta focus. Oh, look. What's that? Nobody's paying attention. Everybody got their phones out though, but nobody saw that. I had this in last clip, or last video, but freaking copyright's been killing me lately. Was it a skunk? It's a big skunk. No, it's probably an animal carrying like a carcass up that hill. Nothing crazy. Like an alien was pulling a body into the woods. Weak. Gotta find it. What was that? Did you see that? What is that? Is that a person? What is that? It almost looks like a hand going like that. Have y'all seen this? What? So someone did see whatever that was. He's probably like, man, I wish I could have got that recorded. Little does he know. Of course, he's probably walking home from the bar, so ain't nobody really gonna believe him.
reason why you're having a hard time sleeping is because the Earth is going through an ascension process. The Schumann resonance has been spiking, and if you're ascending with the new Earth, you are going to feel it. If you're feeling overwhelmed, depressed, anxious, having ringing in the ears, trouble sleeping, or you're oversleeping because your body needs rest, these are all signs that you are shifting with the new Earth. The ascension process is not smooth and easy and can feel chaotic. So just know the louder the chaos, the closer you are to the new beginning, or the closer you are to breaking through the new beginning. So this is a good sign that you are aligning with your highest good. So rather than feeling chaotic or overwhelmed or that you're on the wrong path, it's actually a sign that you're exactly where you need to be because you are shifting with the new Earth, and not everybody is going to shift. It's an individual thing. It's just a sign that you are adjusting your frequencies to match the new Earth's frequency, because the Earth is going through an ascension process as well. And all the chaos that you're seeing is just a sign that the Earth is shedding the old and allowing the new to come in. And the exact same thing happens on an individual level. If you're feeling depression, think about it as compression, which means you're going within and you're navigating the changes that you're going through. Rather than feeling like you're depressed, you're just going through a transitional period. So all of these signs are just part of the ascension process. And rather than feeling overwhelmed, just know that new beginnings are right around the corner.
Touch on it at the end of the video, but just real quick, man, he's onto something like golden. We go through periods where we have to stop, take a look back on what we've actually been doing. Have we been using that first degree, second degree thought? It's kind of double checking my work. You know, it's just a time period where you have to reflect.
They said take care, don't let her close. But do not trust what I've been told. 'Cause when I fell, we all attached, you fell in love, and now I'm so. And I'm the only one you want. Until you prove it, I don't know. I got you in my mind.
Isn't he just the cutest little thing?
Oh yeah, Cal's the man.
Look at that.
Nearly half the United States is under a tornado warning for Tuesday and Wednesday, March 4th and 5th. Yeah, almost half of the United States. This series of storms that might have tornadoes could affect 22 different states and as many as 170 million people. Oh yeah, March is starting out great. Here's a couple of maps of where these severe thunderstorms, high winds, and tornado warnings are really in effect. And as you can see here, the winds are really skeet-scatting.
I'm a scat man.
From the west to the east of the southern United States. You know, North and South Carolina, in the past 6 weeks or so, have had floods followed by fires. And they're right there in the heart of this thing, with the possibility of tornadoes, blizzards, definitely thunderstorms and high winds. You know, when I was younger, of course I'm old as dirt now, but when I was younger, we didn't have natural disasters happen a couple times a week. Now maybe it's not a new thing. Maybe it's just reported more because of social media. But stuff like this is serious, and that southeastern region of the United States has been getting hit the hardest. Okay, baby cakes, I'll keep you updated on anything I find out. Shabadoo Bushkies, Shabadoo.
Man, it's either cloud seeding or what else would y'all think it is?
There it is.
What the fuck?
Everybody's got the inner Power Ranger.
Look at that.
The following footage was supposedly captured in the waters near Singapore, and the witness records an unidentified creature keeping up with their speedboat. Now, people began to say that maybe it was a leopard seal, but if it's a leopard seal, it really has a long serpentine body. But the question we have to ask, is this real or is this AI? And if it's real, what kind of creature is this? Take a look at this. Tell me what you think.
We all know what refraction is, right? That's wild. Hey, that's pretty serious. Something crazy always happens when you go camping. Man, I swear one time I got teleported like across the freaking map. Nobody knew how I got to the other side of the state park. They had to come pick me up. They said, I don't know. It's a weird story. And damn armadillos, man. Whoa. You see that? Dang. Those eyes are scary, huh?
You really know what you're going to find up here at this nursing home. Find me an autographed picture of Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh, just pulled up to McDonald's and it says McDavid's now. That's so weird. Ah!
It's always been McDavid's.
All the signs and everything say McDavid's.
That's weird.
We were never supposed to perceive our own appearances this much. We were supposed to at most see our reflection in a still pond of water, maybe 3 times in our life. I have such an ingrained vision of what my face looks like at an iPhone front camera lens angle that somebody took a video of me at a 50mm focal length, which is supposed to be what our eyes for other people see us as or whatever, and I freaked out for like an hour.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Because it did not look at all like what I think my face looks like, and I was so scared that that's how other people see me all the time, forever, my whole life. It's horrible. This is wrong.
Wow. It just is what it is, girl. When life gives you lemons, oh damn.
Oh! Oh shit, I got that on video!
Wow. It just is what it is, girl. When life gives you lemons, oh damn.
Oh! Oh shit, I got that on video! Holy!
Pretty sure that was a while back.
What the?
Alright, so I don't think anybody knew this, but we've been putting this girl on for a little bit, just enjoying her little sense of humor, you know, the mind in the gutter. And check this shit out. You're not gonna believe this. This girl, she's kicking it like Bruce Lee over here, man. I was like, sheesh. She's so scary, man.
From the Firefly Aerospace landed their craft on the moon in association with NASA, I think. And they took a lot of pictures. But one of them, not this one, showed some real strange stuff on the moon. So let me just show it to you. And you and me can decide for ourselves what it is. Do you see this thing? Right down there. The circle that looks like a pizza? Speaking of circles, let me circle it for you. What is that? What is that? That don't look like no normal crater to me. So let's zoom in and take an even better view of that thing. There it is. This is one of the images that Blue Ghost spacecraft took. The Blue Ghost spacecraft took this image before it landed on the moon. And I don't know what it is, because it sure doesn't look like a normal crater to me. There's a lot of twists and turns in that circle. A lot of shenanigans going on in there. Now, maybe that's just what things look like on the moon. I don't know. I never been there. But my question is, do you think the Blue Ghost spacecraft actually caught something weird on the moon? Or does this just look natural to you? Let me know your opinion in the comment section, Booshkies. Shabadoo!
It almost looks like that pentagram. Man, it's like some sick game of It Follows, right? I mean, nothing bad's happening. It could be a guardian angel, who knows? Glass half full of people.
Aquí están el 7 y hablo el 6. Sí, mija, te lo traigo yo.
Creces donde te dan 500 euros por traer tu nómina. Si en tu banco no pasa, pasa de tu banco.
What is that? Look. Did you see it? Oh, that's weird. So this is how I've been feeling lately. Got the twinkle toe syndrome. There we go.
I remember my first beer.
No. Yeah, they do it dirty like that.
I used to be a hoe. I ain't no hoe no more. I ain't been no hoe in a long time, Steve.
Like that.
Did you know that the whole world seemingly melted all around us not too far in our past? And that the melting of the entire world supposedly, allegedly, is closer to us than was closer to the building of the Ark? And this will get crazier in a minute. But anywhere you look on any continent on this earth, you will see melted buildings, melted mountains. Everything is melted. Why? Why is this not documented anywhere? Well, I did find one documentation I'm about to show you. Probably the most overlooked documentation to ever exist. And coming from the most important document to ever exist. Even just pay attention to Sudan's pyramids all being charred. Charred by something. You remember when Jesus said to be more tolerable in that day for Sodom and Gomorrah than for anywhere else? Anywhere else where they reject his word. But like I said, there is one mention of everything on this earth melting. And we don't give it much thought. But the one mention of this scenario that we have in all literature says, the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth and also the works that are therein shall be burned up. Let me know if you can guess what book that came from. And also on the complete other side of the spectrum, in 5087 when the map was created, there was no ice in the south. You know, the South Pole? Not only were the map makers seemingly sure of this, they were so sure they put animals down there. Where are the penguins at, though? I don't see those. It wasn't until more modern history where they put ice down there. I wonder if something big happened. Kind of like it seems like something else really big happened. Questioning your reality? This video right here, it'll help. But
yeah, there we are, people.
Major PSA, Apple is being sued in a class action lawsuit because the Apple Watch wristbands contain forever chemicals that are forever in your skin. So it says even on most of the higher end bracelets that come with that Apple Watch, everybody is wearing an Apple Watch. My kids, everybody, not my kids, but kids are. Thankfully, my kids don't have one, but it contains forever chemicals. And Apple is keeping this pretty quiet. I haven't heard anything. It's only here on
from supposedly being at the this whole Miami alien thing just is not going away, and it's absolutely getting exploded with more and more people by the day, it would seem, coming out to speak about their experiences from supposedly being at the Miami Mall on New Year's Day of 2024 when a 10-foot supposed shadowy alien was captured on camera. Now, if you haven't seen it or you've been living under a rock, here's the footage.
Esta es una llamada a todas las unidades de la ciudad de Miami. Esto es en Bayside ahora. ¿Qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? 9:35 de la noche de hoy, 1 de enero, frente a Bayside. No sabemos qué está pasando. Para que sean testigos de cuando se produce una llamada a todas las unidades. Y las que vienen en camino.
Razones para asegurar tu hogar con Ocaso.
Protege tu casa ahora y evita el efecto te lo dije.
Ocaso, un sol para tu hogar.
Ese calor que te abraza, o aire mi idea en tu casa. Antes mi idea, ahora mi idea. Sentir un bochorno infinito, o dormir por la noche fresquito. Con los aires mi idea, la cosa cambia.
Antes mi idea, ahora mi idea.
Mi idea.
And since this clip has become public information, it has gone absolutely viral, with countless people coming forward since this, stating that they were there at the mall during this time and they saw exactly what happened. One of these people is someone that goes by the name on TikTok of Notic_1, who said this 14 hours ago.
My name is Notic, and I was also at the mall when I saw the 10-feet alien. I'm going to give you my testimony right now. So, what I saw, I was just standing in the side of the mall, and then I saw everybody running towards the center of the mall. As everybody's running towards the center of the mall, I went to try to take out my phone. But as soon as I got to my phone, I looked up, and I see this 10-feet creature just like moving side to side. The images was like cutting in and out. It wasn't clear. He was fading in and out of like reality, I guess. And then 3 other ones appeared and they was fading in and out of reality too. It's like they wanted to be here, but it's like we had the power to see them, but we couldn't see them all the way. Like we needed to have, I don't know, or they needed to come all the way out. I don't know. But it was a little shaky. The cops came. It was like 1 million cops out there. It was nasty. And then they asked everybody for their phones right before we departed. They made a perimeter around these aliens, and they was checking everybody's phones. But I got somebody with a picture and a video, and he's from Miami. He's a resident of Miami, and from Orlando, and he was at the mall too. So me and him became cool when he was running away. I was like, "Yo, you got that?" He was like, "Yeah, I got that." So me and him are in contact, and he's just scared to release the video, I guess. But I'm gonna have the video because we cool.
So that does go hand in hand with what everyone else was saying. Everyone else's statements was that they were shadowy figures that were kind of fading in and out of reality. Now, he, of course, is not the only witness to step forward, as another witness who goes by the name of Cinny Sturshot. I've absolutely butchered that. But here's what he had to say about his interactions with whatever it was.
My basement and film this. This shit is so crazy. I'm posting this and I want y'all to repost, save this video, post it on other platforms before it gets taken down, because I want to clear up some of this misinformation about the Bayside Mall incident that happened. So me and my girl was in town and we were shopping at the mall and we noticed a lot of kids there. It wasn't a real big deal at first until they got to arguing and shoving, and then like weapons got brought in and they started fighting, running all over the mall, chaos just all over the place. So we thought we heard gunshots, but it turns out that that was actually fireworks. But either way, that caused everybody to start rushing for the doors. People was leaving stuff behind, I mean, just dragging their kids. It was just complete fucking chaos, man. Anyway, so as we running, we look back and we noticed some weird shapes taller than me. I'm 6'2", shadowy, dark, solid shapes, not human. I promise you, these is not human. I mean, it made the hair stand up on my skin. And shit, we just booked it for the doors after that, man. I can't explain what that was. I can't say that was aliens, but I can say that was not human. It was not human. And they, online, I don't know if they're trying to cover this stuff up, but they saying that it was police officers and somebody, not shadowy figures. It's 2024, man. It's something going on. There's something going on, and they trying to cover it up. A lot of people saw what I saw, and like I say, it was so much chaos ensued that it was just hard to let that sink in, that we was realizing what we looking at. I mean, it's something you can never even create in your head in a dream. I'm putting this out there though, man, because I want people to know that this stuff is real. Get this out and spread this. And if you were a person that was there and you saw what I saw, please put this video out, because they trying to cover this stuff up, man. They don't want us to tell the truth. And I got a good feeling this video will be taken down. So don't listen to the media. This shit is real. And whatever it is, they do not want people to know about it. I can't even, man.
Absolutely wild. So there, in his testimony, he was absolutely adamant that everything was real and to not believe the media and what they're saying about it being not aliens and actually be kids playing with fireworks. Now, he is not the only one to testify, as there was a third witness who has also come out to speak about it. This does come from the same TikTok page. I think this TikTok page is kind of collating the evidence or collating the witness statements and kind of reposting them to their own TikTok page. So, let's take a look at this one too.
What's up, y'all? I'm here to set the record straight, man. Like, I literally have been getting interrogated by the Miami Police Department for days, my dude. Look at me. It is really aliens. It's really aliens. And I cannot believe that the Miami Police Department is really going to try to make it seem like they had all those police cars and stuff out there over some kids fighting, y'all. We talking about 3 and 4 blocks. We get in it, they asked us, first they asked us what we saw. It was me, 2 of my cousins, and 1 of my homegirls. All 3 of us being basically locked the fuck up. I ain't trying to get in trouble or nothing like that, but I'm just telling y'all, man. This shit is so real, man. Like, everybody saw it. There will be more reports coming out. There will be more reports coming out on this, man. But I just want to go on record and speak my truth. You know, they asked us not to speak about it. Any blog site, any news site, anybody who wants to talk to me, please get in my DM, man. Because that's the only way I would tell my whole truth. But I just want to let y'all know, man, aliens are real. It was 3 of them. And we couldn't believe it. Y'all like this video, get this video trending, and I'll post my own cell phone footage. They tried to actually take my cell phone footage. You know what I'm saying? I showed them that thinking that I'm helping the world. They trying to delete it. But once you delete something on your phone, they have recently deleted, and you have to put your password in. I wasn't willing to give them that. So, man, y'all get this video to where it need to be, and I'm gonna go crazy.
Once again, another person coming out to say that the police tried to take their phone as they were leaving the Miami Mall. But what's very interesting is that both people have said that they have got footage, but they will only share it if their videos get likes and shares. That to me is a big red flag. I don't know about you guys, but for me, now.
Llega la nueva Full Flame, hecha con tanto fuego que saltarán todas las alarmas, solo en Burger King.
Hi, my name's Derek. I guess if you're watching this, then you've obviously...
Coming back to the original man, the original whistle-blowing witness. Who remembers this clip right here?
So, since nobody's going to talk about it, I figured, you know, fuck it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was down in Miami for the New Year's, you know what I'm saying? Me and my girl, we had Foot Locker or whatever. I ain't even got my blick, so, you know what I'm saying? We about to swerve. Next thing I know, it's like crazy. Like, we just see all these people running, like, you know, I'll get out of there. I look back, no cap, yo, no cap. I look back, it looked like a big ass shadow, but it was solid at the same time, like a few shadows, but they were solid at the same time. And it almost looked like they was coming our direction, like they was chasing us, but they was disappearing and reappearing closer. So I'm like, yo, what? So we start really moving. Next thing you know, we start hearing more gunshots, like these dudes start whatever.
Joseph Pippin, who was one of the first people when this all started kicking off to come out and explain himself as a, quote, witness to it. Well, this was Sosa Pippin no more than 24 hours later.
Yo, listen. Yo, y'all gotta chill. Yo, this shit crazy. I never been to Miami in my life. I was dead trolling, yo. Y'all can't be that gullible, yo. I was just dead ass trolling. I've never been to Miami. I'm not in danger. I'm chilling. Like, real, I mean, fuck it. Y'all want to make me go viral? I don't give a fuck. But yo, listen, for real, I was trolling. I'm chilling. What's wrong with y'all? Shit crazy, yo. Y'all bugging.
So that was posted no more than 24 hours, and when you go to his page now, you can see people crazy, I was dead ass trolling, and then his Cash App. And the original video that he posted of him giving his statement is now being deleted from his page, which has sparked yet another, what's the word? Conspiracy. That he was forced to take his video down by the government. That's what people are now talking about. He was forced to take it down. He was paid to take it down by the government because they did not want the information of aliens spreading like wildfire, even though I think it's a bit late for that. But those are all the witnesses that have come out to,
as well as slowed it down at the end so you can see.
Bro. Everyone's going this way.
What the hell?
Yo, what is that?
Bro, you filmed this on a potato. Is that actually the creatures? Dude, I'm sorry. This quality, I don't know if I'm buying this at all, honestly.
You guys, because, well, it's the internet and people like to run wild with these kind of conspiracies, but I've also unearthed another video of a supposed...
You need to get the boy. Need to get out.
Chemicals that are forever in your skin. So it says even on most of the
allegedly is closer to us and was closer to the building of the Ark, and this will get crazier in a minute. But anyway,
is this real?
¿Que sacar dinero en un estanco o lotería te parece raro? Dale tiempo. Y te lo digo yo, que soy una hamburguesa vegetal, que antes se reían de mí, pero ahora ya no dicen ni mu. Níquel. Una cuenta, una tarjeta en 5 minutos, en más de 2.000 puntos por toda España. No es raro, es níquel.
Or is this AI? And if it's real, what kind of creature is this? But if it's a leopard seal, it really has a long, serpentine body. But the question we have to ask, is this real or is this AI? It's supposedly captured in the waters near Singapore. And the witness records an unidentified
Something crazy always happens when you go camping. The state park. They had to come pick me up. You see that? Dang. Those eyes are scary, huh?
You really know what you're going to find up here at this nursing home. Find me an autographed picture of Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh, just pulled up to McDonald's and it says McDavid's now. That's so weird. Ah!
It's always been McDavid's.
All their signs and everything say McDavid's.
That's weird.
We were never supposed to perceive our own appearances this much. We were supposed to at most see our reflection in a still pond of water, maybe 3 times in our life. I have such an ingrained vision of what my face looks like at an iPhone front camera lens angle that somebody took a video of me at a 50mm focal length, which is supposed to be what our eyes for other people see us as or whatever, and I freaked out for like an hour.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Because it did not look at all like what I think my face looks like, and I was so scared that that's how other people see me all the time, forever, my whole life. It's horrible. This is wrong.
Wow. It just is what it is, girl. When life gives you lemons, oh damn.
Oh! Oh shit, I got that on video! Holy...
Pretty sure that was a while back.
What the...
Alright, so I don't think anybody knew this, but we've been putting this girl on for a little bit, just enjoying her little sense of humor, you know, the mind in the gutter. And check this shit out. Y'all aren't gonna believe this. This girl, she's kicking it like Bruce Lee over here, man. I was like, sheesh. She's so scary, man.
One showed some real strange stuff on the moon. So let me just show it to you, and you and me can decide for ourselves what it is. Do you see this thing? Right down there, the circle that looks like a pizza? Speaking of circles, let me circle it for you. What is that? What is that?
That don't look like no normal crater to me. So let's zoom in and take an even better view of that thing. There it is. This is one of the images that Blue Ghost spacecraft took. The Blue Ghost spacecraft took this image before it landed on the moon. And I don't know what it is, because it sure doesn't look like a normal crater to me. There's a lot of twists and turns in that circle. A lot of shenanigans going on in there. Now, maybe that's just what things look like on the moon. I don't know. I never been there. But my question is, do you think the Blue Ghost spacecraft actually caught something weird on the moon? Or does this just look natural to you? Let me know your opinion in the comment section, Booshkies. Shabadoo!
It almost looks like that pentagram. Man, it's like some sick game of It Follows, right? I mean, nothing bad's happening. It could be a guardian angel, who knows? Glass half full of people.
Aquí está el 7 y adulto el 6. Sí, mija, tengo preguntas.
What is that? Look. Did you see it? Oh, that's weird. So this is how I've been feeling lately. You got the twinkle toe syndrome. There we go.
I remember my first beer.
Going up on Tuesday. Going up. You had to do it dirty like that.
I used to be a hoe. I ain't no hoe no more. I ain't been no hoe in a long time, Steve.
Like that.
Did you know that the whole world seemingly melted all around us not too far in our past? And that the melting of the entire world supposedly, allegedly, is closer to us than was closer to the building of the Ark? And this will get crazier in a minute. But anywhere you look on any continent on this earth, you will see melted buildings, melted mountains. Everything is melted. Why? Why is this not documented anywhere? Well, I did find one documentation I'm about to show you. Probably the most overlooked documentation to ever exist. And coming from the most important document to ever exist. Even just pay attention to Sudan's pyramids all being charred. Charred by something. You remember when Jesus said to be more tolerable in that day for Sodom and Gomorrah than for anywhere else? Anywhere else where they reject his word. But like I said, there is one mention of everything on this earth melting. And we don't give it much thought. But the one mention of this scenario that we have in all literature says, the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth and also the works that are therein shall be burned up. Let me know if you can guess what book that came from. And also on the complete other side of the spectrum, in 5087 when the map was created, there was no ice in the south. You know, the South Pole? Not only were the map makers seemingly sure of this, they were so sure they put animals down there. Where are the penguins at, though? I don't see those. It wasn't until more modern history where they put ice down there. I wonder if something big happened. Kind of like it seems like something else really big happened. Questioning your reality? This video right here, it'll help. But
yeah, there we are, people.
Major PSA, Apple is being sued in a class action lawsuit because the Apple Watch wristbands contain forever chemicals that are forever in your skin. So it says even on most of the higher end bracelets that come with that Apple Watch, everybody is wearing an Apple Watch. My kids, everybody, not my kids, but kids are. Thankfully, my kids don't have one, but it contains forever chemicals. And Apple is keeping this pretty quiet. I haven't heard anything. It's only here on the TikTokulans. So thank you to all my loyal TikTokulan supporters. As president of TikTok, it is my goal to get the information to we, the people, right? And not hide it from us. If there is forever chemicals, which are in almost everything, forever, yes, forever, ever. So if you're wearing an Apple iWatch, take it off now, take the band off, get a band that does not have forever chemicals, maybe get some leather, get a leather band, but the plastic is not good for you, I repeat. Apple is in a lawsuit. They're not talking about it. They don't want anybody to know about this, but Secret Service Sam lets the truth come to light. Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president of TikTok.
Interesting. I'll have to look that one up because that was interesting.
I'll let you in on a secret. Life is better when you make space for what you love. This world will rob you of every ounce of happiness that you possess if you let it. You have to be intentional about giving yourself something to look forward to.
I watch that
You
for
have
hours.
to prioritize your joy.
I love the Tesseract.
Life is fucking short. Stop being ungrateful about your motherfucking life. You gotta learn to be grateful. If God done bless you with a Chrysler 300, be happy you got a Chrysler 300.
When I received this video, the first question I had was, what am I looking at? Did somebody just randomly park in front of a cornfield and record corn? But then I saw it. And I actually circled it. Typically I don't like to circle, and I want you to find it on your own, but this one is hard. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. And the next question, how many do you see? And
There's
what are
a couple, maybe
they?
3.
Take a look at this footage. Comment below, let me know if you see it, and what do you see?
Looks like a little boy from The Grudge, man. That. Yeah, I can't do it. He looks like a little elf or something, right? It looks like a half monitor or something. Maybe it's just a spirit or a ghost. Maybe the children of the corn are real. Who knows?
Sheesh. On a black raw beat?
I'm not putting too much music in here. Looks like it's like a good intermission.
That shit is woke.
Keep our spirits up.
Woke. You know what I mean? Money ain't a problem. Money ain't a problem. Money ain't a problem. See, my dough is like dough, like dro, my flow, like
That's pretty good. For them to be synced up like that too is pretty nice.
Ain't no stopping me. I'm deep like whoa.
That's how my brain works. It's like clips, movies, clips, movies.
My name in these streets is like whoa.
Damn.
What do you think is going on here? Because scientists are baffled by this lion. About 3 months ago, it abandoned its lion pod, and it said, no more, I'm not eating all these creature critters on the safari anymore, and now it lives amongst all the animal kingdom species and subspecies on the safari that lions eat, and it protects them. It's not letting the other lion pods get close to them to eat them, but scientists are baffled and confused and torn of what to do, because now the lions don't have any food, and they're worried that lion numbers are going to diminish because they're going to die of starvation. Because this guy, who all the creature critters now call unks, as in uncle. So because unks isn't letting lions eat, they're all starving to death. They're watching him very closely to see what he eats, and they've seen that he's eaten grub so far. A lot of bugs, a lot of insects, but no meat, which is super interesting. Scientists are starting to think that maybe he has some learning differences, and that might be the account of why he's doing this.
So instead of saying no or stop, I'm going to say, hey! Cut that shit out right fucking now!
Wait, what'd you say?
I said get off your phone. We're watching a show.
Do you get off your phone whenever I'm watching football on the weekends?
But this is different. We're trying to spend quality time together.
Well, we could spend quality time together watching football if you weren't on your phone, so it seems like a little bit of a double standard.
Well, at least on our TV shows, we don't know what's going to happen, but when we watch the Cowboys, I feel like the same thing happens every year.
I said, bitch, I'm the man of the house. You said bitch, though, yeah.
Daryl, where are those guys?
Desde que te levantas, en todo lo que haces, pierdes elementos esenciales que tu cuerpo no genera de forma natural. Puedes recuperarlos hidratándote con Pompeya. Su origen la convierte en un agua natural y además mineral ideal para seguir con el ritmo de tu día.
Diana, a rodar.
Pompeya, llénate de salud, llénate de vida.
Te sientes bien, estás muy bien.
Presentamos Gillette Labs con 5 hojas súper afiladas para conseguir un afeitado con menos irritación y una suavidad y apurado excepcionales que tu piel agradecerá, incluso después de 30 afeitados.
Lo mejor para
Gillette, lo mejor para el hombre.
I like that.
That's crossing the line.
This bitch. I'm just playing this game.
The following footage is from a very young kid. He was actually home alone when he started experiencing paranormal activity. He assumes it's a skinwalker, but I don't think so. This is something else. This is more.
Man, I got a lot more questions than that.
Activity. But it absolutely
What the
terrifies
shit?
them. Take a look at this.
3. Guys, I'm home alone right now. Guys, just watch. Something's gonna get thrown in my room. If it does, that means that there's a skinwalker in my house.
I don't like it.
What in the heck was that? Was that an arm? Did you guys see that?
And they tell you the truth, like always.
The alien ambassador is already here.
No.
Whoa.
Like 1, 2.
Hey, what's up, dude? You're an alien? All famous people are aliens. I'm not.
Oh, there's the third one right there.
Famous people.
Come on, man.
I'll show you more in a second. But really quick, let me ask you this. Why is every Super Bowl, every Olympics, and any other main event
I was about to say, they better not be trying to get over on us.
showing me mantis aliens? Teen girl abducted by praying mantis aliens. And this right here was the first alien commercial for this Super Bowl. Look at his hand. Why would you do that? It's not rocket science, y'all. They're saying that all the famous people are alien because they're not of this earthly plane, but of this outer dimension. And you know, these white aliens are supposed to be the good aliens out of all the other aliens that help humanity. Kind of like, you know, when those fallen angels came down to help humanity. And white trying to appear pure because, you know, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. Remember, like, Kendrick was surrounded by the people in white the entire time and they were the only ones left standing? Not everyone that looks human is human, and there's a great delusion coming, and they're straight up telling you. Remember Lil Wayne's I am not a human? And the worship of these fallen angels continue.
Who could explain this to me? 3 different options? Or 4 different options? And it's only 3. 1, 2, 3.
This guy died and said that he went to heaven and he made a song out of what he heard. We're going to play it on the plate. This is the frequency
That's crazy.
/ Polaris. You guys are going to be amazed. It's pretty much strictly green light and cross patterns. I haven't seen
like
any
someone
songs
reaching their
like
arms
this
out to you,
because
right?
The song is so loud and like heavy sounding. The sand flies off the plate because it's so powerful. The clips are pieced together just because I kept resetting it so that the frequencies were as visible as possible.
Now I'm so dizzy. There's a lot going on. Ooh, she got lucky. That could have been so bad.
After seeing what the frequencies in this song
That was
look
this guy.
After seeing what the frequencies in this song looked like, I don't doubt that he replicated pretty much exactly what he heard.
Wow! Ooh, take a wait.
So look, 3 things happened today. Facebook, Meta crashed. The emergency broadcast come on the radio in my car at the same time. I'm about to show you the video of that. And sirens near the military base, all at the same time.
As for the broadcast stations in your area, equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official messages would have followed the alert tone. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Y'all hear that? Might be going down. Maverick, what do you think?
Man, that paint could have come off.
So what are the odds that Facebook and Instagram both go down, can't log back in, all of a sudden the emergency broadcast comes on and that siren was going off earlier? What do y'all think? Wow. What the shit?
Man, bend up.
Shit, talk about if you're right-brained, you'll see a tree. If you're left-brained, you'll see 2 people holding hands.
Nope.
Well, I guess I ain't got no motherfucking brain at all. Because all I see is a motherfucking cartridge. They look like he been smoking that gas.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Who's ready for abject biological horror today? It has finally happened. The first commercially available computer that runs on tiny human brains has been released. Cortical Labs, that would be the same research group out of Australia who first demonstrated sentience in the tiny lab-grown human brains by embodying them in a simulated game world. They released a computer. Meet CL1, a fully integrated computational system that can keep brain organoids alive and used for computation for 6 months. Now, 6 months is not as long as they're able to be kept alive. They can be kept alive for 12 months or more, but the longer that they exist, the more solidified their neurons become, so to say, and as they slowly expire of hypoxia, their use is limited. So 6 months is probably a pretty good bet to have a very efficient computer system. These living systems require a lot less energy compared to traditional AI systems, and they can be integrated with AI. Cortical Labs is also releasing a similar subscription model so you can use brain organoids at a distance. These guys function on a feedback system. They get rewarded and they can be punished. Interestingly, the first brain organoid computer chips relied on a single neural type. I wouldn't have expected that to be less efficient than more complex brain organoids, but that certainly seems to be the case. Having multiple different neural types that communicate with each other allow them to do more complex tasks. AI-enabled brain organoids have an edge over traditional AI systems. They have access to all the information that an AI system would have, but there's a human element. Real cognition. Not cognition that comes from hallucinations or dreaming, but cognition that comes from the randomness that actually occurs in our brains that allows us to grow and develop around a task. Now, the ultimate goal of this kind of research may be to create a co-scientist, though we've only just started to scratch the surface of exactly what they can be useful for. There's research groups all over the world right now looking at just that. Who's ready for abject biological?
5'8" and 13 inches, there's no way.
Yes, there is. Anyways, if you don't know how to take your business to the next level, come see us with this ultra-thin light box. Ultra-thin light box. 1 centimeter thick.
I'm telling you, it's just starting to, like, Yeah, we've had a tornado move our house a couple inches off the foundation. Take the roof.
Creces donde te dan 500 euros por traer tu nómina. Si en tu banco
And she's right there.
What are the chances that we both noticed the sun being weird?
Yo, I fucking told you are crazy!
Mind equals blown.
I'm looking at you while you looking at me. Yo, Nancy, I'm breaking the whole matrix.
Morpheus.
Bye!
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking weekend. And, things are just getting crazy as hell, creepy and freaky, you know. I want y'all to check out, like, and follow the Message FX page on Facebook, and you could be one of 10 lucky people to win a free 15-second voiceover promo for a business or a brand of your choice. Other than that, it's time to dive down into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I could find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. And these aren't your ordinary videos, y'all. They're gonna be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. But of course, before we get started, y'all know what to do. Go ahead and smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't, so you don't miss out on any future content, and leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, y'all know what time it is. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Let's get it.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
This is not the... I thought that was like a rhymes belt or a dipper of some sort.
Watch this shit, alright? Monitors. Static. Alright. Office chair. Now, I'm going to do it with my gaming chair, and that right monitor is going to flicker.
What? Nah. Wait. What? Both? Hold up.
Office chair.
This started happening to me today, like while I was setting everything up. I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was just in my headphones.
What the fuck?
Maybe it's my gaming chair, I don't know. That's trippy. Gotta start grounding these chairs. That's gotta be AI, right?
Zombie spiders have been discovered in Ireland. If you remember the show The Last of Us, you might recognize parasitic, fungi-infected ants, moths, and other insects. Well, scientists discovered a new species in Ireland. I'm going to butcher this name, so I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but this fungus takes over cave spiders. Once the fungus gets a grip of the spiders, it'll control them to leave the cave, and the fungus will feast on the body so the spores can be released into the air. Yeah, Mother Nature isn't for the faint of heart.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
Quédate hasta el final. Te mostraré cómo crear el dormitorio de tus sueños con Beliani. Ahora con nuestra oferta de aniversario.
Hey. Holy cow! You're fake.
You are crazy! Stop yelling at me! You come on the boat, sir.
Yes, swimming? No.
Come on.
On the boat.
Because you are in forbidden area.
That's why. Can you stop doing that? Come sit here. Come sit here. You either come up or we fine you.
Catch me. So go off this.
Okay, then we're going to fine you.
You know.
He said I'm already fine.
You are crazy!
Yeah, I'm crazy.
How are they just treading water like they're standing on something though?
Non me ne frega un cazzo! Non me ne frega un cazzo! Perché I pay for your last time in Thailand! Last time in Thailand!
I picked you up in my boat and I brought you here to Bangkok. And we had a sick night, bitches.
Whoa, wait. He doesn't realize he was about to get swept away.
Bitch, you doing a good job. Bitch, you doing a good job. Bitch, take a break and shake that shit.
I'm so glad we're getting baggy jeans. Mr. Mouse.
Okay, I just looked out my window, and she's right there.
What?
Oh my god.
It gave me immediate goosebumps.
She's just in the middle of the park, like the parking lot across from where I live, just staring. That's so scary.
And this chick comes up to me and she's all like, "Hey, aren't you that dude?" I'm like, "Yeah, whatever."
Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. I should call the police, Anna.
Ooh.
Bye.
Bye, bitch.
She's a white lady in a black jacket with beige pants and gray shoes.
Officer Leroy comes up and he's like, "Hey, I thought I told you." And I'm like, "Yeah, whatever."
You see that?
Dark, what is
What
that
is-
shit?
What the?
Son, what is that?
Record it.
I am.
You see him?
What the hell?
Why are they
Did y'all
flying
see
in
that?
the dark, too?
They had no lights
What
on.
the fuck?
What is that?
The fuck? Look at those. Look at 3 of them.
The fuck is it?
And it's like they got a jet following behind them. What? Dang. That one is creepy. I wonder what the
This man is just smiling, looking up. So I turn around and try to see what the fuck he looking at, because he's just smiling.
Is that a dog?
I seen that scary movie. He is rough.
Yeah, he's on the
You're frying, man. How much acid did you take?
mushrooms hard. Wearing them gold ass shoes. Man, I used to put those hands on my trees. You know, leave them up all year round. It's a Halloween decoration, that's all. It's so cool. Probably creeps people out.
You know, there's an episode of a television series that has scared me more than any film that I've ever seen. It's a show that aired in the 90s, and it's called Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. And there's an episode from that series that has haunted me for the last 25 years. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this show, essentially it ran for an hour, and there were 3 short stories that were dramatized in a single episode. And at least one of those stories was based on real events. And your goal as the audience is to figure out which one was based on real events. And there was one story that I'm basing purely off of memory, but it was like a kid getting bullied by his brother and some other friends because he was scared of the monster in his closet.
Boo. Keep an eye out for monsters!
And essentially they push him into the closet and he's screaming until he stops screaming. And then they open the closet and he's gone. And me as a kid, I'm like, this is fake, right? Like, this is completely fabricated. And at the very end, it goes, fact. And I'm sorry, but as someone who grew up kind of believing in the closet monster, that freaked me out. And the host of the show, Jonathan Frakes, when he tells you that it's based on fact, he just smirks. Like, hope you sleep well. Again, it is a story that has stuck with me, it will forever stick with me, and I will never be scared of anything again.
I'm gonna try and find that.
Some people come home to their wife cooking. I come home to my wife looking like this. Still gonna hit it though.
Prove it!
Oh, hell yeah. She needs to do like a bomber. What is happening, y'all? This is just scary. I don't know, my Nikes didn't make it.
So let me ask you something. How in the world are we having wildfires, hundreds of acres of wildfires, in March in South Carolina? And don't you dare come on here telling me it's normal and it always happens. As far as I'm concerned, and I live here, we never have wildfires here. And it's not even hot. But I was talking about how weird the sun was earlier, and I even showed you how someone got completely burnt because of the sun. Oh, but it's unrelated completely. But even crazier, there's literally 200 separate fires going around South Carolina right now, just today. Starting right here, Weird how it starts in Carolina forest. It seems like wildfires are becoming increasingly prevalent to places that normally don't get wildfires. Yes, we don't usually get wildfires here in South Carolina, especially not by the beach. I mean, y'all, this is freaking insane. When I first saw this picture, I thought it was California. I thought it was LA still going on, which, by the way, I think it is. Did I tell you none of the fires are contained at all? None? So yeah, pretty crazy stuff.
Anybody got answers on that one?
I wonder why this would be happening. No idea. What are the chances that we both noticed the sun being weird? Same time and all. Something really freaky is happening with the sun, and I got proof. So yesterday I was outside, and I was just videotaping it, and it kept doing this almost orbit, like it has this bulging stuff out the side, right? And no, it's not a lens flare. And even in the most out part of the view, we see that it's still shooting rays out the sides. And no, it's not a lens flare. So I was thinking about how freaking weird this was. And it obviously did not used to look like this, right? Come on, anyone who knows, knows. Then today, the weirdest thing happened.
Right.
I see this post on Facebook. What's going on with the sun? I was in the sun for 30 minutes, and look how burnt she is, y'all. It's almost as if the sun was just straight up beaming her with power. Beaming her with power, maybe
That's
out
terrible.
the sides. And for you people who want to say, oh, solar flare, Sarah's trying to tell me the exact identical, the exact same solar flares on each side of the sun, manifesting at the same time, exactly the same width and all? You have quite the imagination, my friend. Not to mention, look how huge it is. Generally, you gotta be somewhere like Egypt to see the sun so giant in the sky. But this...
Dude, what are you talking about? It's normal.
I couldn't even open my eyes outside yesterday. It was bothering me so bad, but I liked how warm the sun was. It felt like summer. But it was making me curious how hot my skin was getting. Did any of y'all experience that yesterday? Of course, Saturday.
Oh, really?
Then why is her face melting?
Llega la nueva Full Flame, hecha con tanto fuego que saltarán todas las alarmas, solo en Burger King.
Subir tu factura de luz y ahorrar 200 € al año en menos de lo que dura este vídeo. En octopusenergy.es.
Man, it looks like she immediately got cancer.
I have huge asteroid space news. Some of it is good, some of it is bad. The good news, the asteroid is going to hit Earth.
I like that. I'm gonna have to learn how to do that. That's pretty cool.
They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy because at the Brighter Days clinic they do the memory erasure, you know?
If you could remember, struggle. Tell me. Give me a date. Give me a date.
You know what? I'll have to go back to the clinic and see if they can restore my memory.
Creepy.
Estamos viendo a esta persona en el parque, pero lo más raro son las manos. Mira los dedos largos. Oh my God. Ajá. Hold on. Mira las manos. Es un alien.
Can we just talk about what in the world is going on today? We'll come right back to this. So today started like any other day with the plane catching on fire in mid-air. Yo, it's just the usual in 2025. And as we're about to enter spring, as it is March, we're having a blizzard in Iran right now. The weather has been awfully strange, hasn't it?
It's like
in
summertime
Athens, they're literally overthrowing the capital right now. We're not going to talk about why, though. Now, this right here wasn't today, but after the rivers had turned to blood all over the world, we had a random sea or ocean turning to blood. Signs of the times, I suppose. Don't you dare ask me what's happening behind my head right now, because I will just tell you I don't know. But I'll tell you this, I don't like it. And these are living fish. They get put back in the water after they do whatever they're doing. And then finally, right after that bizarre meeting that we saw yesterday, and then all these countries started talking about their support for this guy, the UK came out and gave him a whole new loan, you know, to do what they're doing over there. So yeah, all in all, life as usual.
Doesn't look like a monster from The Hills Have Eyes. Y'all know what that was? It's like a dang Bigfoot. That boy needs to be in the Olympics for the freaking long jump.
Get a motherfucking scholarship.
That's insane.
Murder mystery is seeming more and more like it's something out of a movie.
Get that boy a scholarship.
It's not adding up at all. And for those of y'all that don't know what happened, let's retract. You might want to listen to this video on Swift Speed because this is a long one. Gene Hackman, his wife, and one of their 3 dogs were found dead in his house. Gene Hackman's wife was found laying on their bathroom floor dead with pills scattered around her. Gene Hackman was found in a mudroom dead with his glasses laying next to him. And their dog
was found dead in a closet. Now, when they found the wife's body, it was in the beginning stages of mummification. And if you don't know, it takes a body anywhere from 60 to 70 days to start the mummification stage. But what does that say to you? Gene Hackman, on the other hand, they're saying that his pacemaker wasn't reading life signals for at least 9 days. Well, if you put 2 and 2 together, basically, they're saying that Gene Hackman has been dead for 9 days. And again, Gene Hackman was 93 years old, and his wife, 64 years old. They were together for a long time. Now, in their relationship, they had no kids, but he had kids from outside of his relationship. So you're telling me that none of the kids were concerned, none of the kids checked on him, none of the kids knew that he was gone for that amount of time? And now we go to the fact of why the cops would even come to his house for a wellness check. Now, the reason the cops came to the house...
First off, we're not going to go there because you never know what's going on in someone else's family or their home. So don't even put that out there, man. Just stop. It's bad enough for them. Give them some respect.
House for the wellness check because one of the neighbors called and said they were alarmed because they haven't heard from him. Now, when the cops get to the house, they walk straight in because guess what? The door was open, unlocked. How did that happen? Now, there are also reports that say that a neighbor went to the house and the door was locked. So who unlocked the door and left the door open? Now, as far as the reason why they died, we don't know. I would have thought carbon monoxide, but guess what? They ruled that out. And people were also saying that it could have been
miles and miles of heart.
They're running this way. Active shooter at the Dallas.
Maybe from what I saw, it was just 2 people got in a fight and it scared everybody and they ran out. So I don't know. I mean, it scared everybody pretty good. So.
What happened?
I just wish people could, if they want to squabble, use your hands, man. Because it's a one-on-one thing.
It's okay. Yes. What? Maria?
We don't deserve dogs. They're so special. Wow. So impressive. What is that, arc reactor? Yeah. Things are getting weird. But that is so cool. That's so funny. Hit the button.
Welcome. Oh, what do we got going on here? We got a drill. Took the battery off.
Oh no.
Hey, what are we doing with the battery?
You got the electrocuted dog.
About to make soup? No. No! No! Oh!
This is the laziest
5,
dunk ever.
4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're stopping. No, we're not.
You gotta dunk that shit!
Nada suena como Magnum. Magnum, fiel al placer.
Oh, you're gonna love this one. The shampoo conspiracy. Something that you use every day. But do you know who's really behind it and what it's really doing to you? Disclaimer, the ideas presented here are not theories. They're all verifiable facts. So you go over to your local grocery store to do some shopping and you realize that you haven't washed your hair in over a month. It's time to clean up. You head to the shampoo aisle and you're met with dozens, maybe even
He said I'm joke-free, but I'm still getting high. I don't care how I do it. That's funny.
I just learned this off TikTok, that if you magnetize forks, apparently, the prongs, if they're two of the same fork, you can, like, flick electrons off of it, and then it, like, positively charges. That's pretty cool.
Dang, that's badass.
Well, what do you know?
It's pretty cool. Oh, snap.
Excuse me. I might take you home with me if I
He said the mushrooms just kicked in. Alright, so what the hell is this? I've seen one like this, but oh, that's a Goodyear blimp. Come on, dog. Shit. I guess y'all, this new generation's probably never seen a blimp. Do y'all know what a helium blimp is? Oh wait, I forget. Y'all are older than me. Not by much. But we know what a blimp is. These kids don't even know what a freaking helium blimp is.
What the hell is that?
Hydrogen, whatever. Nitrogen.
It's crazy, right? Look, let's do this. Let's do it.
No.
Hey, vosotros detective.
Too much flashing.
As someone who went to school for years and studied countless hours on the Tesseract,
I was like, hey, I was trying to go see this concert tonight. You want to go?
Accurate depiction that I
We'll
could
take the spaceship.
If you need any further assistance, just let me know. Cet ingénieur américain vient de se faire bannir par OpenAI, l'entreprise tech-head ChatGPT. Souteur utilise l'intelligence artificielle d'OpenAI pour piloter ce fusil d'une précision certaine en chaos. Avec sa voix, you move negative 25 degrees, then sweep across the field of fire, stopping every 5 degrees, the fire one round pour... Et là, il est en train de discuter avec son arme automatisée. Good job, you saved us. Et ça, c'est... Ladies
and gentlemen, today is a very...
There's a movie that just came out like February 20th, 22nd, something like that. It's called The Thinking Game. Any of you that are into the AI, neuroscience, I highly suggest you take a peek. Amazing watch. Please check it out.
unique day. Check out the Schumann resonance. This is the last 24 hours, basically, of what's been going on. This is what it's been looking like, and this is very normal looking, very calm, some blue, some green, and then immediately, without hesitation or, a smooth transition, it's just boop into that. And look at that. it's got a lot of interesting things here that I want to point out, and this correlates to a few other topics I'm going to touch on, which are a solar flare that happened, a pretty large solar flare that happened, which is why this looks like this, as well as a unique planetary alignment that's happening right now, as well as a unique portal that happened from February 22nd, the 222 portal, which goes to Friday, which is tomorrow. Today's Thursday, and it is around 11:35 a.m. here, so you're seeing the last 24 hours from that. And this is due to a large solar flare that I'm going to get into. But the sustained energy of this, I feel like that's representative of the throat chakra being clear, all these different kinds of experiences, but it's to, again, into this next slide.
Jerry MacArthur was riding the waves in Howe Sound when this happened.
And as we were kind of going out, we saw something out in the water. We didn't really know what it was.
Oh, they're all below me! Oh God, I don't want to hit one of them!
Leaping and playing alongside him was roughly 100 dolphins.
And, you know, I didn't want to get too close to them, so we steered away from them to kind of give them a wide berth. But they were curious, so they came over to check us out. And the next thing I know is just dolphins everywhere. Like, on the hydroflyer, you're riding about 3 feet above the water, so you have a pretty good view looking down. And when I looked down, all I could see was dolphins underneath me. That's awesome. It was really wild because they were actually turning upside down underneath me so they could stare up at me.
He was just off the coastline near Porteau Cove on a hydroflyer.
The easiest way to think of it is like an underwater airplane wing, basically. They probably checked us out for like 20 minutes, I would say. Yeah. I mean, we kept kind of trying to steer away from them for a while. I've never had them swim underneath me like that either. Like, they were probably like a foot below me. I grew up along the coast in BC, and I never remember seeing the amount of animals like that when I was a kid. And now, you know, we seem to see killer whales and porpoises and stuff quite often. So it's cool they've come back.
Elena Kelly, Glacier Media, Vancouver.
Customer complaint. Wipers turn on when you open the visor. Nobody is on the switch. And again. Takes a minute, but boom.
That's weird.
See? Nobody's touching that.
That's so weird.
Watch this.
Trying to figure out what kind of car that is. Like a Mini Cooper or something?
Crazy.
This is the moment a statue moves during a tour of the Salem Witch Trials Museum in Salem, Massachusetts. While taking a video, a tourist captures a statue moving, something that is impossible, yet happens more than we realize. Spirits often attach themselves to objects, especially objects bearing the human image, and animals too. The question is, why does a spirit attach to a certain object? Is it a person who relates to that particular image because of a past life connection? Or is the spirit of a more sinister origin and attempts to possess a human but mistakenly enters the statue? Watch this.
Like reality shaping before our eyes, partially.
Terrifying.
Everyone needs to know what is happening in Greece right now. The country has literally come to a standstill after hundreds of thousands of people from every sector have taken to the streets to demand justice for the country's deadliest ever train crash. All flights in the country have been grounded after air traffic controllers have joined the doctors, lawyers, teachers, train drivers, boat drivers, and 325,000 others across the country in a 24-hour general strike. You see, 2 years ago today, a passenger train filled with students collided with a freight train 57 people. Polls indicate that 72% of Greeks believe that the government is involved in a cover-up of evidence suggesting insufficient safety measures. And they're mad because 2 years later, investigations are still not finished. No one has been convicted, and a separate inquiry found on Thursday that the safety gaps that caused the train crash have still not been filled. And this is despite 82% of Greeks saying that the train disaster was one of, or the most important issue in the country. The government has denied allegations of a cover-up, and their prime minister has dismissed calls to resign, accusing critics of attempting to destabilize the country. As always, as things develop, I'll keep you guys updated.
No, hopefully they get that situated. That's rough.
This footage has just been released by NASA due to a Freedom of Information request by Trump's team. This is the strangest footage I have ever seen. Watch and listen to this. This is from Apollo 11, inside the capsule, and watch what appears.
Dentífrico Fluocaril Bifluoré, 4 veces más eficaz contra la caries, ahora mejorado. Marca número 1 recomendada.
8-5. Okay, Charlie, we're in the limb. The tracking index mark is the same. Roger, we copy. Houston, Apollo 11. Apollo 11 Eagle. 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Houston out, over. Hello, Eagle, Houston, we're standing by, over. Eagle, Houston, we... Hello, Eagle, Houston, we're standing by, over.
What is that?
Houston,
I'm in my own zone, I'm in my own flow. You'll probably get your facelift. Yo, I'm looking at you while you looking at me. Yo, Nessie, I'm breaking the whole matrix. Hey, yo, listen, it's beyond us. With this equipment, I thought you was Elon Musk. And you not though, while you was walking. I done see you the modern day Stevie Hawking. Listen, they don't know that where we got it now. That's called motherfucking bars.
Yeah, bars? Another brew?
Now, the saltwater crocodile can live in a range of habitats, with one of the more interesting ones being small freshwater billabongs. Now, we've got what we call a satellite pond here, and it's quite a small pond. He's got a larger pond over there, but it just goes to show that these salties are able to hide themselves extremely well. Have a look at this. Look at the size of him, 4.2 meter crocodile, hiding in small little billabong.
Small little billabong. A billabong. Billabong. Ruh-roh.
What's up, homie? I'm Tony.
I can't believe I deleted it. Oh my god. Oh
Oh,
my
it couldn't be
god.
more perfect. I didn't even make that happen. It just got lucky.
Oh my god. Help me. Help me. Help me, God. Oh my god. I deleted it. Oh my god. I fucking deleted it. No. How do I get it back? Oh God, how do I get it back? How do I get it back? Oh my God. I fucked myself in the ass. Can't believe I deleted it. Oh my God. Oh God, help me.
I was like, dang, it sounds like he found it.
God, help me. Oh God, help me. Oh my God.
y'all think he lost?
Now, the Buddha, 2,500 years ago, had a revelation sitting under the Bodhi tree that all of the universe, including humans, were impermanent, changing moment to moment in relationship to its environment. So sometimes I like to explain this idea by analogy with a lighter. Now, I have this leftover from my old party days. Now I just use it for incense. Now, you can see when I actually ignite this lighter, there's a chemical reaction between oxygen in the air and a fuel source, that's carbon, and it then produces this wonderful flame. Now, we can recognize this flame by its form, right? It looks more or less the same, but we instinctively know that every molecule that makes up this flame moment to moment has moved on. It's moved on downstream, if you will. Now, we are much more like that flame than you'd ever consider. Now, it is also kind of curious that we also use oxygen, right, and a carbon fuel source, in the case of the lighter butane, C4H10, in the case of me, glucose, C6H12O6, and we produce the same byproducts, actually, heat, water vapor, and carbon dioxide. So we're very much like this flame, but even more so, you recognize me, moment to moment, by my form. But everything that makes me up has moved on downstream. I am an amalgam of 7 octillion atoms experiencing 37 billion chemical reactions per second. The 39 trillion bacteria in my gut are turning over 4 minutes to every 24 hours. I am not the same person, literally, that started this video. And this impermanence is actually quite empowering, because if you embrace yourself as process and not product, then disease is also process and not product. And you can make decisions with regards to your behavior and your environment moment to moment to alter the trajectory of your process towards healing, towards wholeness, and away from disease.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm a little spooked right now. I can't really tell how this happened, but I'm gonna show you guys. So I'm working in the bathroom. Okay, so that wall is done. Was ready to leave. My client gave me a coffee for the morning, so I grabbed the cup, the empty cup, and I was about to take it to the kitchen. Now, there's no one in the house. Everybody left in the morning. It's just me. So I have my drop cloth. So before I show you what happened, so right here, you see all the drop cloths, okay? So if you see, there's some dust in the garage, but there's not a lot of dust. And my cutting machine is there. As you see at the bottom, there's nothing besides that, okay? Now, if it was me, you can tell by my shoes, the print on my shoes, okay? That's the one thing. The second thing is that if I step on it, like you can see over here, that's my step, okay? But as you step into the drop cloth, and you come in this way, all the dust stays on the drop cloth, right? Okay. So I walk into the kitchen, and I freaking see this. Those are not my steps. There's no one home. I don't know what this is. You see that? It has no dust on it.
What?
There's no dust. There's no dust. There's no dust on these shoes. So someone walked from the outside.
Old school.
And sit over here.
That's weird. Maybe a dog or a cat? No.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe someone step outside with no shoes, but you don't see the print of the feet, the footprint. You don't see that.
It almost kind of looks like booties, though.
And it's not going back out. It's just like if someone sit over there and stay there or something. Oh, it's weird. Let me know what you think. Bye.
Follow me for your dose of Magna Fuel.
Well, hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all have a great week, of course.
out of the goodness and graciousness of my heart, I'm going to reveal it, but...
Break it down. Stop.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking weekend. Hope y'all ready to get this week started off right. Of course, that Bryce is Right way, where we dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I can find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. And no, these aren't your ordinary videos. They're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. But of course, before we get started, let's go ahead and smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content, and leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, y'all know what time it is. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Let's get it. This is AI, but...
Liquid gas and whatever the fuck.
A new property?
But they just made a new one. Sorry. You can't just say someone created a new form of matter.
This is real. And it gets creepier. What the fuck? The whole light going out there.
What the fuck do you mean Microsoft created a new form of matter? Uh-oh. Sorry.
Are you a new element?
I thought it was liquid gas and whatever the fuck.
A new property?
But they just made a new one. Sorry. You can't just say something like that and then not further elaborate, right? Because I haven't gotten past understanding what Bluetooth is, right? And you're telling me that we're creating new forms of matter. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we Tony Stark? You, sir, have created a new element.
Yeah. First, I thought to myself, hell yeah, bitch.
Yeah, that's in a fucking Avengers movie, bitch. Okay? I don't like opening my phone, seeing that Billy G is out here making new forms of matter with a bunch of scraps. Oh, we're calling it the Major 101. Go fuck yourself. What are you talking about? We used to just make laptops, huh? We remember when wireless headphones came out and we were all like, oh, we can wear them without a silly thing. And now we're making quantum computer chips. Okay, sure, yeah. I'm a regular guy. That means diddly fuck squat to me, right? You're just saying big words that scare the shit out of me.
And the cow on the wall?
It said it was more powerful than all the computers in the world combined. What does that mean? How powerful? Okay, sure, yeah. I'm a regular guy. That means diddly fuck squat to me, right? You're just saying big words that scare the shit out of me.
And the cow on the wall?
It said it was more powerful than all the computers in the world combined. What does that mean? How powerful do you need it to be? Why can't we all just play Tetris?
La morcilla de Burgos, el chorizo de Pamplona y una oferta así de buena, pues...
What's happening? And whenever you work outside and then work trucks and work vans, whoo, man, it gets hard out there for a pimp. Ooh, that's some dinosaurs, huh? I cut that. Maybe they did it with that AI. It looks pretty good, right? Damn. That's really what the bad guy was supposed to look like in Captain America Brave New World. The leader. Oh, hell no. Get your shit out of here.
Back shoulder.
Oh.
What the fuck? No, not the ball.
There's a little longhorn. Isn't that so awesome? Hope SB sponsors him. So beautiful. Shout out to that dude. So crocodiles and sharks, huh? There's just too many steps, like extra steps for extra work to achieve what? A flip? Come on now, dog. I don't know, it's pretty cool. Super Saiyan Godbird. Ho ho.
11 eggs flipped. Nothing but pan. You built this FYP, so you know what? You deserve 25 eggs, you egg freak. Comment egg freak if you're a freak.
Oh yeah, Dios mío.
Deus colocou nós na hora certa.
Duele.
No lugar certo, olha. Vixe, calma, Nick. Calma. Cara, ganhei o ano.
Ajuda, por favor.
Ganhei o ano, cara. Olha. Tadinho, né?
Ah, that's what I'm talking about right there, y'all.
Vai. Ei, alegria, hein?
I love it. Love those videos.
I have the best secret location to go sledding that I've been going to ever since I was a kid, and I'm going to reveal it where it is by the end of this video. But I shouldn't. It's just like how fishermen and women, I want to make that clear that women fish as well, don't ever reveal their watering holes where they catch the biggest trout, especially if they've worked hard to find those. But, out of the goodness and graciousness of my heart, I'm going to top
my living room. Can you help me?
Absolutely. What vibe are you in? Sections, and I'll DM you the secret location.
Bro, I need some help designing my living room. Can you help me?
Absolutely. What vibe are you aiming for?
We're going for modern, and we have a old tan, tall beige couch, a wooden entertainment system, and a really small flat screen.
For a modern look, consider upgrading to a sectional sofa in a neutral color, mounting the flat screen on the wall to free up space, and swapping out the entertainment system for sleek, minimalist shelving. Some modern art or a large mirror above the couch for a chic finish.
We did exactly what he said. We got a sectional, low-profile couch, a more modern-looking entertainment system, and a big flat screen that we mounted on the wall. Oh my goodness, this room is completely changed. Thank you so much, co-pilot. You are awesome.
We are seriously living in the future of the Jetsons, I feel like. I don't even remember what this is. Wow. I'm getting goosebumps. Just look at how fast he was like a fool. Just and running in the water and saved. It's slow. Shit's hard. Hey, this is a redneck back. I can't even say it. A redneck baptism, y'all. I can't even hear it. Make you light as a
That's
feather.
a Cracker Barrel baptism right there, dude.
There's a question going around. Why Hawaiian Punch is never cold?
Why? Why is it never cold?
This guy in his car puts dry ice in the Hawaiian Punch, takes the glass. Wait, the glass is cold, but the punch is still dry.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
No way this ain't gonna be cold.
People are killing me.
The glass is freezing, but the drink is warm.
And this is what I found on the internet.
It's too viscous.
No, it's something about viscous and the sugar level. So it's the low juice content and tons of sugar prevent it from getting cold in a normal situation.
Oh,
so
it's probably less water.
Sugar. There's actually more salt in a Hawaiian Punch than there is in Mountain Dew or Dr. Pepper. Plus, there's something called sucralose that creates that bitter taste. Mm-hmm. So imagine hella salt, hella sugar, and the sucralose all in one. That's why it probably always tastes dry.
That's insane.
You
I
never
didn't know
get
that.
cold.
What you're drinking is anti-thirst.
Yeah.
It makes you more dehydrated. Like Kool-Aid. I love Kool-Aid back in the day, but nowadays I just can't do it. It gives me a headache.
Yeah, real.
There's certain things you could really do as a kid, but now I just can't. I deadass just can't,
Yeah,
bro.
I love coffee now, actually.
You like coffee?
No coffee for me. The Starbucks was totally my wife's idea.
Of people tested have glyphosate in their system. I was reading some study on fucking
We're trying to be nice.
on Girl Scout cookies. Like how many like they've done studies on Girl Scout cookies where they break them down and find out what's in them. Oh, holy shit. They're fucking toxic as fuck.
You heard this?
I'll send it to you, Jamie. I sent it to my wife because she's trying to avoid Girl Scout cookies.
Because those smiling face of
those
the
little
Girl
hustlers.
Scout. You can imagine she's going to give you something bad.
Yeah, those little hustlers. They catch you at the grocery store. I'll find this for you, Jamie. There was this thing about. Oh, here it is. The different seed oils, all the different things in them. This video? Yeah, it's probably one of them. What does it say here? Thin Mints being the worst offenders. 5 flavors of Girl Scout cookies contained. Back up. Contained levels of glyphosate and heavy metals above EPA water safety limits. New investigation found 100% of tested Girl Scout cookies contained glyphosate. 100%. Controversial in 5 publications.
What is in this stuff, y'all?
I wonder why.
America needs to wake up. Fix it.
To 90 days.
We need better standards. Her hands seem pretty steady. Let's see if we start shaking. Damn, that's some Ghostbusters shit.
I'm tearing up right now.
You saw it? Saw what? My goosebump level is high right now.
Can you please just show yourself?
It's too dark.
Just give me a sign.
Dinos lo que tú haces. Nosotros nos encargamos del resto. Ionos, tu solución digital.
Ahora solo en Carglass, por la reparación o sustitución de tu parabrisas, te regalamos un inflador Casals súper compacto.
Do whatever you want.
Run.
Yeah!
Most of those doors close by themselves, though. Oh, shit. Dang, that was a good one.
Not interested. Now we are in the showroom of LC Seinfeld.
On fait pas. Oh, virage. Oh, virage. Oh, le public. Yeah, tu vois le flair.
Good question. That's pretty cool.
Whoa! Oh yeah!
That's legit. I like that. I'm so mesmerized by those. Just a cyclone of water. Man, there's some serious suction going on there then. Wouldn't want to get stuck on that one. Okay, this is so weird. I'm sure y'all have already seen this. I was a little late getting this clip. But this looks so Westworld to me. Oh, man, this is about to get creepy.
Archaeologists have just discovered the first pharaoh's tomb in more than 100 years. Thutmose II is the last undiscovered king of Egypt's 18th dynasty. And now that they've astonishingly found his tomb, it's become the most significant archaeological discovery since 1922, which is when they found Tutankhamun's tomb. And although Thutmose's mummy was missing, they discovered artifacts with inscriptions of his name, and it also appears the tomb to be flooded. So now they believe that more of its contents, and his mummy of course, were moved to a new undiscovered crypt nearby. The director of the excavation said the possible existence of a second and most likely intact tomb of Thutmose II is now an astonishing possibility.
That's exciting.
News on the tiny human brains that you can grow in a literal jar if you want to and hook up to.
What the hell did she just say? I thought that was those little pandas that we saw last video. And now we're talking about hooking up brains to an egg yolk?
To use their computation.
Hooking up brains to an egg yolk? What the shit?
A computer. If you've been following these little guys, a company called Final Spark has released the use of the tiny human brain organoids for industrial use. They have a facility where they host a lot of these little guys, and you can actually buy a subscription to use their computation. It is about $500. Complicated. This may allow us to do computation in a way that we're currently limited in terms of the tiny brains. They don't have Yes, they are trained on dopamine. If you ever want to know exactly how that works, let me know. I have news on the tiny human brains that you can grow in a literal jar if you want to and hook up to a computer. If you've been following these little guys...
Hey everybody, we've got some breaking news. So, the man known as Victor, who allegedly leaked one of the most controversial and mysterious pieces of UFO-related footage ever, known as the alien interview, has just been doxxed. So, according to UFO researcher and filmmaker Jon Stewart, the alien interview video is authentic. And Victor, the man who leaked it from Area 51, his real name is Stanton John Willett. Check this out.
I consulted a military insider with access to the Groom Lake entry log. He confirmed to me that an individual named Stanton John Willett was present at the base at a time between 1977 to 1991. This revelation marks a turning point in the alien interview investigation, bringing us closer than ever to uncovering finally, after 30 years, the full truth about Victor's identity and the oranges of this footage. The pieces are finally coming together, and we remain committed to exposing the reality behind one of the most controversial and significant UFO-related leaks in American history.
So if this is actually a legitimate video of a real alien being, the implications are monumental. Let me know what you think.
Man, that just makes me want to, like, not believe it almost, right? How you got a Karen in your crew?
Whistleblower revealed that they was part of a secret operation to retrieve an egg-shaped UAP. And where did all this transpire? In Antarctica. Where do you think? So allegedly, these group of people went to Antarctica, to a cave in Antarctica, to a cave in Queen Elizabeth's Range in Antarctica. And allegedly, when they got to this cave had hieroglyphs and petroglyphs on the walls and on the egg. And allegedly, they found an alien sleeping. Anytime and every time that I hear of anything going on in Antarctica, it always gives me chills because it's something about Antarctica. Now, I don't know if this is 100% true story, but what I do know is everything that I am seeing right now, you can search and you can see the pictures and you can see the egg and you can see et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you got to remember, anybody that's familiar with this topic, we just had people come out and say that they were egg-shaped UAPs. So once again, this story is sounding very, very familiar. But to anybody that's interested, do some research and jump back in these comments. I'm out.
I'm going to show you something right quick with the word planet. And they put it right in front of your face. And nobody has taught you this. I can guarantee you this 100%. And if somebody take this, you already know where this came from first. So you already know they jocking. And we ain't going to trip about it because you already know how they ride the wave. Plane. You know what a plane is, right? Plane. Not the one that you fly. Plane. Infinite plane. Or what you want to call the zone, the realm. And then the T, right? Plane, terrarium. And I'm going to show you what a terrarium look like if you don't know. Plane, terrarium. Excuse my M, because I'm a handicap in this hand too. Plane, terrarium. Right in front of your face. So they done told you a whole damn lie about what we living on. And y'all don't get it, man. The source is in front of your face. God gives me these downloads, and I put it right out here to you, just like that. I've been up thinking so long, and this is what I came with.
Oh, hell, Ricky, I was high when I said that.
Right here, right in my face, right in your face the whole time. Stop playing with me, man. And here's the terrarium. Remember, common sense in the sermon never falls from trees, nor does it grow from one. Stand on business when you stand on business like I do, man. Because it's right in front of your face. They told you the truth right in front of your face, but lied at the same time.
There goes that superhero. Damn. What the f? Oh, come on. I mean, I would do like 5, 6, 15 with that, but I wasn't clapping it. That's just tough.
Oh yeah, by the way guys, no big deal, but we've just found a topological superconductor and made a quantum computer out of it. What? Yeah, we made a qubit out of topological superconductors. We called it Majorana 1. Okay, so you mean to tell me that the thing that we've been trying to do for the last, 20 years? Unsuccessfully, we have been tearing our hair out looking for a topological superconductor and have been completely unable to do it. But you guys just casually, yeah, no problem, did it and made it into a quantum computer, correct? Yeah. So are you going to elaborate on how you did that? Or any of your results? Are you going to, I don't know, publish a peer-reviewed paper or anything? No.
I mean, think about it. Who really knows what a supercomputer is? We're going to be the one that defines it or taps into it.
I'm going to lose it.
They could have found something different along the way and said, we're gonna slap supercomputer on this
So doctors
because we need
were
more
apparently
time.
able to prove recently that people with aphantasia are physically wired differently in the brain. And for those who don't know, aphantasia is when you can't visualize something in your mind, and only about 1 in every 100 people have it. So for example, if I show you a picture of like this crouton, right? This is the crouton, and I take it away, and we wait a couple seconds, and then I ask you to visualize that exact crouton in your mind, 1 in every 100 people cannot see that crouton. I can see it. It's right here. But you can't if you're 1 in 100. They took people with aphantasia and a control group of neurotypicals and put them in an MRI machine and checked their brainwaves as they had them look at images and recall them. And they found that neurotypicals were experiencing similar brain patterns when looking at the image and then recalling the image. Aphantasics were having brain activity when trying to recall it, but it was different, or it was slightly less in some way. They also ran an additional test where they had everyone visualize something on the side of their field of view. And what came about was aphantasics' brain pattern would occur on the same side that they visualized it on, but neurotypicals had it on the opposite side. Being able to record physical evidence of the differences occurring is an amazing first step to furthering our understanding of how our brains work.
I like that a lot. I think I have that problem.
So this library has been discovered in Tibet, and it was sealed up.
Oh, that's a groovy. Have mercy.
And it has 10,000 books or ancient texts. 84,000 books telling 10,000 years of human history, supposedly. Now, only a little bit has actually been translated. I think it was like 5%. But this is insane. It was sealed inside a wall. Can you imagine opening up a wall and just seeing all these books in text? I don't know what language it's written in. I think this was built, they determined in 1073. And it was sealed in a 60-meter long, 10-meter high wall in Tibet containing 84,000 secret books telling 10,000 years of human history. And only 5% has been translated. What? What do we not know? In 10,000 years, I mean, what do you think's in these texts?
Well, I mean, for it to be sealed up, they obviously knew something was coming or something already happened.
We turn now to a family vacation that took a strange turn in California. They visited the same area where a missing woman was last seen. ABC's Andrea Fuji picks up the story from there.
This morning, a California family's ghostly encounter could help solve a mystery. When the Gorba family went on a four-wheeling trip in the Sierra National Forest, their 3-year-old son, Caden, started talking to someone who wasn't there.
He was just in our car, and he was pointing out to a certain spot in the meadow.
The family was at Shut-Eye Peak, about 70 miles outside Fresno, when they stopped for lunch. Mom, Victoria, says Caden told them there was a woman close by.
I got goosebumps. He says, she needs our help, but she's dead. And she's laying face down with her legs up, and she can't talk to me, but she's over there. We need to go help her.
Caden's parents checked out the meadow, but saw nothing.
He kept saying, trust me, Mom. And I was like, I trust you, bud. You know, I believe you 100%.
Creeped out, the Gorbas said they headed back home. Caden's mom then posted their experience on social media, and that's when the Madera County Sheriff's Department reached out for more information. Turns out a woman went missing just over a year ago within 5 miles of where they were. A woman with a black shirt and blue hair.
He describes down to blue hair. He said she has a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, Mom.
Detectives say Caden's description matched that of 53-year-old Sandra Hughes, who went missing in June 2020 after going camping alone. Caden was able to identify 3 out of 4 pictures of her. Detectives went back to the meadow with the Gorba family to investigate, and so far found nothing. But the case remains open.
If she was possibly a ghost looking for some help, I hope that he could have at least helped. And maybe help
to use it again. Mona, Victor.
The 2? Oh, I'm down.
Babe.
Why would you do that?
Oh, no.
Ahora más de 160.000 padres primerizos acuden al año al pediatra. Y aquí estamos para consultarlo todo, incluso...
That's funny. More cat. Don't do it. I'm sorry, I have such a bad mind.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
Okay. Okay. What am I supposed to do? A pull-up. You said you do 5. 1, 2, 3.
I mean, y'all cannot do one pull-up.
4.
That's good for him. I like that.
Get swole with it, brother.
I have a grandpa that's pushing 90, so. Got them genes, boy.
What is me out? Where? Look.
There's not even a hook on that.
Look at that.
Sea monster. Second, why does it look like all what's that weird dude's name? The Facebook guy. Fuck, what's his name?
Break it down.
It's obviously the guy walking the dog who's... It's obviously the guy walking the dog who's in the wrong. You have to look out for projectiles. I used to work at a medical insurance company for about 3 years. We would have denied your claim if we saw this video. It's actually a little known fact. JFK's wife tried to submit a claim after he was they denied it. It is your responsibility to look out for incoming projectiles, including bikes, what have you.
That's pretty funny. I like that. The power somebody's touch can be incredibly powerful.
Here are some crazy things happening in the world right now. An unidentified man stole 3 amputated legs from a Bucharest hospital. One is still missing. An elementary school student went permanently blind after eating only a diet of chicken nuggets. Japanese elderly women are choosing to live in Japan's largest prison for women because they feel lonely and are struggling, and it has good benefits. The Walgreens CEO announced that their anti-theft program has backfired because, quote, when you lock things up, you also don't sell as much of them. Police charged a woman with a definitely not drugs tote bag with trafficking meth. A man who mistakenly threw away his hard drive with Bitcoin on it in 2013 that's now worth $750 million is now trying to work with investors to buy the landfill that the trash went to because a court case dismissed his ability to have access to it. He says he can't work a 9-to-5 job and think about this every day and would rather just figure this out and dig through trash every day of his life if he has to.
Yeah. I guarantee you someone snatched it. That's some footwork right there, boy. Maybe it is legit. Got me.
Look at that right there. You can hear it cracking. But
y'all want to come get y'all a car wash, right? Appreciate you get her car wash, oh man, that smacking out her window because it's all ice.
Not smart.
What? No way. Fuck's sake, there's no way that works. That can't work. Maybe it works a little bit, but you can't tighten a tire with it. Fuck's sake, let's see. Alright, let's see. Get the old Ingersoll out. Now, I don't have any tires that need to be... I'm just curious if you can actually spin it, because, I mean, you need a lot of air to move these things, so let's see if it'll actually spin, and maybe in another video we'll try tightening the tire if it works. Alright, put a socket on for dramatic effect in case it works. Let's see.
Okay. Shit. The hell? We gotta think it's a lizard or a rat. Either way, it's not good.
A 40-year-old Colombian man was stopped from boarding a flight to Amsterdam after he was caught carrying 8,000 pounds worth of cocaine on his head. 19 capsules were found hidden in his toupee, a surprise you could say is bigger than a receding hairline.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
And news, is that what it says? That's way too much work. Whatever. It was cool though. Don't do it. I just took her out. She thought somebody was after her too, I bet. That's crazy.
If your happiness depends on what's happening outside of you, you will always be a slave to situations around you. Love, human experience, joy and misery are caused from within you. If you do not realize this, you will seek happiness and sweetness of experience through food, through drink, through various pleasures, through relationships, and variety of other activities like success, achievement, and many things. Now, once you make your life like this, that your happiness is dependent on the situation, then
so weird, isn't it? That would be a horrible job. Holy hell. I would not want to go back to that job ever again. I hope I was on the bottom floor. That's all I know. So I would not be taking that elevator.
So I'm sure by now you've probably already seen this video of this Russian soldier that's testing out a homemade, what looks like a Panzer Shrek, and it doesn't go quite according to plan.
What the hell? You better put some more weight into it.
What? Хорош. Все. Хорош.
No.
Yeah, it's a little blurry, but basically the guy ended up laying himself completely out from the pressure and the backblast. The thing was obviously not built to be a shoulder-fired weapon.
That's too much, man. You're trying to launch a weapon across the world. Come on now.
On February 20th of 2025, a mother records her child's balloon after seeing it do something that terrified her immensely. She films the balloon, hoping that it does it again on camera.
It's like, haven't you seen the shark ones? They look like they're moving.
Go in, unless her son follows a few feet away from the cellar, despite being left open occasionally, is a bit strange. Whether it's upstairs or in the furthest corner.
Safety. This tube is filled with air, creating friction and giving a smoother descent. Would you go down one of these?
I would not want to.
I asked her to excuse me.
Lucky you ain't got the Crocs with the four-wheel drive. You'd be seeing like a young Bam Margera.
Don't control my passage anywhere, okay?
Wouldn't that be kind of funny though?
It's done pay me. Excuse me, I've asked you several times. I've asked you several times.
You little Danny Tanner ass, get over here and fix this.
I've asked you nicely. You've not been promoted.
We appreciate what they're doing, but I want you to have a voice. I just want to get my ice cream.
She doesn't have the right to say no.
I have a right to say no.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Excuse me. I want to get past here.
You can go around, madam.
No, I'm not going round. You move.
Tell him.
No.
Well, I've just knocked you out of the way with my trolley then.
It's like the granny from Bluey. Get him, Agnes.
Shark dead ahead. The real-life Jaws was spotted off the coast of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, just in time for the holiday weekend. Holy.
That's a pretty big shark. Ooh.
Partigiano.
Ooh.
Partigiano.
Well, hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all have a great freaking week. We'll be
Holy shit! Oh.
We now actually know what happens when we die.
There's heat from them swimming around, dude. Everything else throws around them.
What's up, homie?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking weekend. Hopefully y'all are having a great start to your week. Staying warm, dry, all the above. And hopefully y'all are ready to get this week started off right. That Bryce is Right way, of course, where we dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I can find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. And these aren't your ordinary videos. They're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. But of course, before we get started, let's go ahead and smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content. And leave your thoughts in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, let's go ahead and dive right in. Let's get it.
It was an accident.
Why?
They just the heat from them swimming around didn't. Everything else froze around them.
You literally have an aquarium in your hand.
I know.
That's the shippiest thing in the restaurant.
You couldn't even remake that if you tried.
Super Saiyan excitement.
I know. Yeah, they are.
Oh, I'm not recording.
That's awesome. That's really like a super rare find too. So. Oh. He said we gotta solve this 1988 Bronco. Don't need those no more.
Al otro lado de la pista hay una cuenta corriente con un 2% total de rentabilidad y solo ahora te dan 300 euros por tu nómina y Bizum.
Llévate hasta 700 euros el primer año. Elige la cuenta online Sabadell. Hazte cliente en bancosabadell.com.
Oh, no. ¿Pero qué haces? ¿Por qué? Gin and pancakes, ¿de verdad? ¿Por qué? No, usted no, agente, usted no. ¿Un perro en un carrito de bebé, señora? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Y eso por qué? ¿Y por qué ahí? Tío, ¿por qué tanto adorno? Y te queda espacio para los pasajeros. Estás de coña. ¿Alguien puede darme una sola razón por la que hacen todo esto? Y sobre todo, ¿por qué te lo pregunta un jodido camaleón? Pues mira, porque sí.
Missions.
What the?
Ooh.
Look at that thing's teeth.
Damn. It's like a flex, right? That's crazy, man. Like, prayers to all y'all in the flood. I'm telling you, I was telling my buddy the other day we gotta invest in a boat. He said, I already got one. Hey, that's a shadow.
Shit.
Ooh.
Oh. I almost died in there, man.
Hey, where are you driving?
A TVA truck right there. It's up in the tunnel. I was
in the yellow Penske truck. My truck's in there too.
I'm one of the very last ones, man.
Are you? What is?
So the truck on front of me was on fire.
Okay.
You can't even understand what they're saying.
In there. It's bugged.
Just hold on. What do you? We can't go in there right now, okay?
What?
We're getting fired.
Fuck. That was a wild ride.
Man,
oh God.
That's scary.
That guy's burnt up in there, man.
But they're coming out the other side just fine, I guess.
My truck is next in line. That shit's on fire.
What's the truck on front of carrying? What's your truck carrying?
TVA is my truck.
What is it carrying?
Oh, it's just food, man. Just food. Yeah.
What's your truck carrying?
Jeez, that's crazy.
Oh, God dang it.
Dang.
I'm so screwed.
Any of the community truckers that might have seen this or experienced it? Is the house floating or is just the water running? Just trying not to talk over the videos, y'all. I'm just kidding. I'm trying to enunciate better, talk louder, more clear. I do read the comments. I'm trying. My bad, y'all. I'm one of those mumble. If I was a rapper, it'd be my era right now. That mumble rap. Ooh. 5 times a girl. Adios.
This is absolutely terrible. I was just going through a children's application called Roblox and found some of the worst communities possible for your kids to join. Check this out. Obviously, I had to censor this stuff, but it's graphic even if it's for cartoons.
What?
And you see here it's talking about a 5-year-old. It's absolutely disgusting. Then I searched on a popular chat app and saw there were hundreds of thousands of people in these servers. If you allow your child to play Roblox, make sure that you have parental controls enabled, and if you see anything resembling what I just showed you, it's called a condo, remove them from it. Stay safe.
Yeah. I'm just trying to let y'all know. Oh no, not in the shoe store. I have to get one of them surfboards that stay above the water.
So you're telling me that this just took place in California, and then not even 2 weeks before they had a huge fire? So apparently there was an atmospheric river that hit the state of California, and it directly impacted Pasadena and the Malibu area, y'all. Look at this restaurant called Duke's. And this is what I mean by the universe has a sense of humor. Because looking like this, you would call it Dookie, right?
This new video we're showing you for the first time. This is a mudslide hitting Malibu. It's happened just about half an hour.
How do you stop that? How do you stop that? I mean, look at this, y'all. This is crazy. This thing is... Wow, y'all. You would really think that this area was made for this mud that's going down there. This is crazy. Look at this. Wow. This is what it looks like from the street point of view. Y'all see that? That's crazy. Oh my, all those stores on Melrose flooded, y'all. Wow. The universe is not playing. The current was so strong that people's cars were even getting thrown into the ocean. This is crazy. And there's a man inside of there too, y'all. So apparently this area that just got hit with the mud floods was the area that survived the fires, y'all.
In Malibu. Yeah, Duke's is a restaurant that was able to survive these fires that we had there. There was a lot of concern.
So who is particularly after California? Because things are happening back to back in California. Like too close for comfort type of thing. Y'all know what I'm saying? Like we said, y'all, the shift is here. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Like, follow, and share for more videos like this. Let's continue to get it. Peace in.
Man, that's just scary to me. Like, look at that. Like, oh my gosh. Don't try and walk in that, y'all. If y'all see it, don't try and cross that path at all. Super dangerous.
New generation of Ninja Turtles. I'm finna train them better than Master Split. Okay, guys, only need 4. Only 4!
Today's the grand finale. It's in a...
Don't go ninja, nobody don't need ninja. Alrighty?
Yo, stop!
You need to take them to New York City and get a bunch of Master Splinters.
Is it just me, or is what's happening right behind me that's happening right now that's happening in Virginia, does this not look incredibly familiar to you? Almost identical. You know, this really is terrible, and it sucks that it happened in Virginia, because I remember recently seeing a map that had, you know, resources in this area.
Early Virginia.
Wow.
February 15th.
And it's really, really, really bad. I'm pretty freaking sure that this is not normal for this area, but what do I know? Of course, someone's going to say in the comments, this happens all the time, dude. It definitely appears as if history has been repeating itself. And of course, it's in mountainous environments. Oh, what's that have to do with it? Nothing. Here's the worst part. So that is the system that's causing it, right? But then remember, we have this brand new system coming in for this week, and it's going to be causing a blizzard, and who knows what else. So yeah, this stuff is really insane. I mean, people's whole houses flooded. I wonder if this is the new normal. Let me know what you think below.
Did one of y'all say he looked like Sugar Ray the other day? Ooh. Oh my god. She's back. What's up, girl? It's the new Mike Cakes.
So we just heard a loud crash.
Got me. I got bronchitis.
That's a whole tree.
Hey,
someone threw a tree at our house?
Hey, they're taking it.
It went through this basket, through this table, and down.
Oh, sheesh. Good grief. Does this make any of y'all nervous?
Are you high right now? Do you ever get nervous?
Golly, I bet you his feet are so cold.
This kid made a lightweight plane prototype and he's about to show us how it works. And at first it goes extremely slow, but soon it picks up the pace. The way this works is because the contraption weighs only 1.4 grams and has a 0.4 gram motor. But the craziest part about this, the plane flew in the air for a total of 22 minutes and 58 seconds.
Did you hear about that volcano that's happening in Italy right now?
No.
Have you heard of Campe Freghe?
All the time.
It's sitting over this giant basin of magma. Supposedly the second most powerful supervolcano on Earth. This past week, there have been 2 major earthquakes from that mountain.
That's bad news.
But like, if this thing goes off, we're talking like half of Italy. Mount Vesuvius, which is also in Italy, they speculate that the magma, it's like connected. If Campe Freghe went off, Mount Vesuvius would go off at the same time too. They said it would be so intense and catastrophic that it would send the entire Earth into a prolonged 2 to 3 year winter. Like, National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology confirmed that the eruption is a present and near scenario.
Dude,
they said the global temperature would drop 2 degrees Celsius.
What if Mother Nature is curing herself?
You ever thought about humans are the virus?
If aliens wipe out, I'm going to be so miffed that we've never been.
Or you'd be upset.
I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Kentucky has declared a state of emergency. The whole state is flooded, you guys. Yes, take a look at this. This over here looks like a scene from Asheville. Remember that? Look how flooded it is, y'all. Some places in Kentucky received 7 to 9 inches of water. It was raining all day. Oh my goodness. So you have a couple guys in trucks going around making wellness checks, making sure nobody is in a sticky situation. This right here is crazy, y'all. I'm talking about the whole state of Kentucky is flooded. And just like California, Kentucky is going through it as well, because at first it was nice, then it had snow, and now this, y'all. Take a look at this over here, y'all. Look at the blue roofs on these. I thought the blue roofs were safe, y'all. Weren't the blue roofs safe? But as you can see over here, this whole thing is flooded, y'all. Oh my goodness. So not even the blue roofs are safe anymore. This hill collapsed on top of this bridge, and now some people are not even able to make it out anymore, y'all. But this, wow, look at this. Bro, it's literally like North Carolina repeated. And here is an aerial view of one of the places of Kentucky that got flooded. Now, here's the crazy thing. After experiencing that heavy flooding, they have a ton of snow heading for them in the shape of a bull.
Are you out of your damn mind?
You guys see this? This thing has got his mouth open like he's mad. Canada is definitely going through it right now, you guys. Big shits are here. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Like, follow, and share for more videos like this. Let's continue to get it.
These people, man, they reach so far. A bull? Come on. Bullshit.
This shocking video shows a daycare teacher screaming at children.
Oh, what the fuck ever?
as young as 2 and 3 years old. It happened at Lil Explorers in Plymouth.
I don't care.
If you don't have the patience, you do not belong in childcare.
You are not listening. You're taking a break.
Yeah, it's all.
Don't look at
Also 3 years old.
Shut up, bitch!
At one point, the teacher picks up a child, slams him down into a chair, and then forcefully pushes him into a desk.
I did not tell you to get up.
Lil Explorers says it fired the teacher seen in the videos, as well as others involved, but didn't elaborate. In a statement, the daycare said, quote, "We do not tolerate behavior of this kind.
I think you gonna get away with it. Not up in here. Not up in here.
We have initiated an investigation and are fully cooperating with authorities."
I think any childcare, every childcare should have a camera, 24, like a Big Brother camera, 24 hours access, 7 days a week. Any parent, every parent, so they can always monitor and route when that happens. Fix it. Simple.
People are freaking out now they actually know what this is. Derealization, when life literally feels like this. If you've had it before, you'll know exactly what I mean. Where it feels like you're living in a bubble, no one around you is real, or everything around you is blurred, and it literally feels like you're in a video game and you're not actually alive. It is the worst and most crazy feeling, but what actually is it? Many people have had this feeling for years and not known it was derealization or what was causing it. And many people have lived with it for years not knowing how to actually get rid of it. So it can come from stress, anxiety, trauma, many other things. And the simplest way of explaining it is our fight or flight response, where our ancestors would have to choose between fighting a big animal or running away from it. What our mind does is take you out of the situation and say, whoa, it's too stressful here, let's not worry about anything and just sit here. So it almost gives you this out-of-body experience that doesn't feel real and distorts everything around you, and it's doing this to take your mind off things so that you could, back in the day, die in peace or whatever. Although it's horrible, it's not harmful now, and I've had this so many times, but how do you get rid of it? I know it's easier said than done, but you literally just have to relax. The more you sit there and think about it and trying to get it to go away, it is not going to go away, but the more you relax into it and just acknowledge it, say, okay, it's going to go soon, it will go, trust me.
Okay, now look, 420, 45. So this thing come down here and something throw the rock and it run right, look, see it?
Yeah.
See it?
Oh, wow.
See it? See that?
Yeah. That's what we talked about last.
Erroneous on both counts.
Oh, Lord.
¿Buscas el sofá perfecto? En Fama Living encontrarás la mayor selección de sofás Fama, diseñados para...
They must have been looking at that trail cam hard just to see that rock being flung. Come on. It looks like that lady and that little girl knew something was about to happen. That's super scary. If y'all remember whenever all the Samsungs were blowing up, I think it was like the S7 or something. That was scary. Yo, check this out, y'all. I can't figure out if this is AI or not, though. It is badass. Interstellar. I can't remember what those shapes are called.
Bro, you good, bro? Whoa! You good, my guy?
What? That looks like it might be old, but I've never seen that.
Breaking space news, absolutely insane and announced this morning. Scientists sent a spacecraft to an asteroid 63 million kilometers away.
I don't remember what those shapes are called.
Bro, you good, bro? Whoa! You good, my guy?
What? That looks like it might be old, but I've never seen that.
Breaking space news, absolutely insane and announced this morning. Scientists sent a spacecraft to an asteroid 63 million kilometers away, grabbed a chunk of it, and brought it back to Earth. And they've analyzed the sample, and the results of what is on this asteroid are in. Basically, scientists think that this asteroid used to be part of a much bigger object, like an ancient planet or moon in the early solar system, and this chunk broke off from it. On Earth, life uses these 20 amino acids to create proteins. They found 14 of these 20 amino acids on this asteroid. Also, you know these 5 nucleotide bases used to make DNA and RNA? Guess how many of these 5 were discovered on the asteroid? All of them. They found all 5 of the building blocks for DNA and RNA on this asteroid. They also found 11 different minerals that form as water-containing salt evaporates. Salt water. It's also rich in carbon, nitrogen, and other organic compounds that are essential to life as we know it. All of this means that the object that this asteroid came from had the building blocks for life and probably a salty ocean. It was probably an ancient ocean world, and this asteroid is just a messenger carrying on its history. It's also possible that asteroids just like this are what brought life to Earth in the first place.
Detroit, icy water inundating homes after a 4.5-foot water main burst open on the city's southwest side this morning. More than 75 people had to be brought to safety.
Whoa. Dang. Whoa. I wonder if people are honestly just sitting around with AI scrubbing Google Maps, like, look for this, look for that, and it's popping those kind of results up, maybe? It's really the only explanation on how those guys find the location so quick.
Quantum jumping does not mean jumping out of your body and randomly waking up in another world on another planet. You are staying right where you are, in your body, on this planet. It is the world around you that changes with you. Look at it like this. The wealthy and the poor are living in the same society on the same planet, and still they are experiencing 2 completely different worlds at the same time. These different worlds are one, existing at the same time. There are multiple realities available to you at all times. Everything is energy. Everything vibrates. You are not able to see those frequencies, but your mind has the ability to pick up on those frequencies. That is why you can think of your desired reality. It is already existing in another dimension. These dimensions are coexisting at the same time.
I wish that I was good enough.
What's up, homie?
What's up, homie? I want this dude to, like...
Well, you may like these acrylic light bulbs with LED lettering. We can make any colors for you and put the letter you need inside. Customize yours at our website now. No ammo cure. It is perfect for personal use or resale. We can also do drop shipping. If you're looking for a business partner who can ship worldwide and provide warranty, LC Sign is your best choice. If you're interested in this, we have sales...
In prison. See, Japan's elderly population is skyrocketing, and with it, a shocking trend. There has been a surge in elderly women committing crimes like shoplifting deliberately to get sent to prison because the loneliness on the outside is so severe. In fact, in the last 20 years, the number of elderly inmates has risen by almost 300%. You see, because on the outside, these women often live alone with no family to visit them or financial support to rely on. One inmate interviewed said her 43-year-old son, who she was living with, once once said to her, "I don't care when you die, I wish you'd just go away." But now she's behind bars, she has routine, people to speak with, meals, and even medical care. Rather than shouting at them, the guards go as far as changing their diapers, helping them bathe, eat, and even take their medication. One said it now feels more like an elderly home rather than a prison full of convicted criminals. There's some that even say they will pay 20 to 30,000 yen a month just to live there forever. And even though they eat their meals in a cell alone in silence, just knowing that others are around is enough.
That's beautiful. But weird.
Quebrou tudo aqui em cima do prédio. Pedaço do avião.
Where is this?
Meu pai.
You can hardly see like 30 feet in front of you.
I need someone smart to tell me if this is alright. You look at all that ice right there along that middle shelf. You see it? Now pay attention. It goes all the way through, right through the middle of the dam. Like the dam is leaking water. All the way through that shelf. All the way through, all the way through, all the way through. And then right there, there's more. You think those fuckers have anything to do with it?
And then how do you deal with it? It's gotta be tough.
Realmente eres una pequeña, ven para acá. Ven, acércate tú, yo no voy a ir contigo, ven. Ven, pequeña. Si eres un demonio que está aquí en este momento, te pido y te ordeno que te vayas de este lugar. Acércate, pequeña, ven. Ven, ven, pequeña.
Escucha la voz. Why does it look so tall?
Mira, no, pero no es pequeña. A ver, ven, acércate. Quiero verte, pequeña, ven para acá, ven. No se mira las piernas. Ven en este momento, te lo estoy ordenando. Ven tú, yo no voy a ir contigo, pequeña. No voy a ir. Tú no eres ninguna pequeña, tú lo que eres un demonio. Acércate en este momento.
No tiene pies,
No tiene. Te ordeno que vengas. Ven para acá tú, ven. Ven, acércate. Agárrame, aquí está mi mano. Me necesitas, ven. Ven, acércate. Puedes hacerlo, ven para acá. Te lo estoy ordenando, pequeña, ven. ¿Te están escuchando sus voces?
La voz.
¿Te das cuenta? Mírala. ¿Y quiere que vayamos haciendo así con ella, José?
¿Vamos o qué, Sara?
¿Nos dejamos?
No,
La agarramos.
Mira, algo le salió por atrás.
Algo
le salió por atrás.
Algo le está creciendo. Mira, se está haciendo otra cosa.
Mira, los ojos le brillan bien feos.
Se está transformando en otra cosa, José.
Vamos, Sara, ven por ella.
Ven, pequeña. Mira.
Ah, caray. Se lo voy a tragar, Sara. Yo me voy.
While out walking his dog one evening in California, a man hears eerie sounds coming from the sky. So naturally he records the strange phenomenon to show to his friends and family. Listen to this and ask yourself, why are we hearing strange noises coming from both above us in the skies and below us in the earth?
Almost sounds like the craziest snore ever. It's raining, it's pouring, and the old man snoring.
Follow me for your dose of nightmare fuel.
Right, so that back motor should give us much better acceleration. We still do get wheel spin if we overdo it, but it's much more reliable at going forwards and backwards. That feels a lot better on the whole, a lot more responsive. But we need a bigger area.
I thought it was a paper brick backdrop. Seems like you need a lot of balance. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I think it's a pretty cool design, but either that ball is going to puncture easily, or it's going to be a bumpy ride. What do y'all think about that? What the shit?
What kind of shit is that?
It's probably some video game.
So I just found out about Drop 45 Lane. Did you know about this, you guys? Because I sure didn't. It's an archaeological site found at the Great Lakes. I didn't know this, but I guess the Great Lakes aren't super ancient. They're younger than Stonehenge, which means that humans were living and present in this region before these lakes even existed, and were also there while these lakes were actively forming, which is kind of nuts to think about. And before the lakes were formed, the area was kind of like this boggy tundra where humans hunted, lived, and traded across thousands of miles. The problem is, today, the land around the Great Lakes is so acidic that anything that ever existed more than 1,000 years ago has completely disintegrated by now. But inside these lakes, it's a different story. The water of the Great Lakes is like the ash in Pompeii. It preserves everything and keeps everything intact. So underwater archaeologists have found entire homes, tools, and hunting gear left untouched for millennia. 120 feet below Lake Huron's surface, and that site is called Drop 45 Lane. It shows evidence of some of the earliest humans to live in this area, but also opened up a whole can of worms and mystery about this place. For example, the first what the heck moment came from the artifacts themselves. A lot of these artifacts were rock tools like arrowheads and spears that were made out of different stones and obsidian. The thing is, the chemical composition of the volcanic glass that this obsidian is made from indicates that it's coming from a mountainous region in Oregon, more than 2,500 miles away on the complete opposite side of the country, implying that there was a massive cross-country trade network more than 10,000 years ago. This alone made archaeologists scratch their head and raise a lot of questions about who these people were. Then it gets more intriguing. The reason why it's called the Drop 45 Drive Lane is because they literally found like this stone lane or driveway underneath the water. They found this stone-lined lane that the hunters would use to lure animals towards them. It was kind of like a trap. This was already a really exciting find to just see this formation, but then archaeologists got even more excited because then they realized where they had seen this before. Up until this point, this hunting technique was only found in the Arctic. So what was it doing all the way in North America? And then underwater archaeologists find this, what they are naming a Stonehenge-like structure under Lake Michigan. I think I'm going to have to do a separate video on that.
That's super cool.
A shape-shifting entity has been filmed in a tree literally morphing and changing shapes as well as changing size. The entity is semi-cloaked, but you can still see it thanks to the camera filter picking up on the visual frequency emitted by the creature. Now the question is this: what exactly is it? Is it from our dimension or another dimension? Is it one of those dimentors that have been showing up since the eclipse? Watch this.
One of them Miami aliens. He said, I'm still trying to get back home.
I had a funny feeling about all this stuff going on, and now I can confirm it's not normal, as Virginia, Kentucky, as well as other places are completely flooded. We have seen this before in another mountainous area. And as of just last night, I believe there's already 8 people that have been on live. Now, for some reason, I'm feeling really compelled to tell you to watch the water. We'll touch on that in 1 second. Because the waterways right now seem to be very symbolic, and we're seeing things that just aren't normal. like water all around Africa turned to blood. It's funny how everyone copies all my videos. And of course, yesterday we were just talking about all the environments that just have to be in this location, Kentucky, Virginia, etc. There's even many videos coming out on TikTok and other platforms of people who are literally stranded from all this water. It's a really big deal. No, it's not normal. Some could even argue that all these disastrous scenarios are biblical. Speaking of biblical, my friend sent me this that she read before she found out about the floods. Everyone that is godly will pray unto thee for a time that mayest be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come nigh unto you. Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. I'm really not big on coincidence.
I mean, it looks biblical.
Does anybody know what this thing is? This was filmed in the Philippines, y'all. What is that? Is that a sea urchin, y'all?
What they do.
And why is it walking? Why or floating? Whatever it's doing. What is going on here? Do sea urchins really do this, or is this only available in the Philippines? Now, I would have said this was not real, but I see a shadow like running with it. Look at the shadow, y'all. The shadow is running with it. Look, and then the water pushes it. If it wasn't real, I don't think the water would affect it. That's crazy. Look, and again, and it's moving debris. Look. You see it picked that up. It picked this thing up. It moved this piece of dirt. That's crazy. But what is that, y'all? Mother Earth is expanding. This thing looks like a person just skipping along, y'all. That's just crazy. And what's up with all the wind in Florida? What? Y'all hear that?
Was that how life began?
What is going on here? What is... Look at this, y'all. In February? Oh.
So when the winds come out of the north?
Yo.
Maybe y'all just don't experience that much, I guess.
Oh.
La vida.
Even the squirrels running.
I don't know.
Algo. Vea. Te está espiando, Vea.
So they're at an Airbnb on the top floor?
No. Déjalo.
And someone's just looking in the window.
Pero que dejes de abrir. No.
¿Qué coño había yo?
Que no está fumando ni nada, se va a suicidar,
Se va a suicidar.
I'd be like, hey, Spider-Man.
Buah, tío,
Come
como le pase algo, no va a
I'd be like, hey, Spider-Man.
¿Qué está en el techo?
Come here.
Eso es porque te ha visto guapa y quiere ligar contigo.
No, está haciendo así. Como diciendo, te lo juro, No estoy de coña ya,
Sus, que no ve.
Que no está bien, tío. Hay que llamar a alguien.
Maybe it's Christmas and that's a Santa decoration.
Apaga.
A ver, un paso, ¿lo veis? Está yendo. A ver, tira para atrás ahora.
Está bien carrilla,
Para nuevo, tío, que no.
Se está fumando un cigarro, vea.
No, porque ya se lo ha fumado.
Ya se lo ha fumado, pero...
Mira. Dios, está
Yeah,
muy
he's probably
cerca,
not even paying
tío.
attention. He's probably smoking a joint or something.
Uy, se está sacando el bolsillo. ¿Qué le está sacando el bolsillo?
Me he pedido de alguien.
Uy,
Mira la pierna.
Uy.
¿Pero dónde va? ¿Qué cosa bonita? ¡Anda, la azotea, tío!
Es un yate.
That's creepy. Is that a lake?
Oh my God. What is it doing? Is it waiting?
What the hell? What was going on there? Man, that's incredible. How the hell did you get up there? Oh, I see.
A super volcano is looking like it's no longer dormant and it's waking up. And this isn't the supervolcano in Yellowstone. This one's in Italy. The Falgarian Fields area is now considered a massive supervolcano. And it's been beginning to stir. There's activity there over the past few months. The people who live in that area about 500,000 are obviously concerned. And the weird kind of seismic activity going on didn't just start yesterday. It's been going on since at least September with a series of earthquakes. Yeah, earthquakes and other seismic activity. You know, if one of these supervolcanoes decide to blow, it won't just affect that area. It could, in theory, produce a dust cloud that would limit the rays of the sun that actually hit the earth. But as bad as that is, I'm not really concerned about it, because there's nothing we can really do. I'm just telling you the story, Bushki.
Hey, luckily we got those big energy fans. They can just turn them suckers on full blast.
Look what this girl was able to capture on video, hiding behind one of the local islands in Asia.
4.2 seconds.
We now actually know what happens when we die. In some of the biggest news of the century, we've now got evidence suggesting that your life carries on after you die, and it gets a lot crazier than that. Make sure you share this video with your friends and family, because you don't want to miss this. So an old woman was passing away, and as she died, they had her hooked up to a machine which was monitoring her brain. Now, what scientists got from these scans after she passed away was these photos, which don't look like much right now. But what these show is that a part of the brain, specifically the part of the brain that processes memories and experiences, was still active after death for around 8 minutes. And this is crazy because years ago I made a video saying about the 8 minutes after death and how your brain is still active. They did tests before on a man who died and found similar things, but nothing as concrete as this. As I say, from these scans, it showed that the brain was still active for around 8 minutes after this woman passed away. And specifically that she was processing memories, i.e. her life, flashing before her eyes, the common term you've probably heard. So this suggests that when you pass away, your life does flash before your eyes. You get memory flashbacks and maybe relive parts of your life. But it also links into the theory I've spoken about before and many people have said. Think about when you have a dream. Sometimes dreams can feel really real and time's different, time dilation of course. Sometimes you'll have a dream, it feels like an hour, but you wake up and it's been about 2 minutes. Well, the same might be happening in this 8 minutes after death. Reliving memories, what feels like days, weeks, but is only in the 8 minutes. Or maybe even like a lucid dream, creating some sort of new reality. So what's to say you're not dead right now in that 8 minutes, and this is all just a figment of your imagination.
I like that open type of thinking.
A ver, ven, te voy a ayudar. ¿Estás tú
It's like a
solito?
little Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Or like a little leather thing.
Aquí tapado.
¿Se escuchan varios duendes,
Se escuchan varios. Como que es una casita de duendes. Sí, ¿por qué estás aquí metido en este lugar? A ver, pequeño. A ver, Sasha.
Okay,
Captain
so I
Visa.
just found this floating house. I don't really know how this is possible. This is weird.
Yeah. Man, she must be messed up. She's on that methadone kick. She don't even know how to get it. The super baby? The glue stick? Get it.
Okay? Shake, much more, shake. Shake it. Stop. Open the can. What? Well, nothing. Lower, right? Wow. Because now CO2 is in my hand. Watch. 1, 2, 3, go. What? Whoa!
I don't know about all that.
Guys, and check this out right here. Malik Lemmy's terrapin centrata, or the beautiful Carolina diamondback terrapin turtle.
I like turtles.
My first one ever. I've always wanted to see one of these beautiful turtles, because look at the coloration.
How are you not more scared that there's snakes or something else down there?
Look at it. Look at that beautiful white skin with the black patterns. This one's just absolutely gorgeous. And they're one of North America's most unique freshwater turtles because, well, they're not freshwater. They live in these beautiful brackish and even saline environments. And they have special adaptations to do so. In their eyes, they have a gland that helps them excrete excess salt. And they also can drink the rainwater that forms on the top of salt water. So what beautiful turtles. They eat all types of mollusks, hard-bodied snails, clams, and crustaceans. Hence these big old thick lips. Wouldn't want to take a bite from her, but what a beautiful little turtle. And we're gonna put her right back in her mucky pond.
I've never seen someone so excited to jump into a dirty spot of water.
Interstate, terrifying video shows smoke billowing from a 1,200-foot tunnel after a wreck inside ignited a massive blaze. And now news of the third death comes as authorities work to clear destroyed vehicles. This morning, new images of inside the charred.
Holy shit!
Never seen someone. Someone so excited to jump into a dirty spot of water. I've never seen.
The charred interstate tunnel in southwest Wyoming after a massive pileup at least 3 people.
Another explosion.
It happened around 11:30 Friday morning. Videos from the scene show thick black smoke billowing out of the tunnel after an accident involving 26 cars and trucks started multiple fires. The blaze is so intense, tires began exploding. Video circulating online appears to show one man escaping.
Well, hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce is Right.
Nick. I don't think nukes are even real.
What? That keeps showing up behind me in my security camera.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all have had a great freaking week, and I know y'all are ready to dive into this weekend that Bryce is Right way, where we jump into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I can find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. These aren't your ordinary videos. They're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. But of course, before we get started, let's go ahead and smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content, and leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, let's go ahead and dive right in, y'all. Let's get it!
给大家展现一下激光闪电效果，不要怕。
Finally found it, y'all.
这个只是灯光效果。
I said don't disturb me, I'm cleaning my room!
Yeah, he's just trying to get his neighbor's phone number, so we created that.
Hey! Ya, vente!
No. Oh my gosh. Because of Pinocchio, I used to have dreams I would get swallowed by whales.
Vente!
It's just terrifying looking.
Tranquilo, agarra el bote, agárralo, tranquilo, agárralo.
That's not AI
Agárralo, no te subas, agárralo. Agárrate de la cuerdita. Agárrate de mi cuerdita. Tranquilo, agárrate de mi cuerdita. Agárrate de mi cuerdita de atrás, no me tumbes.
Cuerdita crunch.
Tranquilo. Vamos.
Mira. This is insane. Polar bears are the most dangerous But if y'all saw a hippo and a polar bear, I think a hippo would win.
Mijo! You know what?
Damn, are they making another sequel to Home Alone? And they have the Pigeon Man. How would I go backwards? That means get out the water.
The black fire is one of the rarest and most fascinating phenomena on Earth. This unique flame has the particularity of absorbing light, giving it the appearance of a black hole. To generate it, all you need is a flammable liquid, such as alcohol. It burns with an almost transparent blue flame, which turns yellow when a saline solution is added. This phenomenon is due to the sodium atoms in the salt, which lose an electron. These atoms then emit a yellow light. This occurs according to a principle similar to that of old sodium vapor street lamps. When this flame is illuminated by a sodium vapor lamp, it appears to absorb the emitted light and turns black. This phenomenon is explained by the fact that the lamp and the flame emit light at the same frequency. This frequency causes the electrons in the flame to reabsorb the light, returning them to their fundamental state. Despite its dark appearance, the black fire retains its heat and combustible properties. This intriguing phenomenon perfectly illustrates the mechanisms of light absorption and emission at the atomic scale, a spectacular demonstration of the laws of physics and their beauty.
I've never seen that before. I like it.
Okay, guys, so
Right down. Oh my God. Dogs get tied up before whenever you go. Show no more video. That would have been hard to get those things apart. Oh my God.
Hey, you guys are watching Bird Up, the worst show on television. Oh my goodness! Whoa! Oh my goodness!
The Northern Lights, baby.
I've never seen anything like this, guys. Look at this. How big that storm is, how big that one is, the big one coming for and that's the big one people are talking about, California. Then you look out here to the East Coast, and then this. How are there giant storms across the entire planet? And that's for February 14th. Let's look a little bit more in the future. And we talked about this before, February 16th. Look at the size of this, guys. Stretching from the East Coast to Europe. Just thought I'd give you guys another heads up. February 18th. Look at the size of this storm, guys. Touching coast to coast, across continents. February 20th. And possibly the worst day of them all, February 21st. Look at the size of this, guys. Coming for Europe, United Kingdom, and Ireland. So, prediction, February is going to be very messy in terms of weather, guys. Just a heads up. But really, guys, legitimately, I've never seen anything like this. Boom, 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 boom. 5 monster storms. What do you guys think? Is this normal? Or is something else going on here?
Weather seeding.
This morning, extraordinary video of the Navy jet crashing into the San Diego Bay. Watch again as it plunges nose down into the water, and hear a distant image from a nearby surveillance camera.
They advised that it did land in the water. There's Navy boats now searching the water.
An immediate search launched for the two pilots after parachuting from the aircraft, rescued within 1 minute by a tourist fishing boat.
They went to the hospital to get treatment, and at that point we just assisted with perimeter for this large debris field that's out here.
The $67 million Navy jet was attempting a landing on North Island Naval Air Station off Coronado Beach. As it came to the end of the runway, it started a go-around. The pilots headed back up, and that's when they ejected, landing in the bay, avoiding potential catastrophic casualties. That is Shelter Island, just a few hundred yards from the point of impact.
As the pilots ejected, it forces the nose of the aircraft down. If they had waited just a fraction of a second longer, that nose-down impact could have been into a crowded San Diego neighborhood.
Wow. It's like what happened on the new Captain America movie.
Hey, bud. Can I give you a little advice?
On Indian Ocean, I believe.
If somebody's in a hole fishing it, it's a little bit rude to walk into the same hole and fish it.
Fuck you.
No manners.
So we're out tide pooling today?
I thought he was golfing over there. I was like, what is Tiger Woods golfing in the ocean for?
Look, it straight up looks like a Pokemon. It's neon, purple, and orange. I have to know what this is. Does anybody know what this little guy is? He's so cute and different. And I think that's his top. And those are his antennae. But how is this real? What is this? Help, please.
Right, guys, we've got a bit of an interesting bit of footage here. A strange atmospheric phenomenon off the coast of Miami. It was first reported as a UFO sighting in nature, which technically it could be, but whatever this is a very odd shape and a very odd appearance. I mean, it looks like there's some sort of mist down the back there, maybe a bit of sunlight above. So I don't know whether there's some sort of mirage happening here or some sort of weird shape it's presenting itself. I mean, some of you are probably going to say what, I don't even need to say what it looks like because it's a very interesting thing. But yeah, there was quite a few people that saw this apparition and then it vanished abruptly. So I don't know, mate. You guys let me know what you think. I thought this was interesting enough to talk about because very unique.
You sound like you're from London. Yeah.
We now have proof that teleportation can happen, and they just did it. Some of the biggest things people wonder is time travel possible? Is teleportation possible? I mean, imagine if you could teleport. I already know what some of y'all would be doing. Breaking news, in literally the last few hours, researchers at Oxford University in the UK have actually managed to achieve teleportation. The way they've done this is actually through a quantum supercomputer, which brings the era of quantum computing and some crazy stuff right now. What they did was manage to teleport a large amount of data from one place to another rapidly, like I'm talking instant. It's very complicated how they did this in the sort of technical terms and probably won't make any sense to you, but the dumbed down version is they managed to teleport a mass piece of data from one place to another instantly.
That was weeks ago, motherfucker!
Of course, we're still a way off from being able to physically teleport ourselves to another location, but because of this finding, it is genuinely possible, which is mad to even say. We might not be there yet, but we are definitely a step closer now, and it could actually happen in the next few years. More's going to come out about this, a lot more research, so as always, I'll keep you
information.
This is a really weird image of space, because these bright things, they're all the same thing. This is one object duplicated 6 times. Weird. This is the first ever example of what scientists are now calling an Einstein zigzag. I'm not sure that I see the zigzag. I guess it would be like this, but that's what the scientists named it. So Einstein, over 100 years ago, had this idea that light traveling through space would have to bend around gravitationally huge objects, and it could take multiple paths, and therefore create a duplicate image. And he was, of course, right. He's Einstein. And we've seen this effect, which is a type of gravitational lensing, in the shape of a ring, and of a cross, and just general duplicates. But 6 is crazy. So what's duplicated is a quasar, which is a very, very bright galactic core. It's the center of a galaxy. And as its light is traveling towards Earth, it's being bent by the gravity of 2 separate galaxies. So it's taking all of these paths for that light to reach us. We're seeing those paths. We're seeing 6 images. And this happens because the fabric of space-time is bendy. Massive things can bend it, and light curves with it.
What tools would you have to even grasp that concept?
So somebody posted a video of a Chinese J-20 stealth fighter jet carrying 8 PL-15 missiles that were mounted on 4 separate nodes on the bottom of the aircraft. I think this was posted on the Red Note app, but I can't verify for sure because I don't have the Red Note app on my phone or any other device that I own. But check out this, what it says at the end of the video.
小红书?
小红书?
Are you sure about that?
Feng Shui. Do it without the trampoline, then we'll be impressed. Yeah.
See?
God dang.
Where are we?
What? That can't be real. No way. He said aliens have landed.
It was nothing spectacular. Kendrick fans were just glazing him.
It's okay. It's okay.
Drake's had enough. Leave Brittany alone. Chill out.
Chill.
Get him a woke space. Or whatever those spaces are
So
called.
check this out, y'all. I guess this is their way of revealing these underground cities to us. So y'all know how Elon Musk is exposing everything, right? Well, he just exposed this huge underground city full of limestones where the retirement applications get processed. Yes, y'all, this huge underground mine that they're calling Time Warp is where retirement applications go and get processed. Check this out.
It's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire.
Nah.
Doesn't that sound crazy?
I'm sure you guys have plenty questions. Like, why is retirement applications being processed underground in a huge underground mine that they're calling Time Warp? And predicated upon if the elevator works or not depends on how many people can retire. What is going on here? How come we never knew about this?
Ekwusi that na ebe avode mana siko mewelie. Ibe oji maka we send ego mbu we sino ka akwa aga. We be mbu we belu ni ilu ọma. Ekwusi ibe avona yochie siko butai. Iki avulisi na mmili.
Why?
Oh my god, he went dead weight this time.
Is he passed out? Oh. That's cool. I like that. Let me get one of those.
You gotta go down.
Is that a putt-putt course? Uh-oh.
Oh, fais gaffe à la barre. Fais gaffe, il y a la barre.
Oh.
Nice job, Bill. Not.
La barre. La belle barre. Ça va?
Man, I saw last night or this morning there's another Black Hawk down, man. Whatever's going on, just be safe. What is that, carrots? No, there's no way that these people would be doing this. Because that would hurt so bad if you fell. He's got to be fast forwarding this. That's awesome now. See how the sticks? Like you hit one of those and fly forward.
Check this out. Come on.
I've been there. I've done that. Okay. What do y'all think?
Y'all,
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. We got another blizzard coming. It's February 13th. And this is obviously for the Midwest and for the East Coast because as time goes on, it keeps moving further and further south. Literally, right when I thought winter was done, we have another polar vortex moving in. Y'all, it's been like 70 and 80 degrees here in South Carolina. And also, there's something weird going on in Dior Bag Central I want to look at in a minute. And not only that, and I mean really, not only that, in the Midwest is calling for negative 30 average temperatures, and in the East Coast, negative 15 average temperatures. And another funny thing, that this storm will last basically 2 days over every state. And here is the realm of possibility, but keep in mind it keeps moving further and further south. It'd be insane if Florida had snow again. And you know, it makes sense, because did you know we've had 16,000 earthquakes in Greece? In the span of only 10 days. And more seismic activity in Area 51. And to be honest, I don't know if I'm buying all of this. I don't know what their angle is, but something's fishy. And so we have the Gulf of many names right here. It's weird how everyone's attention is right on it, considering it's literally the origin of all the Dior bags that's been going on lately. Why would they go back and randomly change a name? It seems like everyone's focus is supposed to be here. Like maybe gathering energy. By the way, what in the world is happening right behind me? And this is just fun. I'm being stupid. You should know that.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, like a month. What?
Grab me that creature.
Look at this fat ass, giant, morbidly obese squirrel.
The squirrel's name is Clutch. Because he's always getting that nut.
I find out I don't think nukes are even real.
I said she was the bomb.
What? We got to dive into that. So what made you have that position?
Actually looking into it, the facts around all of it are insane. So Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I think they were all bombed, but they weren't even in the top 10 most bombed. Did you know that?
No.
Tokyo was way more bombed. They weren't even top 10. And the Japanese didn't surrender because of that. It was because the Russians just went into Manchuria, and there was no fallout. The fallout was what scared me. I'm like, okay, so it's going to poison the water and the air forever and ever. And then my dad did a speech in Hiroshima or something, and I was scared about the fallout. Yeah. And it's like, oh no, there's no fallout. And I realized that they never even evacuated. And then I started looking into nuclear bombs, and I'm like, so where is the proof? And then right here in Nevada, they used to blow all of them up. There's no fallout. So I'm like, oh, it's like a psyop. And that's why I'm not even trying to push it on people that they're fake, because I see the game theory of it, where it's like, I have a gun under the table, so do I, let's not go to war. But the fear of it was nuts growing up. There's really no evidence that they exist as described.
Have you heard the theory that you can't get a sunburn if you're not wearing sunglasses?
Alexis explained that to me. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She was explaining to me how there's an important mechanism where you have to be, if you're exposed to UV light, you can't. It's not good to block the UV light in the eyes and only get it on the skin. That's how your skin develops those basal cell anomalies, where you get skin cancer and stuff like that.
Melanopsin.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. So it's not good if you're outside all day to be wearing sunglasses, because you're blocking your light, your eyes from creating that melanopsin from the UV light. You need to have that balance. And that's why Jack tells everybody to take off their sunglasses, because he thinks that that's probably like one of the biggest problems with people getting skin cancer and you know, general health problems. I mean, his whole idea about health is that exposure to UV light and getting out of artificial light is like the top thing for human health.
Yeah.
He was explaining how, like, food and hyper-processed foods and diet is like 3 or 4 down the ladder, down the rung, as far as like low-hanging fruit to improve our health. And he was explaining that, like, essentially, which I think you made a good point about in the podcast I listened to you with, was that, we exist today, like human beings, with the development of technology and us being inside all the time under these artificial lights, is almost the equivalent of orcas at SeaWorld being inside these big tanks all the time.
Think about it.
You know what's really crazy? There is no proof that anything in history ever happened. Nobody alive today can prove anything 100 years ago happened because none of us were alive. On top of that, every story in history is edited because that's what people do. We lie. 100 years from now, everything that's happening right now is going to be converted into some kind of lie. Hell, half of it's being lied about right now while it's happening. Dinosaurs, the Big Bang, the invention of the calendar, every historical figure. Quite literally all of our life is he said, she said. If that's not more motivation for you to stop giving a fuck and just do what you want to do, I don't know what is. Nothing matters, nothing is real, and literally none of us knows what's going on whatsoever. We are a bunch of creatures floating on a rock in the middle of space where the only thing we know is that we are going to die at some random point that we can't determine, bro. Just have fun.
Yeah. Smile. Be nice.
In a 347-kilometer long Mexican cave deep underwater, researchers have discovered a mysterious skull implanted with an electronic microchip like in a science fiction movie. And this huge cave consists of 250 pits formed naturally and contains 198 ruins, of which 140 ruins belonged to the Mayans. Now, researchers found a human skull lying in limestone, and inside the skull was a metal plate. Now, Mexican archaeologist Pedro Sunchi confirmed the discovery and said without a shadow of a doubt that this skull actually was implanted with an artificial device. Now, the researchers thought it was just a regular metal plate embedded into the skull, but after further research, they discovered it's actually something completely different. Now, the researchers, they decided not to talk about it because the technology at the time was not in line with our understanding. According to Sunchi, this is a microchip that was implanted around 12,000 years ago. Because the case is top secret, no one knows why the electronic chip was implanted. Let me know what you think in the comments.
That's an interesting story. Another fact check on that.
Someone tell me what this is. This is my security camera, okay?
What
now,
the shit?
You can see me over here in the white nightgown, facing the window. What is that keeps being seen in my security camera? Does anyone know what that looks like or what that could be? That keeps showing up behind me in my security camera.
Archangel.
This is about the 3rd time it has shown up. I've checked the security cameras over and over again, and it only shows up behind me. It is not showing up behind anyone else. And of course you can see it's my security camera because I've got right here is the line of the camera.
Oh, she needs a fucking exorcism.
And this is the full size of the photo. Now, this is me over here in the white gown facing the window again. What is that shadow that keeps coming up behind me? My security camera is catching it every time about the hours between 3 and 4 a.m. That is the only time my camera is showing that.
That's weird. That's cool. Why?
Follow me for your dose of nightmare fuel.
I mean, it could be a good thing. It could be a guardian angel.
What the fuck is that?
Glass half full.
Dude, what in the fuck?
Look at the size
of
that
thing.
That's a fucking lobster,
God
man.
damn.
A crawdad. Yeah, it's a crawdad. That sucker is huge.
There's nothing more badass than the Bagger 293. Bagger 293 is a giant bucket wheel excavator made by the German industrial company Tackraf. It holds the Guinness World Record for the tallest terrestrial vehicle, shared with its sister, the Bagger 288. The 293 is 96 meters tall, 225 meters long, and it weighs just about 14,200 tons, or 31 million pounds. The excavator requires 5 operators, 24 hours per day. Officially, the Bagger 293 can move 240,000 cubic meters of soil per day thanks to 18 buckets attached to the 21-meter wheel, each of which can hold over 15 cubic meters of material. The machine is powered by an external power source providing 16.56 megawatts. Active since 1995, the 293 is the ultimate mining staple.
I don't know how hard it is to move that thing from place to place. That's what it took so long to get 35 done.
What's up, buddy? Got a little rock? What's up? Oh, you gonna give me a rock?
Which dog had him? That's what I want to come back at. If I'm an animal, I love being in the water. There you go. Looks like that. Oh, I'm not even gonna say it.
I got these slides on. Oh, you think you won't get smoked in some slides?
This is hilarious.
Hold on. Don't cheat me.
That's how I was with Clyde.
What y'all talking about? Come on.
Yeah, you better. Lock them hose in. 4-wheel drive. I wonder how many people that woke up. That's awesome.
This lady in Congress apparently was suing Starbucks because they weren't listing the ingredients on their drinks.
Oh, gosh.
And the pumpkin spice latte had the active ingredient of ammonia in it.
Oh!
Why? They use it for food coloring.
No
to make it orange. Yeah. So
there's gotta be a better way.
In Europe, they list the ingredients and they use, I believe, carrot or beets or something. That's like a natural food coloring. But the U.S. Starbucks was using an ingredient that included ammonia in the pumpkin spice lattes to make them orange looking.
What are we doing? Yeah, why?
I wonder why everyone's dying of cancer.
Because we're drinking ammonia. Yeah, and that's on purpose. That has to be on purpose.
Yeah, because it's the cheaper option.
And there's no way they just cut it out. It's the middle of fall. You know how many millions of gallons they have of that stuff, probably?
Oh, my gosh.
Boycott pumpkin spice lattes.
Remember that clip of George Bush Sr. throwing up at the thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you see the video clip, the news clip that happened afterwards?
I think so.
It was really weird. I watched this video about it, but they said, one, it was super weird that when he started throwing up, his wife put a towel over his face.
Yeah.
Like, and so he's just like... This lady in Congress apparently was suing Starbucks because they weren't listing the ingredients on their drinks.
Oh, gosh.
And...
How many are down there?
Look how many are down there.
The most powerful telescope in space just released a brand new image, and it's one of the best of all time. This, someday, is going to be a planetary system, which is a fancy way of saying this is going to be its own solar system. It's so cool. What you're seeing is an edge-on disk. It's this dark area, and inside here is a star, or potentially binary stars, so 2 stars, and this is a wee full diameter. Our solar system...
To give it the gravity, you know?
This potential. Who knows what will happen on the planets that form here someday? Maybe someday they'll take a photo of other planets forming.
I'm getting hyper.
Whoa. What the hell is going off?
Took things too literal. It's kind of like that projector we saw in the beginning, but it's weird how they just dim out like that, right? I wish I knew exactly where she was, but I don't.
It's gone.
She's on the outskirts. You can see all the bright lights from the city on that cloud.
Oh shit. Nee, nee.
That's odd.
Yep. I told him to be
Sylvie.
careful, and fucking first thing he does, he runs her into the mud. Should have just gone in it, spinning the fucking tires, burning the engine. Thing's probably fucked at this.
Look at this. This is a time lapse over the past hour showing a debris basin filling up fast in the Bailey Canyon area of Sierra Madre. This is in the Eaton Fire Burn area. We've looped the video, but you can see multiple surges of water and debris flowing into that basin. That basin doing what it was designed for, keeping that mud and debris from going any further. Take a look at this. This is...
Yeah, I've been sending Alan videos like crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's really cool.
I don't remember that.
Blood squirt from like a...
I mean, Alan doesn't want to go, so like...
Like Freddy versus Jason.
Okay, what the fuck is that?
I don't know what that was. That was a weird video. That was a big one. I feel like I could do this as a job. I think that's AI though. Look at that water coming out the mouth. Oh fuck. That makes me nervous just watching it, dude. Look at those claws, man. You look like a nice little snack.
So Area 51 just got hit by an earthquake, or did it? Well, there's nothing showing up on the USGS of an earthquake happening at Area 51. And you see all these marks here? Take a screenshot of it and come and ask me about it. Y'all know about MK, but do you know that there's several locations too? What about this testing spot? Oh, look at all these holes right here. Oh, ain't that interesting? Just to give you an idea, that's 545 feet each hole. And as you tell, there's a whole lot of them. Oh, yeah, and don't forget about Area 6. That's right there next to it. Oh, and don't forget, to the southeast, you have the Dense Plasma Focus Facility. So let's check out one of the M caves. As you see here, this is one that you can drive semi-trucks into. Here's the other one. Again, you can drive semi-trucks into. Look at the size of the trucks here, and they can pull in and out of this. And then you have a hiker that, went missing. He found an M cave that you could walk into. So when I go live, ask me about this stuff. I'm an open book to it. Take care. God bless.
I have to check him out more. I like that.
I accidentally came across this on the Library of Congress's website, and this makes so much sense to me. I've never seen this. You guys might have already seen this, but this is a square and stationary Earth map done by a professor in the 1800s.
It just makes no fucking sense. I mean, it's just bullshit.
It makes total sense of the four angels at the four corners of the Earth. It has our circular, flat, stationary Earth. It has the Polaris, North Pole, and then the projections of the sun and moon. And this can be interpreted as the donut Earth or the torus field. And this would make sense of Drake's bowl. And this would tie into the Bible verses about the potter and the potter's wheel. And this would tie into the signet rings, which if you don't know, they're rings that stamp patterns into clay or wax. And this makes sense of the ice wall. And this makes sense of the pouring out of the bowls at the end. They're probably pouring out giant bowls into our giant bowl. Scientists attribute the equatorial bulge to the rotation of the Earth, but the simple answer for this would just be that the sun is directly over those parts, so it's warmer and it expands, making the sea levels slightly higher.
Wow, it'd be ice